Hey, did y'all get that?
Okay, now we're gonna try this again.
Yeah.
Now, do you guys have a new?
Yeah, I got it
Did it pop
now.
up? Hey, see, a little
Baby,
bit of
don't hurt
work and it
me.
all works out in the
Yeah,
end.
it came out now.
Okay, so now I can actually get a proper thing going because, yeah, it didn't actually go out announcing that I was having this, so that's why I only had a few people watching. So,
We fitting to mass communicate.
all right, so now you're doing that. Let's just kind of recap what we already talked about real quick. Is just that MP is going to have not debate, excuse me, a discussion tomorrow with the great Alex Malpass on what is atheism. And of course, I didn't think this was that complicated. What is atheism? But I guess it's a little more nuanced than I like to admit, because I don't think it's that. It makes sense to me, right? What is atheism? It's just somebody who believes God does not exist. But MP believes it's a little more complicated than that. I think Alex, you kind of agree with Alex, but you kind of don't, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, I disagree with the definition that you just used. I believe it's just a search. I think it's just I do not believe that God exists. But but we can, you know, I can actually put together my thoughts here. Hold on, let me just pull it out. All right, I put together some truth tables just to just show exactly how I'm thinking about it and why I believe that the definition that you're using, um, I believe that gods do not exist, doesn't work. And
Wait, which
if you give
I
me a
do not
second,
believe
let
that
me.
gods exist, or I believe gods do not exist because
I believe.
okay,
I
because that's
the,
actually what it's
like,
always been in philosophy,
belief claim.
right? I mean, you do recognize that
Yeah, yeah,
historically. Okay, so we're on the same
yeah.
page
Yeah,
then.
yeah. I believe, but I'm just saying
Because I do
the
get people
reason
that
I
say
well,
historically that's not true, and it's like no, every philosophical source you can find will say that it is someone who believes God does not exist. I mean, every single one I've seen so far.
yeah, but the reason why is because it kind of eviscerates the relationship between theism and atheism, and I think there's a the better way to do it is the way in which you answer the belief claim. I do not believe. It keeps a relationship between the two. But let me screen share because I'll show you exactly what I'm going to present to Alex tomorrow, and he'll probably eviscerate it because
He's Alex, yeah, that's what he
this
does.
is what he does for a living.
Right.
Yeah. So and I expect it though too because I'm not putting this forth as something of where I'm an expert. I'm putting this is the way I'm thinking about it, and for correction. So if you guys see mistakes, I definitely appreciate you guys pointing them out to me because I am going into this as someone who's trying to learn from someone
Okay.
in the
Just
field.
FYI, the link to get in is in the video description. It is open to anybody. I can't be porn bombed, and I cannot be sniped. So, yeah, it's fully open. Anybody can come in. They can try, but it won't have any effect because it's not high resolution to see anything, and yeah, and it doesn't have an outside chat, so you can't snipe. So, link is available. Come on in. Okay. So, you gonna do a little presentation, or what are you gonna do? And the outside chat, can you see the outside chat in the video? Is it legible? I have it blown up considerably, so can you guys let me know? Tony? Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah,
It's cool.
okay.
I just have to jump back and forth on my phone. It's a pain in the ass.
Hey, Mithridates is joining us. Yeah.
Cool.
So let's see, we got three atheists and one theist in here, and one unknown. No, I'm agnostic. But hey, at least we're going to be having a variety here. Well,
It's an
first of all,
eclectic.
let's go down the path while he's doing that. Hunter, what do you think atheism? If I said what is atheism, what is that? What does that ask of you? What do you think that means?
I don't believe in a God.
That somebody
I don't
believes
believe.
God does not exist.
Yeah, I don't believe in the God claim. I don't believe in gods.
But ontologically speaking, if I said atheism is the position that no gods exist in the universe. Do you think anybody would disagree with that?
No, I mean they might want further clarification, but I mean it's reasonable to stop it there. But
Okay, so ontologically, an atheist would think that no God exists in the universe. I think that's pretty standard. So if I said, "Hey, Mithridates, uh, do you think that there's any gods in the universe? If he says no, that's what an atheist would be, right? I mean, that is atheism. Now, there are other positions that can be considered atheism, right? Somebody who says they don't believe, but philosophically speaking, that is atheism. That you're making a belief claim that you don't think that there's any gods in the universe.
I mean, so in reality, there's actual not sects, but like denominations in atheism in a way, I guess.
No, I don't think it's denominations. It's just there's a
No.
looser definitions that people use, looser and broader. That's all it is. I mean, it's not a definitional game. It's nothing. People don't even have to use definitions. It's just basically, what do you think about reality? Do you think gods exist in reality? That's pretty well. A theist is going to say yes, I think gods exist. An atheist will say, I think gods don't exist.
You're right. So in the end, yeah, it's just a cut and dry. I don't believe there's a God. Whatever God you are.
Yeah,
All
all
saying,
atheists,
I
no
don't
matter
believe it.
what, don't believe there's a God. I mean, that's just anybody who says I do not believe a God. That's part of atheism, right? I mean, an atheist who says I believe God does not exist also is saying I don't believe in God. You can't have the one without the other on that one. Well, you can have one without the other. You can't believe that God does not exist without at the same time saying I don't believe in God, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you say I believe gods don't exist and you say I believe in God, that's a contradiction, right?
Yes, that's the. What is it called? Damn it. Yeah, either or. Yeah.
By the way, I got a weird format going on right now, so
Yeah, you
we'll
have
see
like
how
all
this goes.
kinds of screens on your on the YouTube.
Yeah, I was trying to do a
like
Linux
3
thing,
mini screens.
but it didn't work out. I couldn't get it to work for some reason on Linux. Um, it was so close too, but I got tired of working with it, and I said, I'll try again tomorrow. So I just went back to my old style. But I figured I'll at least make it a little more different. So I got my OBS up
Linux. That's
here.
like that's a granddaddy of all.
It's great, but it's very time consuming because you have to configure everything, right? I mean, it's not like Windows, but it runs a lot less with a lot less overhead. Things do run faster on Linux than they ever do on Windows, no question about it.
Yeah, it's like people that are into car audio. When they have the equalizer and there's like 30 different levers to adjust.
Yeah, it's a lot more low level of shit you can do on Linux.
You
than
can
can
critique
Windows.
it exactly the way you want it.
But my audio settings are a little bit off. I got the video working okay finally, but the audio I haven't mastered yet. So, but anyway, so what do we got going on here? We got your presentation ready to go, MP?
I've got like 8 people in my house. I tried to get Reds and Hannah to come, but they're not coming. Dang it.
All right,
Say, while
I'm gonna blow up
MP
his presentation here real quick.
while MP is getting his presentation ready, can I ask you a question?
You may.
Can you say basically summarize what oh gosh, I am so damn tired. I can't even think. What Ozzy was basically what his explanation is for the justification for an atheist.
Well, I don't know what exactly he uses. I think of proper justification. You could use something like divine hiddenness or the problem of evil.
Okay, those kind of things.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with that.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, hang on one sec. I got
Alright.
I got 3
I think
Cokes
I'm
chilling in the freezer right now. I don't want them to explode. So
Oh, I have a beer too. Let me go get that.
no, I drank my bottle of rum the other night, so I'm good. I'm still hungover. No, give me 1 second while I get a soda real quick, and then I look at his presentation. So 1 sec.
I just drank my rum, but it was a very, very small bottle. I'm a lightweight. But there's vodka I can turn to next.
Vodka, rum.
Vodka.
Y'all need to get some bourbon.
Vodka.
Some girly drinks.
Yeah, bourbon. You're right. Bourbon is good.
Okay, I got my soda. I'm good to go.
Bourbon will put hair on your nipples.
Yeah, I mean, the burden of justification again is not that you have to prove anything, right? It's not a burden of proof that means
Right.
you have to like prove something. This means why do you believe what you believe?
I get that.
If you tell somebody you don't believe them, you got to tell them why you don't believe them. So you really don't get out of a burden of justification no matter what. I mean, I think there's always a burden to be had, just as a dialogue, just in a matter of two-party discussion.
Exactly, just to keep it going. Otherwise, it gets stale and it drops off and there's no progress.
But
You
aren't
can't-
all
you
of
can't
those
move forward.
justifications specifically aimed at a particular definition of a god or a particular character of a
Sure,
god? And you can
sure,
also say,
absolutely.
oh, it just
You
doesn't.
mean like-
It's a different god.
Yeah, and but you could say other things too. Look, I can say, look, I provisionally hold to the position that I believe gods do not exist, that there's no gods in the universe, because I haven't been presented any evidence to make me give reason to believe so. That's not an argument for ignorance, because I'm taking a provisional position, right?
Yeah,
An
like
argument
the Matt Dillahunty, the way. He
Yeah, an
does
argument
it.
from ignorance would be saying that gods don't exist because they haven't proven to be not true, or I mean, they haven't been proven to be true. That would be an argument from ignorance. I am saying, though, I'm provisionally saying that I believe gods don't exist, and I don't see why people are afraid to say what their beliefs are. These are beliefs; they change. People get beliefs wrong, and there's nothing wrong with saying I believe God does not exist, and then give reasons why you believe it. It's not that terribly difficult.
Well, people get nervous. They get okay. It's live. It's recorded. They get okay. This is my belief. Some people they're not secure enough to actually put forth a thought that'll stay.
That's true, but that's a small class of them, and
Very small. You're
very
right.
small. And the people that actually have these discussions, they know what they believe. And
Yeah,
for them
especially
just
on
trying
here.
For them just trying to say why I just don't believe you, that to me is just
It's a cop out.
Yeah, just a cop out, just playing games. And I'm in conversations all day long with people on videos on this. I have this one person right now, same discussion. He's like, well, here's the reasons why I don't believe it, but I didn't prove to you God doesn't exist. I'm like, well, that's not what the burden of proof means. There's a philosophical burden of proof, and then there's a legal burden of proof. And I think MP confuses legal burden of proof with philosophical burden of proof because they're not the same
Can
thing.
you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, now because I was like trying to talk before, but I think my mic keeps going out. Well, let me share my screen because I'll
Sure.
just go through this thing real quick. All right, can you guys see my Excel chart?
Yeah, I'm pulling
Yes.
it up right now so everybody can see it.
All right. What's up, General? The General's in here.
Yeah, we
Hey,
got,
General,
we
I've
got
been looking
heavyweights
for
in here.
chats.
Oh, what's up, General?
He's being
Hey, guys.
All right,
shy.
here we
Oh, there he
go.
is.
All right, so what this chart is saying now, I think Steve is right. For my job, generally the way I like to do things is like to take a statement that I know must be true, and then try to find out what else must be true based on that statement. So, for instance, the first statement, I've knowledge, belief, not knowledge, not belief. Very simple. But the statement that must be true is in green. The first one, it's if you have knowledge, that must be true. All knowledge claims are inherently belief claims. It is a necessary
If you're saying knowledge is a subset of belief, then yeah, you have to have. If you have knowledge, you have belief, and it's true.
Yes, and
Sure.
that must be true. But then when you see the other green line, that's just a contrapositive. If you don't have belief, then you don't have knowledge. That's just it's a true statement based off of the first true
Sure,
statement.
that's a contrapositive. Agreed.
No, definitely is contrapositive. Then false statements. Well, I can determine the false statements based on false contrapositive. So if knowledge, then not belief. So if you have knowledge, you see there's a false there. And then on the last line, you'll see if not belief, the knowledge, that's also false. In this chart, you're seeing that there are really just two statements that you can evaluate to be absolutely true, two statements you can evaluate to be absolutely false, and all the other statements are, they could be either true or false. If you believe, you don't have to have knowledge. If you believe, you could have knowledge. All those could be.
There's a
true,
landscape
could be
there,
false.
as Alex points out on his what is Atheism 2. There's a landscape of knowledge and belief, right?
Yes. That's where, yeah, exactly. So that's kind of where I pulled this from, but I'm just using it just in hard truth. This isn't in the hard truth table. The second table that I'm pulling up, it's the same thing as the first, except I just now took the belief claims, belief, not knowledge, and knowledge claims, and then just gave you determinative. All right, if you believe something, if you have belief, then you really can't tell what the person knows. It could be true, it could be false. No matter it's just you can't tell, and that's just how it logically works. If you don't have belief, it's true that you don't have knowledge, And if you don't have belief, it is false if you say you do have knowledge. So those are
Sure.
two absolute truths.
Right. You're
And the
required
same
to have
thing
belief
for-
before you can have knowledge. If you don't have belief, you can't
Exactly.
have knowledge. Yes. I think everybody
Now,
agrees
if you
upon
look at
that.
Yes, no, and I don't think there should be any disagreement. It's coming to the last one, but this is just I'm just building up the foundation. The next thing, if you don't have any knowledge, it doesn't, by not believing or not belief doesn't determine not knowledge. If you don't have knowledge, you can still believe. If you don't have knowledge, you don't have to believe. That's, again, it's still up in the air. And the same thing for knowledge. Now, for knowledge, you have to have belief. That was our initial starting point. If knowledge, then belief. That must be true. And if knowledge, not belief, that must be false. It's supposed to be not knowledge, but I made a mistake. I mean, not belief.
By the way,
What?
I have the screen share, but it's still kind of blurry, I think, on the outside. But you want to make sure you're not doxing yourself, or do you care?
No. All right.
I mean, I know who you are, but you may want to.
Yeah. That's true. Let me.
I don't think anybody on the outside
I'm
can
probably
see it.
doxing myself.
But and I trust everybody in here.
Let me see. No, it's all right.
Yeah.
Let me do
There you go.
file.
They won't be able to see it from the outside. You're okay, I think. You're okay, and it's really small.
Cool. Well, one thing I wanted to just go through for here. Now, what I've done is I've just taken the belief and the knowledge sections of it, added theism. Theism is a belief claim, and Gnostic is a knowledge claim. So I just took those and added them to the same chart that we all agreed was correct. If you have belief, you have knowledge, and the same thing, and just added them to the chart. So now, where you see theism is a positive belief claim. I believe God exists. Gnosticism, I know God exists. Not Gnostic and not theism. I'm not calling agnostic, atheism. I'm just saying not Gnostic, not theism. And that's just you literally look at the same chart. So now the next chart, I add those terms in. I add belief, I add theism. Where you saw not belief, I add not theism. Where you see Gnostic, I add belief. I mean knowledge, I add Gnostic. When you see not Gnostic, that's not knowledge. And the only you can gather that's absolutely true is from not theism. And so, for instance, in the not theism, it's absolutely true that the person is not Gnostic. And for not theism, it's absolutely true that they say they're Gnostic, it's false. The same thing for Gnostic. If they're Gnostic, if you have Gnosticism, you are a theist. That must be true. If you know God exists, you must believe He exists. That must be true. But it's not true if you know He exists and you can't say you don't believe He exists.
Right.
That must be false.
Agreed. Yeah, I think we're on the same page. Yeah.
And as you can see, for theism, you can't tell what the person knows, and for agnosticism,
but you agree, theism itself isn't just a belief claim, right?
Yeah, but that's what
Okay.
this is showing. This is showing it's a belief claim,
Okay.
but you really can't determine the true false value of what that person believes. You can only just say
Okay.
you can't tell if they not values true or false values you can get is from not belief and from knowledge.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're going to the next one. So now I've just changed it to atheism and it's just changed the not to A. So it's just using the different prefix. Just saying that it all logically works, which I think we agree with. So now I just add non-theism to show that if you just change atheism to non-theism, it still works. It's the same exact thing that we were seeing before. But now this is where when I changed, because now the way you're defining it, Steve, atheism, you're defining atheism as a positive belief claim. I believe gods do not exist. Correct?
Mm-hmm. Well,
so now adding
it's a definition, yeah. No,
came,
yeah.
But it's a positive belief claim. I believe X. Yeah, but it's usually, I think you even wrote it out, I believe not G. So it's a belief claim. So atheism now isn't a not belief claim. It is a belief claim. So the negate on this chart, if I'm going to negate it, not belief, it would be not atheism. So almost not theism. What this shows is that atheism, by coaching it as I believe gods do not exist, you've now removed it from theism. You don't have that relation. You don't have a relationship between the two because it in itself is a claim. So now what happens is with atheists, somebody says under your definition they're atheists, you can't know if they're an it doesn't, you can know nothing about what they know. But if they say they're not an atheist, you know one thing, you know that they must be agnostic, and you know they can't be Gnostic. Well, that's not atheism.
You say I'm not.
That's not atheism.
If you say I'm not atheism, I can be a theist or I can be agnostic. If you have if you have the chart for theism, all you got to do is just change it to atheism, and it's the same thing. It's just mirrored. There's no difference.
Yes, but when I'm saying the relationship between atheists, by saying here that you're not atheist, doesn't mean you're theist. You could be a theist, but it doesn't mean you are. It absolutely does not mean you are. You could be, but it doesn't mean you are.
Right. Nobody agreed. If you're not an atheist, nobody's saying you have to be a theist.
You destroyed that relationship.
There's not a relationship there. Go ahead. Pete. If I say I'm not an atheist, I'm not telling anybody whether I'm agnostic or a theist. I could be either one.
Yes, and that's exactly what I'm saying.
Why is that a problem?
And the way I'm defining it. I'm keeping the relationship between atheism and theism. Here, there is no relationship. If you're saying I'm not an atheist, that tells me nothing about you, whether you believe in God or not. And that was the one.
Just like I say, if I'm not a theist, it doesn't tell you if I'm an atheist or agnostic either, right?
But that was the issue that you had brought up before, is because you said it doesn't tell you what you believe.
Right.
Now, if you look at this chart,
the belief is P or B, not P, right? I believe P or I believe not P. I believe P would be a theist. I believe not P would be an atheist. In that paradigm, right?
If you look at this chart, and that's why I'm going to go back to this. It's logically can't tell what the person knows. You can't tell really anything from belief claim, because a person can say, I know, I don't know. It doesn't matter. The only thing that you can definitively know is from what the person says they don't believe. If they say I don't believe the proposition, then you know they don't have knowledge.
If I say I'm an atheist, right? If I say I'm an atheist and I'm using that to mean I believe God does not exist, I'm telling you exactly what I believe.
No. Now look at this. If you're telling me you're an atheist,
yes,
I don't know. You're telling me if you're telling me on this chart that you're an atheist, you believe that. What I'm saying is logically, you're not the relationship between knowledge. I don't know if you are.
There is no relationship
don't believe
knowledge, it's just a belief claim. I kind of see where you're going, but I see where you're.
But knowledge is a subset. Knowledge is a subset of belief, and that's what I'm saying. I'm saying when you put it on this chart,
a theist makes no knowledge claim, correct?
Go ahead.
Okay, a theist.
No, a theist is not making knowledge claim.
So if a theist says I believe God exists, they're making a belief claim, right? But I don't know if they have knowledge of God or not. I don't know if they're making a knowledge claim, right? We'll use the Gnostic so it's not telling me anything about their knowledge either.
Exactly, but what I'm saying,
why does that matter? We're not caring about the knowledge portion of it. I mean, I love the landscape thing that Alex uses, great, but that's where I'm getting to, of the implications of this particular chart to what you guys refutation of it not being first. Let me hold on, I have my notes here. All right, the first thing and this is what you said that first, using the term atheism to say that I do not believe in God doesn't tell you what the person actually believes. Correct.
That's
just like if I said I do not believe in the non-existence of God. That doesn't tell you what you believe, what the theist believes.
And that you said was a definitive problem for using the term in that particular way, because you want to know what a person believes, correct? Mm-hmm. But the thing is that your position that you hold now, that you said you're a theist, you're an agnostic. An agnostic has the same position as an atheist, as I'm defining an atheist. And the reason why I'm saying that is because
that's why the problem is. Right, exactly.
So,
that's why we think that's a problem.
So hold on. So an agnostic, as you said your position is, it seems like the agnostic position also invalid, because you're not telling me. Hold on. You're not telling me what you believe. Hold on.
I believe the question is unanswerable. That is my belief. I believe I have no answer to that question because I lack a belief in the B not P and the not B not P position, right? So agnosticism is both. It's in the way I'm using it is not B not P, not B P. So in both those cases, I don't believe P and I don't believe not P. So it is telling
All
you
right,
what
so
I
but
believe.
now
It's telling you I believe I can't answer the question.
But you see what you're doing? You're saying I don't believe, I don't believe. I agree, you don't believe. So tell me what you do believe.
I believe I can't answer the question. There's only two things. There's only two
If I ask you,
propositions you can have.
do you believe? Hold on. If I'm asking you, do you believe a God exists? You tell me no. If I say, do you believe a God does not exist? You tell me no. You've still not told me what you believe. You told me you don't believe that. You don't believe that. I'm asking you, what do you believe?
But that's the only way that an agnostic can answer the question. That's like saying, hey, you're an agnostic. Tell me what you believe. I don't know what God means. Well, tell me what you believe. I don't know what you mean by God. Well, tell me what you believe. They're answering the question. But they're not answering
do you
it
understand
the way you want it to mean, right? But agnostic can't answer the question, right? They can't tell you what they believe because they don't know what God means, right?
But do you understand that the agnostic is in the same position?
No, they're not. The agnostic has formula.
The
agnostic has suspended judgment on the claim.
Let me finish the point. Just let me finish the point. When I ask a lack of belief in a God, and you ask me, well, it doesn't tell me what you believe, and then you say I'm agnostic. Telling me what you believe either. You're telling me that you don't believe the atheist and you don't believe the theist, and you're not telling me what you believe.
I believe I don't believe either one.
They are so. For the atheist is actually a refutation for your own agnostic position, because again, you're not telling me what you believe. You're telling me that you don't believe the atheist.
What you believe. You're not listening, MP. I believe I cannot answer the question. I don't have a stance. I believe I have no stance on the ontological existence of a God or the non-existence of a God. That is my belief. I cannot answer the question. You keep on saying I'm not telling you what I believe. I am telling you what I believe.
All right.
You're forcing an ontological position that I do not have. Now, yes, the actual ontology of God's existence is a dichotomy. Either he exists or he does not exist, or some God. Well, do you realize when I say God, I'm just using it some God exists, right? The proposition some God exists. We're just for the sake of argument. Can we just say God, right? Because we all know what we mean by it, right? We don't have to get into like the nuances of like, oh, is it a Hindu God, Christian God? Just any God, okay? Right?
Any God.
Okay. So I am telling you what I believe. I'm telling you I believe I can't answer the question. I can't evaluate it, so I've suspended judgment on it.
So Steve, so if I use as atheism that it's a lack of belief that God exists, or I do not believe that God exists, and I use your same logic now, what you just said, well, I can't answer the question. I just don't believe.
Then all you're doing
that should be hold on. That should be acceptable.
No, because all you're doing is take the agnostic position. You're just taking the agnostic MP. You're just taking agnosticism and calling it atheism. That's all you're doing.
I'm not. You taking
are.
Agnosticism.
Well, first
what
of all,
I'm saying,
I have said no. Hang on, MP. I have said now twice. I lack a belief in the proposition, and I lack a belief in the not proposition. You just saying you lack a belief in the proposition doesn't tell me anything because you haven't given me any other information to determine whether you're agnostic or philosophical atheist. Right? I've at least given you more information. Right? If you say you lack a belief, are you promoting the agnostic position where you lack a belief in both proposition and not proposition, or you just lack a belief in one of the propositions and calling that atheism? I don't know.
Now, Steve, listen to what you just said. You just said a couple of things. The first thing you said is, I lack a belief in blah, and I lack a belief in blah. And then when I say, well, you're not telling me what you believe, you say, then you change. You say, no, I don't know what I believe.
Right.
But
that's not what I said. That's not what I said. Quit strawmanning, MP. This is what bugs me when you do this. Don't strawman me. I said, I'm telling you what I believe because I believe. Wait. I believe I cannot answer the question, so therefore I've suspended judgment on it. And because of that belief, it comes out to be I do not believe either one. So I am telling you what I believe. You're kind of putting the apple cart before the horse.
Well, you keep saying, I tell you what I believe. I do not believe either one. You understand how you're double talking? You say I believe.
It's not I don't double believe talk. Either. I believe I cannot answer the question. So as a result of that, what is the natural extension of me not being able to answer that question?
Okay. Do you believe a God exists? No. Do you not? Do you believe gods don't exist? No. So
that's not what I said. Again. Either I believe that God exists or I believe he does not exist. No.
I'm asking you the question. Do you believe a God exists? You're going to say no. Do you believe God does not exist? You're going to say no. I would say, what do you believe?
Yeah. I believe I do not know if there's a God or God's existence or God's non-existence. I believe I do not know whether he exists or not. I cannot answer the question.
Just to be clear, you don't know what you believe.
Well, no, I mean, I probably have a belief. I mean, I believe that, I mean, I don't have a God belief, right? As an agnostic, I don't hold a God belief, right? But I'm not saying I believe God does not exist, right? Because that would be a philosophical atheist, right? But I don't hold
but you
a
lack
God
a belief.
I
You
don't
lack a
hold-
belief that God
Yes.
exists.
Yeah, of
Lack
course.
a belief that God exists.
All agnostics lack a
And then
belief.
when I ask,
Do
then
not
you
all
say,
agnostics
I
lack a
believe
belief?
that.
I don't know why this is so confusing. Everybody in the live feed gets it. Everybody in here gets it. I don't know why it's so confusing to you, MP. I'm hoping Alex can straighten you out, but I think that you're there's something just not working here. That's just not. I don't know how else to explain it. I know Lucifer Almighty gets it. I know Uriah Christensen gets it. They're in the live chat going, God, MP, this is not that hard.
It isn't this hard, but when you say I believe that I lack a
Lynette
belief,
gets it.
that's it starts. It's not making any
No.
sense.
I'm
And I'm
not saying
trying
I
to
believe
just
I
trying
lack
to
a belief.
flush
What I'm
out
saying is
what you're talking about.
What I said is, I believe I cannot properly answer the question. I don't have enough information to answer the question. Right? I suspended judgment. Do you know what suspend judgment on a proposition is? It means to reserve evaluation of it. Because of that,
the problem that
there's not a problem with that. That's anybody can do that. You don't have to evaluate a proposition. It doesn't throw you in a default proposition either way.
Let me get my thought out.
Yeah, go ahead.
What I'm saying is that your refutation, you're saying that the use of atheist, the word atheist, as a lack of belief, doesn't allow you to understand what the person actually believes, and that was one of your issues about it, of using it in that particular sense.
Because there's two things they could be. They could be a philosophical atheist, or they could be an agnostic. Correct?
Hold on.
Correct.
Just let me finish. Let me finish my point. I understand this is touch and go, but let me just finish my point. And yes, there are other things you could be, but what I'm saying is it's the umbrella, under the umbrella term. If you say, I do not believe that a God exists, that statement, that not affirming that claim, makes you an atheist. And I'm saying, if I'm using it in that way, I think it's correct. Now, when you now say, no, I'm going to use it as the claim, I believe that gods do not exist. When you're using it in that particular way, and then you say both an agnostic, as you said, does not hold the belief that, or lacks the belief in the atheist position, and then they also lack the belief in the theist position. And I say, well, then what do you believe? You're not telling me what you believe. You're just saying that you lack belief in both positions.
If you're talking about this proposition, I cannot tell you what I believe on something I cannot answer. Do you not get that, MP? But there's a huge difference between me not being able to tell you something because of lack of information, right? What's the square root of 1,536.5551? Well, who the fuck knows? You can't tell me because you don't have the information yet. You can go probably, look it up or something, but you can't give me an answer right away. Let me finish.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I am telling you something when I'm telling you I lack a belief in both things. I'm telling you I'm agnostic. If you say I lack a belief in God, you have two positions you could possibly be referring to, right? You have
yes.
You could be a philosophical agnostic, which we'll accept as a person who believes God does not exist. Will you do that? We'll call that a philosophical atheist, so we know what we're talking about. Is that cool?
Okay.
All right, so you could be a philosophical atheist, or you could be an agnostic. I don't know which one to be referring to. If I say I'm an agnostic, you know exactly what I'm referring to. I don't have a position either way. Right? I lack a belief either way. But I lack a belief in God, and I actually lack a belief in a non-God. So I am telling you something by taking the agnostic position. You're not telling me which position you're taking. See the problem? You're just saying I lack a belief. Well, you know what? There's two positions that have a lack of belief. Actually, there's multiple. Any non-theist lacks a belief. You could be an ichtheist. I don't know. You could be a theological cognitivist. I have no idea. You could be, a skepticist. Again, any position under the non-theist header lacks a belief. That's why it's so vague.
Now, can I respond?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
All right. Now, if we were to use the same reasoning for, let's say, theists, let's instead of, maybe we've hit the head here with this. I lack a belief in both positions, but I tell you what I believe because I lack belief. Let me just go to the theist. If I say
it's not what I said again, but go ahead. For a lawyer, I've never seen a lawyer just take somebody's straw man so many times. I say I lack a belief and be able to have a proposition.
Well, hold on. There's only two questions, and I keep asking you those two questions. You keep saying, "Do you believe X? Do you believe Y?" You say no and no, and I say, "Well, what do you believe?" And you tell me you believe something else. The two questions on the table are: do you believe in X? Do you believe in Y? And you're telling me you believe in Z. That it's making no sense. But even without that, I want to move past that, and I want to say, okay, let's say a theist, and I say, "Do you believe in God?" And they say yes. I can also make the same argument that you're making now and say, well, you're not telling me what you do not believe. And I could even go even further. And I can say, well, what type of theist you are? You're not telling me that you're a Christian, you're a Muslim. That
Right. There's different
it,
right. There's different
and the
subcategories of
same with
theism,
theists.
but
And
all of them,
the same with theists.
all of them.
It doesn't matter for theists. If you
Oh
say
God.
I'm a theist, then it blankets you to say yes. And if you want to know more information, well, what type of
No,
theist are
MP.
you?
This is again where you get
No, I'm Muslim.
confused.
You can
All
say this.
theists,
But
oh
hold
my
on, Steve.
God.
You went through it. I just want to make sure I finished what
Sure,
I'm
go
saying.
ahead.
And then when I'm using atheist in this particular way as the umbrella term, you're right. There could be fine details. You could be strong. There's a whole bunch of other terms that you can use that you can qualify it with, but the one connection that they all have is that they do not believe in God, and that's what I'm defining as an atheist. And I believe the refutation that you placed out there, that it doesn't tell you what you believe, is the same refutation that I can use for your position as an agnostic, because again, you're telling me that you don't believe either one of these positions.
Okay, this is where you completely fall down, MP, and this is going to be explained to you again very simply. All theists have a belief that God exists. They all have a belief that God exists. Not all non-theists are saying they believe God does not exist. There's a difference. So all theists do have one thing in common. They have a belief that a God exists. Under the non-theist position, there are positions that don't say I believe God does not exist. An atheist wouldn't. Theological cognitivism wouldn't. Agnostic wouldn't. Atheism is the only position under non-theism that says I believe God does not exist for philosophical atheism. So you're comparing completely different things. I am an agnostic. I do not say I believe God does not exist, right? Right? I say I do not believe God exists and I do not believe gods do not exist. I lack a belief in either proposition. Or either the
Okay.
proposition or the not proposition of it. But a theist, all of them
And
have one thing in
but you're
common.
saying there's a problem.
I believe. Right? So
But you're
BP.
saying, but all atheists have that same thing in common. I do not believe.
Right.
Would you agree?
But they also have that in common with every other
Okay.
position in non-theism. So what? That's why
Yes,
that's
but now, what you're doing, you're shifting on, because I'm using, and again,
no.
if you're using your definition, if you're using your definition of atheism, yes, you're right. It doesn't work. But if you're using my definition of atheism as more or less non-theism, as you use non-theism, then it does work. It works the same way as theism works for everybody who believes in a God. Atheism works for everybody who does not believe in a God.
But
I'm sorry, just
it
quick
doesn't.
thing. What's the difference between your two definitions?
Well,
I'm having a bit of trouble distinguishing
I,
them.
the way I'm using it is I'm using the definition as not belief. Atheist is I do not believe in a God, and Steve is using it as atheism is I believe gods do not exist. So Steve is using it as a belief claim. I'm using it as a rejection of the belief claim.
Steve, does that sound about right?
That's the Matt Dillahunty way, like the way he does it. Like I believe that the belief claim is not justified.
Yeah, the way MP and Matt Dillahunty want to do this negative atheism is they're saying this is based upon what's called the presumption of atheism by Anthony Flew. Did you ever eventually read that, MP?
Say it again.
Did you ever read the presumption of atheism by Anthony Flew?
No.
This is what it all boils down to. Was this one paper that Anthony Flew had back in the 70s? I believe it was 75 or something, where he was promoting this position of negative atheism to try to avoid any kind of burden or justification by saying that a theist has a burden and that the atheist does not. It was overwhelmingly rejected by philosophers. He eventually became a deist too, by the way, so he didn't even believe his own argument. So this whole push to have negative atheism has only been around a couple decades, and it was squashed back in the 70s for these very reasons, because it was vague, it was intellectually dishonest. They called it. They did not accept Flew's arguments for these. And so, yeah, you could use these definitions. Nobody's saying you can't. There's no right or wrong definition, right? There's nothing that's saying this has to be used. Nobody's ever made that argument.
Oh no, I'm not saying I'm not arguing that either one is the one that if we're having a conversation and you want to use it and I know the way you're using it, you define it, then we can have a fulfilling conversation with that definition. I have no problem with that. The only thing I'm saying is that the refutations that you were using to say why you can't use it as a lack of belief, I thought, and that's what I was trying to explain.
I never said you can't
didn't
use
work
it.
because it actually refuted your own position.
No,
that was the thing, because again, it's a lack of belief in the God claim, and yours is a lack of belief not only in the God claim but in the not God claim, the gods don't exist. And in one position you're saying, well, it doesn't tell me what you believe. And then when I ask you, okay, for the agnostics, it doesn't tell me what they believe either, you some ways say it does, which it doesn't, because it literally is defined as not believing that claim and not believing that claim.
Okay, MP, if I say I believe I cannot properly evaluate this question, so I suspend judgment on the proposition, does that tell you what I believe?
Say it one more time.
I believe I cannot properly evaluate the proposition, therefore I suspend judgment on the proposition. Does that tell you what I believe?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, because it says I believe. Okay. So as an effect of that, right, the effect of me saying I believe I cannot evaluate the proposition, I would automatically do not believe P and I do not believe not P. Would you not say that's true as an extension of me saying I believe I cannot properly evaluate the proposition, so I suspend judgment on it? Would you say that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Then it is telling you what I believe. When I say, I'm just telling you that I don't believe P and I don't believe not P. It is telling you what I believe because it goes back to what I said before. I believe I cannot properly evaluate the proposition. That's what it means. Just say I believe.
Is it necessary for agnostic to say, I do not believe gods exist? And they must also say, I do not believe gods do not exist. It isn't. These two statements are necessary for you to be agnostic.
Or all they have to say is, I suspend judgment, and it says the same thing, right?
No, because if they don't affirm the theistic claim, then they are a non-theist using your definition. And if they don't affirm the atheistic claim, they are not an atheist, which is kind of crazy to say, but they are not an atheist.
That's not crazy. That's philosophical.
So they lack belief in both positions.
Yes.
And then when I ask you, well, then what do they believe? You're telling me that they believe that they hold no judgment.
Right, and you just agreed those are natural extensions of somebody saying, I believe that I can't properly evaluate the question. That is telling you what they believe. They're not telling you about the belief of the... Hang on, they're not telling you about the belief of the ontological nature of God because they can't answer the question.
No, I'm not asking you about the ontological nature. What I'm asking you is that you use that point to refute the point that why you can't use atheism as a lack of belief.
I never said you can't use it. Stop saying that. That's the fourth time you said this. You can use any definitions you want. It's just not vague to me.
All right, you're right. You said you're correct. I'm sorry. You were saying that this is the reason why it was a problem using it in this particular way, but I'm showing you that problem also holds true for the position that you hold, which is agnosticism.
I just told you
because it's a rejection. It's a rejection of two beliefs, and I understand why you're trying to make it into a belief claim, but inherently it is a rejection of two belief claims. It is a rejection.
MP, wait, they're not trying to. Not a belief claim. Okay, go look at any definition of agnosticism. Agnosticism is the belief that, and then it has the explanation. Agnosticism is a belief claim. Agnostics believe something.
It is a rejection of both.
Not. MP, go look it up. Go look it up. There's no. MP, trust me.
Maybe we're gonna have a problem here.
Yeah, agnostics.
But I am under this.
Is a belief claim. Let's ask. I want to do a straw poll. Who thinks agnosticism is a belief claim? And you can go look, and it says anywhere you look, agnosticism is the belief. Blah blah blah. That means it's a belief position. How could you say it's not a belief position? It's not anything. It's not a knowledge position. I'm not saying I don't know. It's a belief claim that I don't have the knowledge to properly answer this question.
The reason why it's a lack of belief claim is because you were saying I don't believe. You're saying I don't believe the theist and I don't believe the atheist, and now you're saying that's a belief claim.
Because I believe I cannot answer the question.
That is the thing. I don't believe with atheists. I don't believe with theists. But then
give me
it's
the
a belief
logic.
claim.
Give me the.
It's not. It makes no lot. It just logically doesn't make sense.
Okay,
I understand
show
why
me
you
the
want
logic
it to
then.
make sense,
Okay,
but it doesn't.
Okay, if I say I believe, I cannot answer this question. Give me the logic that it turns into for the proposition, because that logically goes to B not P, not B not P, or I mean B not P, not B not P. Right? That is what it logically goes into. I believe neither one. So I believe, right? I don't believe. Excuse me. I don't believe, which is going to be not B. I don't believe P, and I don't believe not P. Sorry. So it's not. It's not B, P, and not B not P.
So you don't believe. You don't believe. But that's a belief claim. That's exactly what you're saying right now.
I don't believe.
I know everybody in the live chat is hearing this and saying, Steve is right, Steve is right.
Yeah.
Why you say, I don't believe, but this is a belief claim.
Yeah, every one of them in the live chat is saying I'm right.
These people don't know what they're talking about, because you yourself are sitting here saying, I don't believe, and yet that's a belief claim.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
You need to rewind the tape here.
MP, listen. Not B, not P. Is I do not believe that gods do not exist. Not B, P is I do not believe gods exist. A P is the proposition, some gods exist. So agnostic holds a not B position for both the P and the not P. Everybody in the live chat gets it. Hunter gets it. The Midge gets it. No Faith's getting it. Everybody watching right now seems to understand this.
The way I see it is, it's the steps. It's the steps to believing.
Are you watching the live chat?
Those simple steps in believing, those are the belief. Like,
and no,
yeah,
MP is not.
I don't think everybody believes it.
MP is not a moron. He's definitely a very, very intelligent, articulate, brilliant guy in his field. But he doesn't understand this at all. But that doesn't make him a moron. This is a one issue type of thing. He's definitely extremely intelligent. So please don't. He's my friend too.
No.
Yeah. I don't want to call him.
No. People saying
people talking shit. That's ridiculous. Yeah, because
come on. If you present your ideas in a public forum, you're gonna get that. That's
I know, but you're my friend. You're my friend. I know you're very intelligent.
Yeah, you're coming at it cogently too. You know, you're not like belligerent dumb. You know, like you have put a lot of thought in what you say, and in ways it makes sense, in ways it doesn't. You know, so that's what makes this beautiful. This forum is that we all have thoughts. So everyone in there that's talking shit, fuck them.
Oh yeah. That doesn't bother me. But even getting back to the point, I understand. Steve's, I do understand your argument, and you're wanting to make agnosticism into a belief claim.
It is a belief claim. Stop saying that. I'm not wanting to. Go look it up. Go take 5 minutes.
Inherently, and even when you look at it, when you place this in a logic table and you pull it out, you'll see it is actually not a belief claim.
Okay.
It is not. It cannot tell you what you believe. If you want to. If you want to just pull out the logic right now, we can actually put it forth in the logic table.
Google it first.
No, it's not.
Google it first. Google quotes. Atheism is the belief.
If I Google atheism, it's going to tell me it's a lack of belief.
No, but
you told me that's wrong. Hang on. Now you're telling me to Google another term to show me that it's right. Now we can't do that.
Use philosophical sources. That narrows it down. Google and go to Oxford. Go to Stanford. Go to Cambridge. Go to any philosophical source and find out what agnosticism is. Don't use a web. Don't use a colloquial dictionary. Every one of them tells you agnosticism is the belief. It's a belief position. It's definitely not a knowledge position. It's a belief that you can't answer the question.
That's even different, because I honestly think agnosticism is more of a lack of knowledge position than a belief position. But we can we can disagree, because I don't mind using the position that you're holding. But I do think that there's an issue here.
Can I try something? I think I see the issue here between your thinking. The thing that Steve is going on is he's saying that agnosticism is a belief which is informed by a lack of knowledge or belief, etc.
Yeah,
it's informed by that, but agnosticism in itself is the belief that you don't have knowledge or
you can't, if you're
a particular
not,
other belief.
Yeah,
or can't or don't, etc.
Yeah, Huxley.
I think that's it. I think that's the issue here.
Yeah, a Huxley and agnostic would say that you can't know knowledge either way. I believe knowledge of God, one way or another, is unknowable. That's a Huxleyan belief. That's Huxleyan agnosticism, which I do not hold to. That would be Xbox or HANA hold to that. But that is a belief. I believe I cannot answer the question because the knowledge of God's existence is unknowable either way. That is a belief claim.
Yeah, it's the belief. It's the belief that is informed by a lack of knowledge, which I think is where you two are differing on this.
Does that make sense? I believe not, and this is for a Huxleyan. I don't actually believe this, but let's say I'm a Huxleyan agnostic. I believe that God's knowledge of his existence, ontologically speaking, in the universe is unknowing. Therefore, there's no way to even formulate a position either way. That would be in line with what a Huxleyan agnostic would say.
The way I see it is, it's the beliefs, it's the thought process that brought you to either the belief or non-belief. Those small little thoughts like, okay, I think this brings me closer to non-belief. Those little thoughts and nuances, those are the actual beliefs. Like once you get closer to whatever you believe or not believe, those are the beliefs. And the conclusion is I believe or I don't believe.
Yeah.
It's coming up to that. Those are beliefs also. So it's all beliefs. I believe. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, there is, and well, you're right because look at. I love Alex's landscape that he put out on his blog, called Use of Reason, called What is Atheism To? It's great. It's a landscape dealing with belief and knowledge. It's wonderfully done. But in simplistic terms, we're dealing right now only with belief claims. Knowledge doesn't even need to be a part of it. I don't know why you would even bring knowledge into it until you've even got the basic things down of what is a belief, right? Agnosticism, atheism, theism are all belief positions. They're not telling anybody what you know, right? Or what you say you know. Now you could modify those and say, look, I'm a theist and I know God exists. I think it's a hell of a burden to prove to make. I think only a few could actually make their burden of proof to warrant that. It doesn't mean you have to prove God. It just means you need to give enough evidence to why you think you know. People don't have to agree with you. Like General, I think
that's
General
satisfactory to you.
Yeah.
That's satisfactory to your wants and
Yeah.
needs, or what you need to believe. Yeah.
I mean, General, do you make the knowledge claim or do you make just a belief claim?
It's for me, it's knowledge first.
Okay. So when you make a burden of proof for your knowledge claim, you're not demonstrating God's existence. You're just demonstrating evidence to why you feel you're warranted to believe that God exists. Correct? That you call that knowledge.
Yeah, I mean
Yes.
that was the first thing that happened when I was migrating towards Christianity. It was theoretical knowledge first, and then a subjective belief after.
Yeah, and I tell you, an atheist would say the same thing. An atheist says, "I know God doesn't exist." Well, they need to give warrant to why they hold that particular position. And I think each one is pretty hard to do, but it's not impossible by any means. But it's a lot heavier burden than just saying "I believe" one way or another. Does it not? Is it not? Right? I mean, if I just say "I believe God does not exist," that's a hell of a lot less burden upon me than saying "I know God does not exist." Correct? Anyone?
So you're asking me?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So wait, repeat that again.
If I say I believe God does not exist, that's a lot less burden I have, a justificatory burden, than saying I know God does not exist. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So you have to demonstrate sufficiently. Like again, even in science, you don't have to have exhaustive knowledge. So the model, as long as the model is sufficient enough to suggest that there's no God, then by all means, I'm happy to hear it.
What of us who say that we just don't think the evidence is sufficient to believe?
Well, same thing. That's a warrant. You can say that. You can say, look, I believe gods do not exist because I have insufficient evidence being presented to me to have me to justify a belief that God exists. I will evaluate new evidence as the time comes in. I'm a temporal agnostic for the same reason. I can say I'm not been convinced of either side, so I'm suspending judgment on it. There's nothing wrong with that. You're not making a truth claim. You're not saying, look, God does not exist because of the failure to prove that he does. that would be an argument from ignorance, right? By definition,
But,
right?
but aren't we? But it's not really a belief claim, is it? I mean, I come to this as a skeptic on UFOs, so I don't think the case for UFOs has been proven because the evidence sucks. So, am I making a belief claim against UFOs, or am I simply saying evidence isn't sufficient, no reason
It's
to
up
believe
you.
in it?
I say I believe aliens exist, and I'm willing to give justification for that. If you say I believe aliens don't exist, give justification for it. If you say I'm agnostic on it, which you can, right? Because agnosticism is a lot more contextual than any other position. People can say I'm agnostic on a certain thing, right? Then you still need to give why. I mean, what has neither position convinced you? Okay, that's a general warrant, right? I mean, you just say, look, at either side, I haven't found anything that sways me either way. That at least explains why you're agnostic, right?
But I'm getting back to your idea of how you're saying that it is a belief claim. For me, I'm not making a belief claim against UFOs. I'm simply saying, and UFOs are a lot different than aliens. I mean, that's a whole different
UFOs
topic.
exist. Yeah, we all know UFOs exist. What they are, who the hell is probably it's all natural. I think. I don't think it's actually aliens, but yeah, UFOs are just anything that's unidentified. But
Right, UFOs existing as something non-prosaic. However, that's something I don't think that there's evidence for. So my position would be that the evidence is not good enough. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not, but I'm not making a belief claim. Just like when I say the evidence for God is not sufficient, I'm an agnostic. Therefore, I'm not making a belief claim that God does not exist, and I don't agree with the definition that says, you affirm that it cannot be known. I don't know if it could be known or not.
Right, but here's the thing. You're right. You're not making a belief claim in regards to the ontology of God. You're making a belief claim that you don't know how to answer it. It's a different belief claim, but you're still making a belief claim. Hey, Carrie, good to see you, man. Nice of you to drop in.
These were my very first golden words on Google Hangouts. So I'll go back to mute. And,
Lance,
you will live in infamy.
Lance, did I bust your cherry, Lance? Because I know you're in the live chat always, but a lot. But is this the first hangout you've ever been in?
Yeah, first time. Yeah.
Cherry
Steve
Buster.
Steve busted.
I got another one. I need a song for every time that happens. Dun dun dun.
Yeah.
Cherry Buster.
She's my cherry pie.
But one thing I definitely want to address is this whole thing about the burden too. I think by addressing atheism as this, I believe gods do not exist. You've now also put a burden that is unobtainable for the person for the atheist and the theist. Hold on. Let me finish with the theist's claim. I believe that claim.
Well, hang on.
I'm trying to make the point.
Yeah, hang on. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to make the point. All right. Well, what I'm saying is that for a theist to say I believe in God, that's in some way they can, in a very narrow scope, maybe even prove that to be true. Some theists will even say it is true. They can, do something miraculous that'll prove it, or even something can happen to you that can prove it to be true. It's something that is obtainable. I think let's just say to prove that gods do not exist, I think it's something that is unobtainable because, for instance, it's just like saying, if someone says, I don't believe, can you prove to me that there are no pink unicorns in the universe? There's no way that you can evaluate that claim because we don't have the technology to evaluate. Now, one day we may have the ability to search the whole universe and make sure that claim is not true. There's no pink unicorns in the whole universe, but we can't evaluate that claim. So in this respect, the burden upon the atheist is unobtainable, but the burden upon the theist is obtainable. And that's generally why we do not.
Okay, wait,
Well, I'm gonna show
we
you
do not accept.
wrong. Let's do a
But now, hold on,
dialogue.
just to be clear.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I just want to say one thing because I think I might see where there's an issue here, is that at least in colloquial language, a lot of people seem to treat the word belief and know in a kind of synonymous manner, at the very least in colloquial language. So you say if you believe something, it's implied that that thing is known to that person in some capacity. Whereas I feel in this kind of conversation, at the very least, Steve is trying to make a distinction between know and believe. For example, I think he's using a believe in a kind of an abstract way in which it could apply to anything like you believe this, that, the other thing, maybe not necessarily with proof or with evidence, just belief. It doesn't have to be rational, just it's a thing that you hold to. It's not necessarily a thing that you know, it's just a thing that is held to. So we say maybe a person believes that there is no God. He means that I think it's more or less in the same ballpark as the kind of beliefs, sort of like it's not the same as no, there is no God, because I think we're kind of confusing a terminology here.
Okay. Here, let me show. I do agree with him. There's certain things we can prove to non-existence, but not objects, right? We can't prove that pink unicorns don't exist. Agreed. But we can make prove. We can say certain things are proved can't be possible, right? You can't take a square root of a negative number and get a non-imaginary number, right? Something like that. We can prove these things, right? But you can't prove there's no purple unicorns in the universe, right? But I can say I believe there's no purple unicorns in the universe because I've never seen anything that would to show me that such a state, ontologically speaking, could exist, right? So I'm going to hold a tentative position that I don't believe in them until such time I have evidence that warrants my belief that such an animal exists, and then I'll change my position. But here, let me show how easy to justify atheism is. Okay, hey General. Ask me to justify my atheism. Let's just pretend I'm an atheist. So say, General Steve, give me your burning justification for atheism.
Yeah. So what's your burden of justification?
Well, I hold atheism because I find that the problem of evil is unsurmountable with the Christian deity, because a all-encompassing, loving, benevolent being could not have evil into the world because it's not synonymous with those kinds of conditions. So the fact that evil exists in the world, to me, doesn't allow for such an existence of a God to exist. Therefore, I believe that God does not exist.
Well,
There, boom, done. You met your burden.
There. That's what I say. That's exactly what I say.
How hard is that?
Steve, maybe I'm the only person.
One second.
But you refer to the Christian God, and then you apply that to all
no,
gods.
I know. I get that. I get that. MP, stop. Did we say at the beginning we're gonna be focusing on the Christian God because that's what we're all kind of talking about? We can make it to other gods.
All right, no. Maybe I missed that. Maybe I missed that point because
Can I
what
say
I'm
something?
talking about is trying to refute the point that gods exist.
I can apply it to any God. I can make it a justification for any God.
Hello.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Go ahead.
So go ahead. Go ahead, Hunter.
All right. Okay. So then, exhausted the criticisms that can be laid out against that position. So, the Christian message and the theology and the data that's presented within the biblical text, and especially in the New Testament, is that evil to be maximized is a necessary component for glorification.
And that,
the
that's
maximized form
your
of evil in this
justification,
case.
right? That's your justification.
Yeah. So this is it's not even mine.
But I think if one less person,
I could be an atheist.
If one less child dies because of SIDS or something like that, then it's a better world.
Atheist right now. I could be an atheist right now and take the same text and say, hey, by the way, Steve, my fellow atheist friend, this piece of data is saying, well, you actually need evil, in this case, maximum evil on Jesus himself, in order for this certain outcome to take place. Now, how do you respond to that?
Well, what is maximum evil?
And why do you call the Bible data when it isn't?
Because it is data.
What's data? It's data. Sure, it's information. I'll concede that point. It's data that we evaluate. But when we say maximum evil, upon Christ, what does it have to do with maximum evil in the world? If there's one less evil deed done, isn't that not a better world?
Is there a range of how bad something can be?
I think there's a gradient. Yeah, I mean some things are worse
than
other things. Sure.
You could call it probably in physics terms. You could say maximum entropy or something.
Yeah, but entropy is actually a measure of something. Entropy is amount of unusable energy in a system. We have something we can quantify.
Yeah, sure.
That.
I know.
Excuse me. Oh my goodness. How do we quantify?
You have to try and apply this metaphysically.
Yeah, how do we quantify evil? But I think we're losing the thread here a little bit, General. My point being is that whether you agree with my justification or not, my justification is a warrant to why I would be an atheist. It's not that hard to discharge. It's done. An atheist has a much easier time being an atheist than a theist does a theist, in my opinion.
Steve, do you mind?
No, because
no, I don't. Go ahead. By the way, one second, General. Let's get
the fact that
okay. Go ahead. I'll get you in a second, Kerry. General, go ahead.
exists and there's a solution to evil.
Well, I know. No,
Why
I'm
haven't
not.
you?
I'm not,
Why haven't you?
I'm not using the argument from
Second,
evil
why,
as
in your morality, why haven't you used that variable called solution to the problem that Christianity offers? Why haven't you analyzed that and produced it within your model?
I didn't. We'll talk about the problem of evil another time. I'm only using an example, right? I'm not an atheist, so I don't think that the argument of evil is a perfect argument. I think it's a good argument. But yeah, Kerry, welcome, my friend. You know, I don't think
Thank you.
This is the first time you've joined us.
In your channel, yes.
Yeah. Oh. In any hangout or just mine?
Is my volume okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, we can.
Is this the first time you've been into my hangout? I know you obviously been in the live chat on the Great Debate and all that, but I mean, have you actually been in the hangout before?
Yeah, I've been on the New Covenant group, but I haven't been on your channel before.
Okay, close enough. Still a virgin. Go ahead, man.
It feels good. I just had a couple of points because my time's limited, so I have to take off, but I might be able to come back later. But at any rate, I took some. I have some disagreement when MP was talking about the burden being unobtainable for the atheistic side, and I think you just touched on that. But my question really for MP was, from his point of view, what is a belief? What does it mean to believe something? Because he's talking about how agnosticism is not a belief. What does he think it means to believe something?
What I think it means to believe something is to accept the proposition, but I'm understanding it to be, let's say, when I read Alex's when I read his blog post, I like the way he coached it. I'm going to use that same example.
He's brilliant.
It's more or less, it's the lowest level of confidence you can have in a proposition. I believe this to be true. You don't really have to justify a belief claim. You can say I believe something. You can have really no justification for it. You can just believe it. And then when you are using that in the context of knowledge, it's a higher level of confidence you have in that proposition. So I'm understanding belief to be in that context.
Okay, so that I would agree with that, except that I don't think very many people, except those people that you might call crazy, I don't think anybody believes something without having a reason to believe it. So I think that if you believe something, that means that you hold it to be true. It's a position that you hold.
Dostastically, right? It's a dostastic position.
I agree with that. Yeah.
So if I find myself equally convinced by both ends of the spectrum in the great debate question, which is, does a God exist? Or equally unconvinced, as it were, that is a position that I hold. That is a doxastic state. I've evaluated the arguments on both sides, and I've concluded that they're both, I've concluded that it's equally likely that either one is correct. So to me, agnosticism most definitely is a belief because it's a position that you hold.
Well, I disagree with that. And the reason why I disagree with that is because I think you're confusing the belief versus lack of belief or not belief. And for belief claims, you cannot it's a contradiction to say you believe, and I believe in X and I believe not X at the same time. That's a contradiction.
But that's not what a Gnostic does.
No, but hold on. Steve, let me finish my point. I'm not saying that's what an agnostic does. I'm definitely not saying that. You can, as in agnosticism, hold the belief that the two propositions aren't true. I don't believe X and I don't believe Y. And the example that I like to use is the example of gumballs. And if somebody brought a jar of gumballs and said, do you believe that they're even? You can say no. And then if someone else says, well, do you believe that they're odd? You can also say no. You can hold those two beliefs because you can't really evaluate the claim. And that's what Steve is saying agnosticism is. I can't evaluate the claim. I don't believe God exists, or I don't believe gods do not exist. Now, when you say I believe something, I don't believe you can hold contradictory views on something.
Right, you can't say I believe they're even odd at the same time, right?
And that's why I would say I disagree with what Carrie just said.
But that's not what Carrie just said, though.
That is the reason why I understood it, and that's why I'm saying I disagree.
Carrie, I didn't read that in any way, shape, or form what you said to what he just said.
But I mean,
Right.
that brings up the question, though: can you possibly have a number that's not even or odd, an irrational number, for instance, like e or pi? Like, could you have that possibility existing, where it's not a definitive value? You can only approximate it.
Actually, pi. Actually, I know this one. Pi actually is. Oh my goodness, I don't remember.
But pi
I
is
don't remember.
transcendental and also irrational.
Yeah, but didn't they? I know it's transcendental and also irrational, but
Can I just follow up with MP, and then I'm going to get offline here because I have to.
because I don't think he really took your position very correctly.
No,
Cause,
maybe I misunderstood it. So yeah, I'd like to hear what he says.
Sure, and I'll try to come back later, but I don't. Okay, I think that we're. When you say I believe, that's not the only way that a belief is manifested. If you mean to say that in order to have a belief, you have to say or think, I believe this, then we're falling victim to the inadequacies of language. You can hold a position that does not start with the words I believe, yet it's still a belief. It's still a doxastic state. So when you reject the positive and you reject the negative, or the odd and even and the gumball, you are evaluating those claims and you are reaching a conclusion based on that evaluation. That is a belief state, even though you would not say, I believe blah, blah, blah. So with that, I'll listen to your response, and then I'm going to leave the hangout and possibly come back later. But I appreciate your input, MP.
Oh, no, I actually agree with what you're saying, and that would be my answer for when I was trying to explain to Steve why I believe it would be appropriate to use the word atheist as a lack of belief, because just like you're saying, you're making an evaluation on the claim and coming to a position. And the argument against using it as the definition, I do not believe a God exists, was that it doesn't tell you what you believe. But as you just eloquently put, it actually does, because you've made an evaluation and said, well, I don't believe this claim. And just like Steve is saying with agnostics are evaluating both the theistic position and the atheistic position and are saying, I do not believe these claims. And that is in of itself a position of belief, as you're saying. So I do agree. And that was my refutation of why I thought that what he was saying about using the definition of atheism as I was using it didn't really follow, because of, again, I don't think I could put it.
I don't see how you're saying that you say I don't believe something is answering the question that you believe. I don't see how you're even making the comparison. If you say I do not believe God exists, you're not telling me either you're a philosophical atheist or you're agnostic. I mean, you've already admitted that. You've already agreed upon that. So how do you keep saying that it's telling me something?
Think of it this way, Steve. I'm going to ask you two questions, and I bet you're going to say, I don't believe either one, and I bet you're going to tell me what you believe.
Go ahead.
Do you believe a God exists?
Do I believe a God exists? I do not have a belief claim in a God or gods, and I do not have a belief.
Do you believe that a God does not exist?
I do not have a belief claim in his non-existence either.
Exactly. So you don't believe they exist. You don't believe that he doesn't exist.
That's agnosticism.
But that tells me that you're an agnostic. Exactly. That's exactly what I think Carrie was just
right. That's what I've been telling you. It tells you I'm agnostic. It tells you something.
So exactly. And it tells you, and when you use atheist as a lack of belief, it tells you that you're not a theist. Exactly. We're saying the same thing.
Okay. It doesn't tell me. Okay. This is where you get confused again. Agnosticism is both lacking a belief in both the P and the not P, right? But if you just say I lack not P, you're not telling me anything, because I don't know the rest of it. I don't know if you're agnostic, and I don't know if you're an atheist. It could be either one. If I say I lack a belief in both of them, right, whether it's odd or even, I'm telling you I'm agnostic by saying that. There's no other position I can take. Is that agnosticism? I don't know. Well, I mean,
MP, one last thing.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Steve. I didn't mean to overtalk you. MP, do me a favor, play along. Instead of asking me, do you believe a God exists? Ask me, does a God exist?
That's a different question, but yeah, does a God exist? I'll ask.
Well, but that's kind of my point, that the great debate, not necessarily this group or channel, but I mean, at large, the world over, people who argue this question are arguing the question, does a God exist?
Yeah, the ontological
so if you ask me that question, right, if you ask me that question, My answer is no.
And that,
That
makes him an
makes
atheist.
me an atheist.
Yes.
Right.
And I think if I asked the same question to
would,
MP,
I would say so.
yeah, but MP, if he asked you that same question, go ahead, Harry, ask him the same question.
Does a God exist, MP?
I would say no.
Okay, that's why I use the proposition some
We're on
gods
the same
exist,
page.
because that's what
Yeah,
we're saying in
I agree.
atheism, right? An atheist is saying, ontologically speaking, the universe is devoid of gods. When you want to get down to brass tacks, right? And if I just say I just don't believe in a god, that's not telling me what you think ontologically of his existence or not. It doesn't tell me if you actually think that the universe is devoid of gods or not.
So, but that's maybe I'm just being crazy here, but that is the agnostic position. Just
No,
exactly what you just said, the exact word you just used. It doesn't tell me if the universe is devoid of gods or not.
Right, but
That's
for a
the
different reason.
agnostic position.
Yeah, but I don't know. And you're saying you're agnostic, and
Right.
so you're saying you're atheist, and then using that as the agnostic position. See what I'm saying?
Steve,
you
just admitted. You're saying it's like you're defining it exactly what I'm saying, and then you're saying no, I'm wrong.
No, I didn't say I didn't say you're wrong. I just said you're taking my position. You're just relabeling it as agnostic, or sorry, as atheism, and that's what people are having a problem with. I'm an agnostic, and you're taking my position and then saying now, hey, you know what? I'm going to call that atheism. So Steve, you're now an atheist, and that's just not kosher.
No, I'm just saying that if you reject the theistic claim, it is not theism. You are not atheist. That's all I'm really saying.
That's
if
what
you
we're saying.
If you want to
Welcome to the
label
club.
it,
Hey, Saki, he finally gets it. Yeah. Yes,
if you want to label it, if you want to label it, atheism, non-theism, that was never the argument. The argument is that labeling atheism as not theism was in some way a problem.
It is a problem.
Now you say it, but now you say it's not a problem. But then you say it is a problem.
And then
hold on.
Hold on.
I want to throw something in afterwards.
Steve says,
it's not a problem.
Believe, and then when I say agnostics don't tell you what you believe either, then you kind of marble it up and say, well, it kind of really does. And I think Carrie put it best is that it really does, even though you're saying, if you say that atheism is a lack of belief, it's an evaluation of the theistic claim and tells you that you really just don't believe the theistic claim. It is a belief position.
Really agree.
Just like agnosticism is a belief position. And what I'm saying is that the point that you're making just doesn't make any sense in the sense of atheism is a lack of belief, or even agnosticism.
I will agree that agnosticism doesn't tell you about the existence of gods in the universe. I agree with that. I fully agree with that. But it does tell you what I believe. It doesn't tell you what I believe about the, ontologically speaking. I agree with that. I fully agree with that. But there's a reason why you can't evaluate the question. That's like saying, hey, do you believe in whistle waffle bats? Well, I don't know. Well, okay, well, you're not telling me whether you believe them or not. Well, of course, I don't know what a whistle waffle bat is. You haven't defined it. I don't know what exists. That's what the same thing what an atheist would say to God. And you're saying, well, you're not telling what you believe. Well, I believe that I can't answer the question because I don't know what the fuck God means. That's what an atheist would say.
Can I jump in for a quick second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Me and MP had a good talk about this before. I think the easiest way to kind of clarify this is that the way that I laid it out before is that whenever you are kind of answering a question, there is a implicit kind of like understanding that what you are doing is you're making a statement of belief. Okay, so if someone asks you, how many cards are in how many cards are in a deck of cards, you're going to say 52. You can know this, whatever, it doesn't matter. What you're saying is that you believe that there's 52 cards there. You drop the belief part there because it's not required. People know that whenever you're going to make an utterance and answer a question, it's going to be based on belief. Even if you think that you know the answer, if knowledge is a subset of belief, the claim I believe there's 52, or the answer I believe 52 cards there, is still going to be a position of belief. So the proposition for the question in the great debate is, does God exist? It's not, do you believe that a God exists? Because that would be the proposition. If someone asks you, do you believe a God exists? They're asking you your belief on the proposition of your belief in the existence of a God, which means that an answer of I believe that a God exists is equivalent to answering that question by saying I believe that a God exists.
It's implicit within your answer.
It's implicit within your answer because you're making a statement of belief about the position of belief, which is why when somebody asks a question, do you believe that a God exists? It's yes or no. Yes, I believe this. No, I don't believe this. There's no agnostic answer when it comes to answering a question about your own belief, because you can't be agnostic over the question of what your belief is. So you're either going to say yes or no to this one. So it's not the agnosticism doesn't come into play when you ask the question, do you believe that God exists? Because you're not talking about the existence of God. You're talking about the claim of the belief in that God. So the proposition is completely different than what would be understanding the question in the great debate to be. And this is what Kerry was saying. This is what I told MP earlier as well. So because of that, the question, do you believe that a God exists, can get you an answer, but only as far as regarding that person's belief in the proposition of in the belief in God. Now, the question of the great debate is not about your belief in this. You know, it doesn't matter whether you believe this or not. The question is about, does a God exist? You don't have to put a belief into that question, because your answer now isn't going to be answering the proposition of, do you believe that a God exists? You're now actually just answering, do you believe that a God exists? So now the agnostic position does come in, because you can be, it's not speaking to your beliefs, it's speaking to what you believe about that particular proposition.
Right.
So the answer is either yes, I believe, no, I don't believe. What is a God? What do you mean by this? Is this even knowable? There are other answers. It's not dichotomous. It could only be one or the other. So the lack of belief definition for a God, when someone asks a question, do you believe that a God exists? And you say no. There's going to be a lot of positions that will say no because they lack this belief. But that's only going to get you as far as the proposition of what you believe about the proposition, about the belief in that claim, not about the claim itself. So because of that, the question really, if when you're distinguishing these positions, should be just basically, does God exist? Yes, your answer is going to be speaking to belief, but that's only trivially true in the sense that everything that you any utterance you make to regards to proposition is going to be speaking on your belief.
Yeah, I'm going to duck out, guys. Thank you, MP.
Thank
Thank
you,
you, Steve.
Gary.
Thank
Anytime,
you.
man. Yeah, drop by more
Okay.
often.
I'll try to come back later.
Yeah, but I like the way you kind of redirected it, because it is about the ontological nature of God. I mean, his existence, right? When it boils down to, who cares about the beliefs? It's basically what we're saying about his does the universe contain gods or not, in a nutshell.
Exactly. All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, bud.
All right. Take care.
And
I
then
was just say real quick, I think an atheist is somebody who would say
And
that the
that's-
universe is without gods, and I think that atheist
Just
would say
answer
the
the
universe
question.
is somebody with gods. I think that makes it very simple. I don't know why we'd have to change that.
Well, I mean,
Can you hear me?
and so this is, yes, we can hear you. So
Okay.
like, one other point that I wanted to bring out to
That's
this.
precisely the question, though. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Yes, so then the other problem was that we're talking about the conditions of these positions. And it is true that all atheists lack a belief in God. You know, that is an uncontroversial point. It's also true that all agnostics lack a belief in the existence of God, and all theological non-cognitivists do as well. So you can say that lack of belief in a God is a necessary. It is. It's part of the conditions. You can't be an atheist and also not lack a belief in a God. Now, in the same token, you can say that for a theist has to lack belief in the proposition that gods do not exist. Okay, and we can actually say that that's a necessary precondition to being a theist, is that all theists also must share the lack of belief in the non-existence of God. Now, regardless of how we define theism or not, this is just a point that's trivially true, that all theists do hold this position. But if you take a look at the agnostic position again, the agnostic position now also lacks a belief. The theological non-cognitivist also lacks a belief in the non-existence of God. So if you want to use those as the only necessary conditions to define these points, then you have to acknowledge that at the same time, an agnostic and a theological non-cognitivist can both lack a belief in the existence of God and a belief in the non-existence of God, which means that they would fit within the necessary criteria to be a theist and an atheist at the same time. Now, we don't think that's true. So, well, it might be a necessary condition for a theist to lack a belief in the existence of God, and might be a necessary condition for an atheist to lack a belief in the existence of God. It is not the only criteria for those two positions. So there has to be more. And this is where we get into the question of, like if there has to be more options, what would it be? And from there, you can go on and take a look at the claims again, and you ask the right question. does God exist? Your belief on that state of reality, that proposition of reality. And this is where you're going to get the theist, the atheist, or the theist, the atheist, as well as all the other positions, depending on what the answers are. Unfortunately, what this means, though, is that if the proposition is, does a God exist? And your answer is no, go back to what I said before. It's implicit. What you are saying is, I believe that no gods exist. It is a belief claim. Atheism is a belief claim.
But that would be true for an agnostic too, in what you just said. If your answer to do you believe a God exists, no, then you're implicitly saying you believe no gods exist. That would be true for an agnostic. If your statement was true.
Not at all, because what would the agnostic answer be to the question, does a God exist? Would it be no? Would they be making a statement of belief on that? We already said that they already have this position. Their position might be, depending on what kind of agnostic they are, that answer is unknowable by anyone, or that it's unknowable by them at this time. Because those are perfectly good answers where they're not going to make an affirmation for yes or no on that proposition. They can say that and they fall in the middle.
But Sokka, if they say they don't know, they're not telling me. If I ask them what they believe and they say I don't know, they're not answering my question. I'm asking them what they believe and they say I don't know.
Well,
that's my question. I'm asking them what they believe about this proposition. If you accept, then you are.
Yeah, and
if you say anything else other than yes, then you have rejected that proposition. By definition.
Well, again, I mean, you can take this to the example of the you can take this to the example of the gumballs again, where the wrong question is to ask, do you believe that there's an odd number or do you believe that there's an even number? You can ask, is there an odd or even number of gumballs on the machine? You're not asking a question about the state of their belief now. You're asking a question about the state of how many gumballs there are within there. And again, that they might hold to a belief that it's unknowable, or that they have no way to know this. They can't make a guess to get as far as saying a yes or no on this proposition. So in that case, that would be an example of the Huxian agnostic. But in the same sense, you could also ask them if they believe that there's an odd number of gumballs. Well, their answer would be no. You could ask them if there's an even number of gumballs, and their answer would be no, which means they'd be an oddest and an evenest at the same time. But that would only, but like I said, this is why the question is not in the Great Debate. The question in the Great Debate is not about the statement of belief itself. It's not about what you believe about the statement of belief. It is a statement of belief on the actual claim itself.
Right.
So,
maybe this is where I'm having the problem, because I've heard you guys say that a couple of times. The question in the Great Debate community is the question of God's existence, the state of reality. But we implicitly say that someone like Steve, who's in Steve's position, doesn't have a position on that particular statement. Their position is I don't know.
Well, that is their statement. So this is where you get into the burden of justification. Okay, so every single answer, whether it's yes, no, or I don't know, has to have some type of justification behind it to why the person is answering in that way. So for Steve, for example, for Huxian agnostic, what they might say is, I don't know because, and then they're going to go into the because. Okay, it's the because part where essentially that's where you're going to get your burden of justification now. They could answer, I don't know, but it doesn't really tell you exactly yet why. And the same reason that someone answering yes or no doesn't tell you why they hold that belief either. So if somebody says, I don't know because the question is malformed, and this is why it's malformed, and then they're going to give you their belief on the statement of that question, why they have to get to that answer of I don't know. In the same way that if somebody answers yes, do you believe that gods exist, and they say no, they're going to have to answer, they have their burden of justification to explain why they don't believe that. And they could be, that I haven't seen any, good evidence to convince me. Most of the arguments I found are false, or they're insufficient in convincing me of this position, or I hold on to these positions at this time until whenever I can be convinced, or whatever. I can't remember what the word for that is.
Provisional.
Provisional. Yeah, sorry, provisional until. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways that somebody can answer. They can unload their burden. The burden of justification for these answers, or the burden of proof, there isn't necessarily have to be presented in such a way that you expect to convince people of your position, but only to justify how you answered the proposition regarding the state of whether God exists or not.
And I think we got away from a good
Exactly.
point you made, Saka. You said look at with the gumballs, you have the evenist and you have the oddest. And I asked the oddest, and I say, do you believe that they're odd? And he says, well, I don't believe that they're odd. I don't know if they're an oddist or an evenist, right? An agnostic would say, I don't believe they're even. I don't know if they're odd. But what MP is trying to do is saying, look, by saying I don't believe I don't believe that they're odd, then you're somehow an atheist or an evenist at that point, which is exactly what he's been arguing against before by saying, look, if you're not one, doesn't make you the other, right?
No,
But if we're saying, hang on, if we're saying odd and even, we'll say odd is theist and even is atheist, and you're using the thing is, do you lack a belief in odd, right? That makes you an evenist. That's exactly what you're arguing. You're arguing atheism is the lack of belief in the other position.
I'm not arguing that. I am saying that we're only evaluating one claim. Is the number of gumballs in the machine even? If you say yes, they're even, you are an evenist. If you say no, you're not. You are not evenist, and I'm calling not evenist.
Yes. Yeah, and that's yeah, and which.
But you're lacking a belief. But you're lacking a belief in odd, right? And you're calling that atheism. But an actual position that somebody should have on the gumballs. But the actual position, it says you have no evidence either way. I think the proper position on the gumballs is to say I don't know. Yes. I'm an agnostic on it. I lack a position either way. But you're saying I lack a position odd, and you're already formulating a position.
I'm evaluating.
You're calling it agnosticism. I mean, you're calling it atheism.
I'm evaluating a claim that's being presented. The claim is being presented.
You're calling it atheism, which is an evaluation.
Do you believe that the number of gumballs in the machine are odd, or odd? And I'm saying I do not believe that.
And you're calling that something.
I am making that evaluation based on the lack of evidence that I have to make that claim.
You're calling the opposite position. You're not calling it agnosticism.
I am not saying that they're. I'm not saying that they're even. I'm not saying I believe.
You are by calling it
just
even.
Saying, no. If you're mixing this up.
MP, if I'm saying agnostic is even, and theist is odd, and you're saying I lack a position in odd, ergo I'm an atheist, you're an evenist.
Well, here. Let me
clear this up.
I know, MB. Sorry, no, Steve. MB. I know. Can I clear it up for you, man? Because I think I could do this for you.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. This is the other problem with this conversation. Okay, is that
not understand definitions? Is that what's going on? It sounds like
what was that?
You don't understand definitions.
No, we're not talking about
that. Well, this part kind of is about definitions, because there is this there is a true dichotomy where everybody is either a theist or they're not a theist. That's true. That's sure. I don't think anyone's going to disagree with that. And because of that, the non-theist label isn't really a description of a position as much as a description of everything that is not part of the theistic position.
It's a complementary set.
Yeah, it's just it's the thing that has to exist necessarily because there is this position of theism. So yeah, so everything that is not a theist is therefore not a theist or non-theist. Now, what MP is done before, and what a lot of people have done, they've said is that listen, that seems like a perfect candidate to describe atheism, is that anything that's not a theist is therefore atheist. Now, traditionally, the definition of atheism has changed. That's the way that we use this word, does shift, and definitions are only as successful as their ability to communicate an idea. And if that's the idea that MP is trying to communicate by saying atheist, saying that anything that's not a theist is therefore an atheist, well, that's his position on this. And it's really hard to go out and tell somebody that they're necessarily wrong here. This is how he wants to use it. He might run into trouble when he's trying to converse with people that have an understanding of it in a more of a philosophical sense, where they'll say that an atheist is somebody who believes that no gods exist. And then he's saying, well, not exactly, because an atheist is everything that's not a theist. Now, if that's the way that MP wants to use this for conversation, unfortunately, all that really comes up now is that we could either sit here and say, you're wrong at this, and a lot of people do want to do that, or you could say, okay, MP, I understand what you're saying, but for the sake of this discussion, when I say atheist, this is what I mean. When I say agnostic, this is what I mean. This is my position. If we want to talk about it, this is how I'm going to describe it.
Right. But
And
the problem, it's true, but the problem really is more than that. The problem is more that when MP uses that type of description, right? And then they say, well, Steve, you're an atheist. I'm like, no, I'm not an atheist. No, Steve, you're an atheist. Then we're in a different discussion, right? Because even if I accept their definitions or whatever, which is fine, you're right. MP could use whatever he wants. No problem. It leads to a problem as soon as I ever get into these conversations. They say, oh, you're an atheist, you're agnostic, Steve, so you're an atheist. No, I'm not. Well, yeah, you are, because now they're forcing you to accept their non-philosophical definitions, right? That's where I say now we have a problem.
Why the fuck does it matter?
Yeah,
I just can't figure out why it matters.
Because I'm not an atheist.
You're not an atheist according to some definitions. According to others, you are, right?
Right. But when they say you are something, right, that means they're making a statement of a definitive nature, which is not correct.
Look, you're an atheist. If you believe you're on a hangout right now, then you're an atheist under that definition. Definition is someone who believes they're in an atheism hangout right now.
Anybody can play word games.
Are you an atheist? So are you an atheist?
No.
So, okay, so you don't believe that you're in this hangout right now.
Josh, yeah, I'm not getting into word games because it's silly. You can make up any definitions you want, but when somebody says you are something, right? If they say you are this and you say I'm not, then it gets into problems because that's misrepresenting what somebody is. If I wanted to find something completely different, you're
misrepresenting you. As long as I stipulate what the conditions of the definitions I'm using are, then it's not misrepresentation.
That's not how you have a conversation. Yeah, sure, you can make up any definition you want, right?
Exactly. So you're like, I don't know
why.
If
Law school means it means you're a doctor. Hey, MP, congratulations, you're now a doctor.
Why are you quibbling under a semantic dispute? I don't understand. It's just a semantic dispute. There is no philosophical import there.
Why would it matter? If you call me something I'm not, I reject that. Simple as that. There doesn't have to be any reasons for that. I reject it.
The point is that it's not something that you're not under specific definitions of the term.
So you're a theist then, right, Josh? Because a theist means anybody goes hang out. So we should go around calling you a theist. You may like that. I don't want to be misrepresented. I want people to know my exact position, and I don't want to be misrepresented. If you want to be misrepresented, by all means, I don't care. But that's your prerogative. But not mine is to be not misrepresented in my own position, right? That's the only reason.
But what I'm saying is that all that takes is a clarification. Where atheists...
It doesn't. I've tried clarifying. It doesn't work. Trust me. People go no. According to definitions, according to this, according to Matt Dillahunty, according to the atheist experience, you're an atheist. Well, I'm not. Well, then you're just lying. Oh, I'm not.
Yeah, well, I do agree with Steve on this. If I give you my definition and say this is what it is, and you say, well, I don't agree with this, I would prefer to be responded to as this, or this is the way I'm holding the definition. I would coalesce to that and say, okay, well, let's use this definition since this is what you prefer. But I do agree with Niles is saying. It really doesn't matter in the long run because I know what Steve is saying. I would never call Steve an atheist because I know he doesn't hold to that view. But if we're using my definition of atheism, we're having a conversation, he accepts that, then yes, I would say, well, under my definition, you are an atheist.
I don't think anybody would disagree with that. Yeah, I mean, we know under your definition, agnosticism would fall under atheism. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. Do they?
No.
Okay. We're just trying to show why that's an insufficient definition. Why that definition is poor. That's all.
We were arguing on the sufficiency of the definition and whether the definition I was using was versus the definition that Steve was using, and just going with that. But it's in the long run, it matters not. It doesn't really matter.
And by the way, somebody had mentioned about an hour ago that they actually rather talk more about DNA degrading in water, which by the way was brought up again. MP and I by the way, MP, I want to go on record. MP did correct himself. This is an old hangout somebody brought to my attention. MP, by all means, correct yourself, or say that people are. I don't want anybody to misrepresent MP because MP does not think that Ronnie's right on the whole DNA things. He wasn't sure at one time. He was explained by multiple people. He gets why Ronnie's wrong. So this whole issue about DNA degrading in water will be brought up again. It's just people are not feeling well right now. A lot of stuff going on, but it hasn't been a dead issue. We all know Ronnie's full of shit. We all know he doesn't understand jack shit about these topics. DNA does not degrade in water in any appreciable amount of time. It doesn't fall apart like tissue paper. It doesn't break into its constituent parts. It doesn't break into its nucleotide sequence. Everything that Ronnie's ever said about this is wrong. And we will be bringing it up another time. So,
well, just to be clear, the point that I was missing and why I did believe that he had won the point was because when other people were asked the question, who seemed to be knowledgeable in the field, I think you guys asked a couple of PhDs, they actually answered the question incorrectly. And I was under the impression that the question itself was wrong. The question itself was flawed.
Well, no,
in such a way
correctly, because Dr. Rana answered it perfectly.
Yeah, but it was somebody like Lance answered it.
Yeah,
wrong.
Lance,
There was like
that was my fault. I take the hit for that. I was very vague on that one. I will take your reproof on that. That my question was vague on that particular and that led to problems.
But I did, and I wasn't aware of all of the other things that he had said behind, like his reasoning why he had believed that, which was wrong. So just on the periphery, I thought, well, okay, yeah, if you have somebody who's very knowledgeable in the field also answering it wrong, then maybe it was just a question, because the question didn't seem to be narrowed, only under these conditions, only under these conditions. I was like, okay, it seems like.
I got that.
And I actually looked back at some of the other hangouts and then saw that he had given a fuller flush out of why he thought it was true, and that obviously was wrong. So.
Yeah, it's kind of funny too, because the original time when I asked Dr. Rana about it, I phrased it really well, and Ronnie came back and said, "Oh well, Steve misrepresented me." The hell I did. There's not a single person ever that's going to come along that's not in Clown Car Posse is going to say I misrepresented him. That is exactly what Ronnie was saying. He says you take DNA, you stick it in water, it falls apart like tissue paper. Now, I think now everybody agrees that has any knowledge on this knows Ronnie was completely wrong on this. And he has changed his story countless times. Countless times on this. He's just been wrong from the get-go and just gotten worse and worse and worse. But we've had other things we've been talking about. But this is not a dead issue. It's like one of those things that keeps on giving. We'll bring it up again, and we have a huge list of things that Ronnie has said, massive amount of things he has said in a Google Docs thing, and everything that he said about this particular topic was pretty much bullshit.
Hasn't his position flip-flopped a little bit on this issue?
I'm sorry, what?
Hasn't his position on this issue flip-flopped a little bit?
Yeah, well, first of all, he said he's never changed position. And then he has said he's changed position on, he originally said that the, quote, partial negative charge on the sugar phosphate backbone, which, by the way, isn't a partial negative charge, it's a full charge. And he got that off a YouTube Answers. Go look it up. Partial negative charge, only used one place. YouTube Answers. He pulled an Antonio Fletcher. And that he said it destabilizes the sugar phosphate phosphodiester bonds. No evidence of that whatsoever. There's nowhere that even says anything to that sort. It is a hydrogen ion that comes off a low OH group on the phosphate group. That's it. And he said later on, he said, well, I've changed my position on that. And then not more than another couple weeks later, I've never changed my position. So yeah, he's just all over the place.
Well, yeah, partial charges can only occur on polar molecules usually.
Yeah, a water molecule will have a partial negative charge.
Yeah, hydrogen has partial positive charge, and oxygen has partial negative charge.
Right, but he's saying that there's a partial negative charge on the sugar phosphate background, which is a full negative charge, which doesn't really matter. But it doesn't. The more important thing, it doesn't destabilize that bond on the sugar phosphate. He says it does. He says that bond broke apart, and it doesn't.
Well, the point is he's wrong. That's all that matters.
Oh, he's fractally wrong. Fractally wrong. I mean, yeah, DNA. If you stuck DNA in water and it fell apart, you couldn't do sequencing of it, right? It just doesn't work that way, but that's what he was claiming. He said that DNA goes into water and it just falls apart into its nucleotide sequences. And then it somehow reconstitutes itself, or reconstitutes itself when you take the water away. How does that happen? How does DNA fall apart and then all of a sudden magically get put back together again when the water goes away?
You said it, magic.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. So yeah, Ronnie was wrong from the get-go on this. Nobody agrees with him. Lance had actually pointed out that he wanted to clarify the question more and clarify the answer. He has said Ronnie's utterly wrong. Fuzz Ronner said Ronnie's utterly wrong. He has said he has one person that has a PhD that agrees with him, but all of a sudden this guy just doesn't want to come on air, so we can't even ask him about it. But yeah, nobody that I know would agree with Ronnie on this, besides G-Man.
Well,
G-Man's an idiot.
his intelligence will freak us all out. We could never handle his intelligence, really. Like, when it comes to reality, his intelligence is so beyond all of ours put together.
Clearly.
Yeah. I mean, we'll get by, though.
I know, we try. Yeah, how do we do it? We don't even talk about Ronnie that much. It's like once a month, twice a month at most. And yet my channel's more successful than ever. I don't know.
Yeah. It's when we're lacking knowledge, we have to drain off his, you know.
See, but unlike G-Man, I let G-Man in my live chat. You know, he's blocked.
What's up with him lately?
He's in my live chat. He's blocked every account that I've had. Even when I was giving G-Man props for his Black Hebrew Israelite, even I was going to give him a friend that is an ex-Hebrew Israelite that wanted to tell his story. I went to G-Man and said, G-Man, I have a Black Hebrew Israelite would like to tell a story. I think this is more appropriate for your channel than mine. He blocked me. Yeah. So I'm going to have this guest on my channel now and talk about Black Hebrew Israelites because G-Man just obviously isn't capable of even taking a gift of somebody who wanted to actually tell their story that I thought was better on his show. So all he does is block people. I don't block G-Man. Well, G-Man, G-Man's don't come on my live chat. But he's a coward. He blocks me on his live chat, even when I'm telling him I like what he's been doing with the Black Hebrew Israelites. I had somebody that would be a guest on him, and he blocks me. That's pretty fucking ridiculous.
I like what he does too on that, but I mean, he's not going to converse with you unless you have at least 5,000 subs. You're not cool enough yet.
Well, hey, I'm gonna have 5,000 subs, but I'm getting shouts out by King Crocoduck in a video coming up. I'm thinking Blade might put a shout out, and I have much better guests on my channel than G-Man has on his. So yeah, I'm happy with that.
I like some of what G-Man does, but he goes off the deep end a little bit too much for my liking.
Yeah, but I mean, he blocks me in the live chat. I mean, that's just cowardly, man.
Well, it's look at his colleagues.
Oh yeah, they've all gone
colleagues.
through the
I like
Darwin
that colleagues
of doxastic, or dialectric education, right? I mean, Darwin's. You say one thing wrong. Oh, I'm not going to talk to you. You're on my troll list. Yeah. See,
and he's the one that feeds you.
Where is
takes you over to the point? Yeah.
Where is DD now? I haven't seen him around for a while. Has he blocked absolutely everybody and destroyed his chances of going in any room?
Yeah, I think so.
Did he screw up Antonio's room too? I mean, because I know they were starting to get sick of him. So.
Oh, they were getting sick of him, and also their viewership went to shit. Look at Antonio's live hangouts. I got 52 people watching, and this is like in the middle of the night. I mean, this is like ridiculous. I never have hangouts this late, and I still have 50 people watching. This is more than G-Man gets in his day shows. Ronnie and Antonio's hangouts get very, very few views because they blocked everybody. So what do they expect? They're literally the definition of an echo chamber.
Did anybody catch Matt Bell's the theist experience today?
I know of it. It got less than 100 views so far. It's pretty bad. 100 views? Come on, really?
Yeah, I was in a room with him for the first time a couple weeks ago, and that was an experience. I snapped. My control isn't all that great, so I snapped on him.
I don't know. I didn't watch it. I just know that he had it today. It popped up in my videos.
Yeah, every time I see that Nintendo duck hunting gun, boy, I think back. I have memories about that.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the need to copy people. Great comics don't copy; they steal. But whatever. But I mean, to call it a theist experience, it's so presumption to me. Plus, he doesn't have the entertainment value.
He doesn't have the knowledge. He doesn't have the the knowledge to back up that claim. The theist experience.
He's very stubborn and he flip flops a lot. He's kind of his position changes every other half second.
Yeah. Oh, let G-Man troll in the live feed. It doesn't. G-Man's allowed to troll. Let him. It doesn't bother me because he knows he has nothing. He knows his show's gone to shit. His BH. I tell you what. I'm gonna give some G-Man some advice that he's not gonna take. G-Man, stop with the science shit. Stop with the flat Earth stuff because you suck at it. Okay. Your experiment for the flat Earth demonstration was enough to make any first-year physics person cringe. It was cringe-worthy. Stop. You're not good at it. Go to the Black Hebrew Israelites. I'll watch that shit. Hell, I'll even promote it. I like what you do with the Black Hebrew Israelites. I don't always understand it, but I think that you've got a good niche there. Just stay away from the other shit. Okay? Yeah. Just don't do it. Ronnie's an idiot.
I like the Rogue.
Yeah.
I like the Rogue when he's riding on his bike.
Yeah, no, I do. I watch that shit. I do. I fully admit. I even give him thumbs up.
Hell yeah.
But yeah.
First time I've thumbs up his stuff is
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I don't sit there and thumbs down people's videos because I disagree with them theologically or whatever. I mean, if he has a good video, I'll thumbs it up. I have. Go look. But yeah, G-Man, stick with the Black Hebrew Israelites. But yeah, I'm not afraid. You're allowed to troll in my live chat because it actually shows that's all you have anymore. It's just trolling. You have nothing of substance, G-Man. Nothing. Sorry. Except for the
I was talking to
Hebrew Israelites. That you do good on.
I was talking to Psychopath Atheist earlier today.
I love Psychopath
He's a pretty cool
Atheist.
guy.
Oh
yeah, he's cool. Like it's the first
Atheist
time I was
is
in one of his rooms, and he's a cool dude.
Fuck yeah, he is.
Yeah.
And isn't G-Man's go-to science guy now like Arcane Logos?
Oh wow.
No, I think
That's
it's a combination of
trust.
Kevin G and Sean.
I think they had a falling out because of the whole flat Earth thing. I think.
Well, when you're shooting out all that shit, when shit gets on someone else, you get mad.
By the way, guess how long Rand Campbell's retirement lasted?
For 12 hours.
48 hours, if that.
Was it 48? I thought it was like 12.
Back.
I saw him pop up.
Yep, he's back. Retirement's over. Flat Earth, go for the win.
Yeah, the con man.
I have been blocked so many times on Flat Earth elected. It's ridiculous, right? These guys are bigger cowards than G-Man is, right? They won't produce a single shred of evidence for a model of Flat Earth. And by the way, you guys want to do that hangout we did the other night again, one of these nights, the rum and coke? Because that was fucking fun.
That was great.
I enjoyed the shit out of that.
And that geek room was fun as fuck.
Did
that
you
was
like
a good
that?
time. Hell yeah, I liked that.
Thank you. By the way, if you guys haven't seen
times.
it, I was a guest on the Geek Room. They said I was the best guest that they ever had. Not lying. Did they not say that, Tony?
Yeah, it was fun.
It was enjoyable.
Yeah,
I had a good time with them.
Hey,
yeah, I love that room.
Realistic. Are you banned from Bible Thumping Wingnut channel now? Oh, is he even there?
Maybe not. No, he shouldn't be. He shouldn't
Who?
be. Josh.
Realistic Nihilist. I thought he was banned from the Bible Thumping Wingnut channel. So I liked his and Slick's discussions.
Yeah, no,
but,
the general's right in the live feed. I've offered G-Man an olive branch. He won't take it. I've never given G-Man or any of these guys bad advice.
I'm going to talk to Matt Slick this weekend, I think. Try to.
Good luck.
Yeah, I like your discussions. They're always hilarious.
I talked to Matt Slick, and I stood up for Josh and Jack, and I berated Darwin's deity. This was off air, so there's no record of it. But I'm like, Darwin's deity has no position to go sniping people at hangouts when the owners, hasn't given explicit permission. I said, Matt, if you allow him to do that, that's fine. But the problem is you're basically making his subjective opinion, more than the actual show that you're trying to have and the actual conversations. Because you and Josh have had conversations, and he didn't really realize what was going on. And if you actually look at the time I went in there, they were going after Darwin's. All of them, they're like, Darwin's, yeah, this isn't the time for this. They were not too thrilled with Darwin's, and so I think.
I was in that room when that happened. Yeah, he was talking. He stopped the whole conversation, started talking shit about you, and then they shut him down.
So I think they're more willing to have people like Josh and Jack around than they are Darwin's at this point. That's just my subjective opinion, though.
Yeah. I can't wait. I want a conversation that lasts more than like 20 syllables.
I can't wait to talk to him because I was listening to them talk about what Christians were, or how they were talking about how the Bible defines Christianity or whatever, and I was interested in pursuing what he talks about because he says it's not a no true Scotsman fallacy when it clearly is.
You mean the no true? Yeah, I mean how they use like the definition of Christian is say no true Christian.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's like, see, we don't throw around this no true atheist. If you call yourself an atheist, I don't give a shit. You're an atheist. You can say an atheist is a person who, likes to, to go skiing or something. Okay, great. You're an atheist. I don't care what you call yourself. Just don't call other people stuff.
I don't pray before I go skiing. There you go.
I'm not saying, I'm saying that it's not merely definitional in the case of the no true Scotsman fallacy. It's like there's. You can take an operational definition for a context, but that's not what someone's doing when they're referring to a person as a Christian,
Yeah, they're just making it more exclusive or exclusionary, right?
Well, the problem is that the only reason to accept the Bible's definition in that instance is because you already accept the conclusion. right? That some person isn't a Christian. So it's a type of circular argument.
And by the way, G-Man, see, you can always G-Man.
G-Man just went live.
Yeah, he just went live because you could. I knew he was because he'll pop over to another hangout, try to get some controversy, and then he needs that for his channel because he has, except for his Black Hebrew Israelite, he has really little unique content. But I'm not gonna go watch his shit. Why bother? You know. Yeah, I could watch his stuff later. Who the fuck wants to go over there and watch it live? It's just the same old. If he had any balls, he would have came in here. I've unblocked him since the first of the year. He knows he can come in. But that's what these guys do, right? I mean, they refuse to actually have conversations.
So
Poor
Steve, are you
fellas,
saying that
testicles
G-Man
are gone.
physically has no balls?
Physically has no balls. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, G-Man
Minus.
will go in and talk to people. So I mean, he's a little bit more. I shouldn't say he doesn't have balls because he will go into conversations, but as of late,
Eunuch.
he doesn't. Right.
Well, here's a little thought that I have on this, is that we within these communities, we really enjoy arguing with the low hanging fruit. The people that we disagree with. They all like
Come on.
The nuts of the bunch.
yeah. It's fun. I don't pay attention to G-Man or those guys. I just don't really care anymore. But I mean, I'm curious. Is that like, why don't like if for the people that really want to engage, keep on going with these discussions, like I'm not sure where people are on the whole like great debate or how much they want to contribute there. But I mean, like General Han Solo's a nice guy. I like him and stuff. But Steve, why don't you ever take him to task?
General? Oh, we've got it. General.
Yeah, where are
General,
those?
have I ever
Where
taken-
are
have I ever
those? Where are
taken-
those videos? Where are those videos?
General, have I taken you to task? Have I questioned some of the things you've said before? Did he go away? I have. Yes, I most certainly have. Yes. If I didn't take you to task, I would be a concordionist.
Yeah, but I mean, like within this community, it's really easy to argue and have like a feud with like the idiots out there. But there are smart, educated, like rational theists within within what we'd actually almost put as like our side of the reasonable bunch.
They're not
Like
as fun. They're not as fun.
But yeah, is that it? Is that we don't argue with them because they're just not as fun because they're not going to say something stupid?
Well, no, I have my discussions with General just like I do anybody else. Just don't think that I don't. I certainly do.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah, but hang on one second. Those are usually on other hangouts, by the way. General and I will be in. We've been in many different hangouts other than my own, so you may have missed him. But if you ask him when he comes back, he'll tell you that. But yes, King. Hey, King. By the way, if you have a question to ask, the rule of thumb is it's one question for one question. If you're not willing to answer questions, don't ask them. So I just want to throw that out ahead of time. So before you ask a question, be prepared to be asked a question in return, or else it's not going to be of interest. So will you answer questions?
Right. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just curious. Do you think there can be somebody who's smart and intelligent but not educated? I was just curious what your opinion is. Okay.
Yeah, of course. A lot of people don't have to have a formal education to be intelligent. Absolutely.
Yeah, I only made it to 11th grade. I went to GED. I mean, I had to start working at a young age. I was fostered and stuff, so I didn't make it all the way through school. I had to get out, but I'm somewhat intelligent, maybe.
Yeah, no, I think anybody who's subbed to me, you're intelligent, except for the Clown Core Posse. Yeah.
Yeah. I got the best words. I got the best words. Literally, my words are the best. That's my Trump impersonation. I guess suck on mine.
Yeah, done.
I consider myself mostly layman in most areas, even science. So I just
me
try
too.
and keep on par with most people.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, I'm a total layperson, and it's kind of ridiculous when somebody says, "Oh, Steve's trying to be a pseudo intellectual." I'm not at all. I have never claimed to be an intellectual. I have never claimed to have knowledge on topics that I don't have. I just like talking about topics. I make a lot of mistakes, granted. I defer to the experts.
Like evolution.
We all make mistakes. But,
I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding.
But Yeah, I mean, at least this is a room where people can make mistakes. People can actually suss out arguments and talk about things. You cannot do that in something like Antonio Fletcher's room. You cannot do that in something like G-Man's room. You cannot do that in many rooms. I think the only rooms I know of that are somewhat popular on the Great Debate circuit, where you can actually have an honest dialogue, would be Xbox's room and Hana's right now, and that's about it. Maybe Wayne Fillmore's. But I mean, there's not a lot of them. But they don't have a lot of I don't know, viewers. I guess I know I hate to say this, the word viewers. I guess of interest. My channel seems to be a lot more of a place where people from all different positions can come. It generates a lot more controversy, a lot more. I don't want to say interest, but you know.
I would say that you have a good room. I mean, even though a lot of people may disagree with certain opinions, it's at least a good room for sure.
Yeah, I try to. I mean, I would say. And you know what's funny is none of the Clown Car Posse come in here, so it's not like we rely on them to make a room, right? Ronnie has never been in here. Darn's Deity has never been in here. I think he popped by for 1 second one time on accident. I don't know, but these guys don't come in here, right? They know because this is a free room to have open discussions. They will get their ass handed to them.
How many people are in the Clown Car Posse? It's a small little group.
Yeah, it's not much more than a dozen or two.
Impressive brain trust.
Impressive brain trust, yes.
Except for who?
Well, I mean, we never really came up with an official list. We could one day, but you notice like G-Man.
The other thing too is that there's a divide as well. Like like I wouldn't put like Rand and Arcane and Pobox, those guys. I wouldn't put them as a Clown Car Posse because
no, they're trolls.
They're trolls. That's all there is. They're not serious.
Yeah, I agree with you. To be a Clown Car Posse, you actually have to believe your own bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like G-Man, he's over in his little hangout talking about just bastardizations of evolutionary biology, which he'll never understand. We've all gathered that G-Man has a mental block that he just can't get through. But yeah, I mean, he just doesn't really have anything to add to any of these conversations anymore. Dog, non-dog, non-dog. Yeah, whatever. You're an idiot.
It's frustrating because like he doesn't ask for clarification, or he doesn't try to clarify or get clarification when somebody says something. So like the famous G-Man meltdown video that Steve put up there, or infamous
Love that video. Love that video. So good.
Like there's a part there. Yeah, there's a part there where G-Man asks, so in a million years a dog's going to be a non-dog, and Steve's just like, in a million years a dog's going to be dead.
Yes, I like that part too.
And he didn't understand this.
He didn't even phase him. He just continued on,
Yeah, he didn't understand. He didn't understand what was being said there. Where it's just like, listen, a dog will be dead. If you want to talk about evolution, let's talk about a population or something like that. An individual dog is not going to change into something else in a million years. It'll just be dead. If by change you mean, I don't know, like decompose, become soil or something like that, then
go back to the natural.
Bacteria food. It's a non-dog.
Yeah, I guess in that. Right? Sure. Yeah, in that case, in a million years, all dogs will be non-dogs. That's trivially true.
The thing is that he really thought he had something. He was like, everyone in the live chat knows what I'm talking about.
No, they didn't.
They're on my side.
That's why that's my most popular video, because they didn't. By the way, that video should have like 10 times, 20 times, 100 times the view. Go take that video and go put it on your Facebook, people.
I've watched it like 4 times. So like if I get bored and I want to laugh, I'll watch it.
It's called G-Man, You're Not Prepared, or what is it? G-Man, You're Not Prepared for the. You'll find it. It's my most popular video, but it should have many, many more hits. So go find that video if you're listening on my live feed, and just go throw it around your Facebooks and shit. It's worth to listen to.
I'm starting to get back into Facebook.
Like, would you say that's a common misunderstanding with the theory of evolution, that it's that it occurs over population, not over like individualistic species?
Yeah, I think it's a willful one too, because they've been explained that evolution doesn't happen on a single organism, right?
They can't see the big picture. They don't see the big picture. They only see like in 20-year increments.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
like
in-
caterpillar, for instance, you could say it does change significantly. It changed from a caterpillar to a what is it?
Yeah, yeah. Change from a puppy to a grown adult dog. So.
Yeah, that's Pokemon evolution though. Like that they.
I love that statement
Yeah,
too. Pokemon
like it's
evolution. That's a perfect name for it too.
there's something there. I mean, the process of metamorphosis. You know, a lot of creatures go through these metamorphoses. When they talk about animals evolving in Pokemon, that's what they are. They're it's a process of metamorphosis at that point in time. It's not actually not evolution at all, but that's what they believe evolution to be. They believe that something will change within its own lifetime, or that something will give birth to something that's completely different to it. And you can explain this to them. You'd be like, listen, that's not evolution. That's not what we're saying, you know. And they'll feign understanding of that for the short term, but if the conversation goes on long enough, they're going to always come back to, you know, well, when will a dog become a non-dog?
Yeah. Micro, macro, all that bullshit.
And King, did King already take off?
No, King's here. He's playing a flight sim.
Oh, okay.
I'm here.
Oh, there. Okay. What are you playing? What flight sim is that?
It's actually Google Earth Flight Simulator.
Oh, how do you do? Okay, dude, how do you get that HUD up? I thought it's supposed to be Control Alt A, but it doesn't work for me.
No, you're probably running the web version. You have to download the.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
That was funny.
Thank you. I do.
Is that curvature I see, man?
And by the way, the web version on Linux. Oh my God, it's smooth as silk.
Really?
So smooth. Yeah, it's just awesome.
Well, I don't know what the deal is though. I mean, like for example, in an F-18, I mean, in this game, when you get to 30,000 feet, it slows down. But I mean, if I'm not mistaken, when you're at about 30,000 feet, you're able to travel a lot faster. So I don't know if I'm right about that, but
well, it depends on a lot of factors.
There's you use less fuel. There's less drag, less atmosphere.
A lower drag coefficient. You need some. You have some kind of oxygen oxidizer or something like that, but in your fuel, right? Because you have less oxygen.
But what it also might be is that the higher up you go, the larger the field of view is. So the screen actually has to render more textures than it does at a lower altitude. So it might give it the appearance of slowing down just because it's actually more of a strain on your graphics card.
No. I mean, it'll actually slow down the plane to like. Yeah, in this game, in this.
Well, I'm saying it might be forced. It might be forced in the sense what game is it? There was an old N64 game. One of Ratchet. No, it's like it was Ratchet and Clank or they're one of those like platformer games.
Yeah.
Banjo-Kazooie, I think it was.
Okay.
Where occasionally your character would trip and fall, you know, as you're walking along, and the reason why the game forced you to trip and fall was because it hadn't finished rendering the next area that you'd see. So it just bought yourself a couple seconds. So it's the same thing. The game itself might put a limit on the speed just so that it could maintain the effect of rendering all the field of view that you're going to have.
And somebody asked if the Google uses a flat Earth model. Actually, if you render all the way out, the Earth is round in Google Earth. The reason being is the Earth is round. But you know, I was reading something the other day too on flat Earth about why actually people buy into this stuff, and it was in Rational Skeptic Wiki, Rational Wiki. Check it out. If you guys haven't read Rational Wiki's article on flat Earth, it's really good. They're spot on about why these people are just so delusional to think the Earth is flat, and how they are just one big gish gallop. They have nothing but gish gallop and fallacies. That's all they have, and they know it. Most of them do realize it. I think most of them do realize that they're just full of shit, but they're gonna fuck with people anyways.
Yeah, that simulation he's running right there, King, has curvature.
I
see it.
But it's like huge though. Flat Earth, like a flat Earth society is like.
I think it just appears to be few. I think it appears to be large because we were on YouTube, but if you weren't exposed to YouTube, you wouldn't see much flat Earther out there.
Yeah, I bring it up all the time, and I never find anyone on the outside, any people that I run into in real life that are flat Earthers.
I have my
So that could be like atheists too, though, because there's most people who I run into real life. I don't. You know, I wouldn't call them an atheist, even though online most of the people I meet are atheists, because it's just there's a social stigma to it.
What, atheism?
It depends.
It depends on when you're at.
I live in Canada. I live on Vancouver Island. Isn't a secret to anybody there. And I don't know what the demographics like for religion, but I know that the majority of people that I work with, the majority of the people that are my age, late 20s, early 30s, the vast majority of them are not theist. I'd say that they're atheists.
So it's pretty accepted, right? Because I don't care about stigma. If I actually had an atheist position, I would take it and I'd be proud of it, right? I'm not averse to controversy, for God's sake. I mean, come on. I host the Great Debate Community. I don't think I'm averse to controversy. So if that was my position, I'd be fine with it. But I see a lot of arrogant atheists that are promoting atheism for, I think, what's like the wrong way to go about it, the way to support their atheism, just by asserting things and just saying, God does not exist. Okay, well, demonstrate it. No, I don't have to.
Well, that's where the debate ends. That's where the debate ends.
Yeah. I think one of the things is that I used to recognize as a kind of like a Huxian agnostic as well, because I would hold to this position that, like, well, I know that there are some God claims out there that are false. I would stand up and easily claim that I know that the Abrahamic gods aren't real, but there's certain theistic notions of God that I don't think I can make that claim on. I think that they're unknowable, and because of that, I wore the label agnostic. And then I kind of realized that what, it doesn't really matter that they're beyond these claims are beyond my knowledge. I can only have knowledge of the things of the concepts I understand. So I didn't include unknown concepts of deistic claims. But that was the point, was that all the unknown concepts, or the concepts that were so vague that I couldn't make any declaration on them. Those are the things that those are the things that made me agnostic. But then I realized that they're just inconsequential. So regardless of whether or not I can affirm that they exist or not, I'm not going to wear the agnostic label. I'm an atheist because I believe no gods exist, and the ones that I can't hold on to any type of strong degree of confidence are so inconsequential that they're just not relevant to the conversation.
And I have
so
no
because
issue
of
with that. I think that's a decent position to take. Do I know this person? No, but we'll give him a shot.
But that's one reason why I don't fully understand the agnostic label.
Well, we can get it in a second here, but I respect your position on that. There might be other gods that you may not be aware of, but you know what? That doesn't change your belief now until those gods are being made aware of. Once you realize those other god concepts, you can address them, individually, a la carte, I guess you can say. But
you can't really address a concept if you haven't been
right.
If you haven't confronted it or even considered it.
Yeah.
Right.
Growing up, I never was
like
that.
Then
into religion.
Right. So then the question that I have for most people that would recognize as a Huxian agnostic is, which God concept do you think is unknowable?
I'm not a Huxian agnostic.
Okay, sorry. So which gods are you agnostic to? Just all of them, Steve? Like you can't think of any.
As a whole, no. There's some gods that I'm atheistic towards. But before I get into that, welcome Timothy. I don't recognize the name. Timothy, hi.
I actually, long time watching. You can claim popping my cherry.
Yay! Hey, you know what? It's a cherry popping day, dude. I should have brought more scotch. Yeah.
Welcome to the hangout.
Yeah, awesome.
Thanks.
Yeah.
That's too nice.
We'll be gentle, unless you like it rough.
Depends on my mood.
Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, depends on the weekend or not. Let me get back to one thing on you, Shaka. That there are gods that I'm atheistic to. Everybody knows that. People know, anybody who's been watching my shit for the last couple of years knows that the young earth creationist God does not exist to me. I'm fine with saying that God that you assert created the earth in 7,000 years does not exist. Right? So I'm not adverse to saying I'm atheistic towards something. So if I felt that way about every God, I would be more than happy to say that. I'm agnostic about a theistic type being, because I don't know the answer. I don't know how I can even come to a condition of evaluation weighing my subjective evidence against my empirical evidence, right? So I'm just going to say, you know what, I'm going to be agnostic on it. But there are certain gods, like you said, Sokka, that I'm more than happy to say I'm atheistic to, right? And if people say, well, you're against the young earth creationist God, blah, 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 I'm like, yeah, and let me explain to you why. I'll be happy to justify that, right? I'll take on that burden.
Yeah, so I mean that's where I get into the question though. Is that Hillel was sorry if I pronounced it wrong, was perfectly, explained it on was that you can't make an affirmation on any type of claim that you don't have a concept for. So the agnostic claim doesn't apply to the gods that you have no concept of, or you haven't heard of, or you're unsure about, or that might be, or whatever. The ones that you might hear about in the future, the agnostic claim doesn't need to apply to those ones. Only the concepts that you know about. So that goes into the question: is that what God concept out there right now is the one that makes you hold the agnostic position on? Like, how much of this concept can you understand?
It's not a concept in itself. No, I only hold on to the theistic concept only strictly due to subjective evidence.
So I guess, Steve, the approach you kind of hold is that, like, because I believe you believe in Big Bang, but you basically think that it's possible that a deity was responsible for that Big Bang.
Oh, I think anybody here thinks it's possible. Whether it's probable or not, I think they would argue that point. But I don't think anybody here would say it's not possible, because that'd be a hell of a thing to try to give.
Yeah, that's a hell of a claim.
A lot of people do say it's not possible.
That's a ballsy claim.
Well, then you call them to task to that, right? When I hear an atheist say, "Hey, look, there's no possible way God created the universe," I have to look at him and go, "How the hell can you know such a thing?" That's a hell of a statement to make.
Well,
you can say you don't believe it, right? But to say that a God couldn't, that's a philosophical nightmare question.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because then you're taking a positive assertion at that point.
A hell of a one.
Yeah.
Right, but Steve, if somebody could show you that a God cannot exist, not only does not, but cannot exist, would it necessarily follow that a God, because it cannot exist, couldn't have created the universe?
That particular being, sure, yeah. And if you can show a internally inconsistent deity that obviously has contradictions, that could not exist in any modal possible world, then of course that deity could not have created anything, because it's not possible for him to exist. If you say my deity can create a square circle, right, or square the circle, that deity can't exist. That deity could not be a deity to create the universe. I think that follows by extension, don't you?
Yeah, and I think that the thing with that, and like going on to Andrews' point there, would be that any type of notion of a God that acts to bring about change has to exist in some type of temporal sense.
Yeah.
So anything that for the creation of the universe, for example, for something to act to bring about the creation of the universe, you're not just positing a God at this point in time. You'd have to posit a meta time for that God to exist in. And if you're already positing a meta time, then there's no need to posit a God, because you could have things, cause and effect work in a meta time absent of a God as well. So you're still positing something that doesn't need to be there. And
well, you're saying it's not parsimonious.
Yeah, so that's why I don't understand the first cause arguments, because the first cause arguments, I feel like they're dependent on already asserting that some type of meta time must exist for this God.
Well, I was going to say, Ed, most of those actually boil down to they have to have some kind of base assertion in the first place that is the core of it, right? Because they're basically trying to define an infinite regress out of being an infinite regress.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly what it is.
And that's
Wow.
a difficult thing for like the Munchausen trilemma. When I say I take axiomatic assumptions, I'm cool with that, right? I know I can't get out of that. There's problems with foundationalism. I understand that, right? But there's problems with any system you want to use. So if you want to fall back to any axiom of the horn you have on the Munchausen trilemma, I don't have a problem with that. But what they seem to want to do is say, look, I'm going to fall back on the infinite regress, but I'm going to posit this special pleading to try to get out of it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Well, we found out one thing. Timothy's legit, so that's cool.
Yay!
Hey, thanks.
He's not Darth deity.
Watch his escalation. He's gonna stand up right now and he's gonna whip it out. He's gonna do that.
No.
He's gonna do the helicopter.
If somebody actually brings up referring to me as deity again, I'm just gonna have to fucking snipe him.
He is deity. No, I'm just kidding. Hey, real quick, what's funny is I have on my laptop over here. I popped over to see what G-Man's doing because I'm just kind of curious. He has his video, right? Atheist, I've not forgotten about you, right? He has 25 people watching.
Yeah.
He's got 9,000 subscribers. 9,000.
That was 5 years ago.
25 people are watching. I have around, I'm going pushing 1,400 right now. I have 50 or pushing 50. I've been fluctuating a little bit. Nobody cares what G-Man has to say anymore. If you had anything of interest, he could have came in here. I would have let him.
How many people does he have watching?
26 now.
I gave up on him with his answered prayer argument.
Yes,
That was
that
just
was ridiculous.
ridiculous.
Wait, you didn't find that convincing?
He has a prayer.
Oh,
I mean,
no.
however ridiculous you think it was beautiful.
It
Yeah,
was.
it was.
The stupidity
It was
of it
beautiful in a sense. I'll give you that.
I
I'll
mean,
give you that.
ironically, that was an answered prayer in of itself.
Us.
That's the essence of everything that he stands for is in that argument. Indeed.
Oh my God.
One of the things that we deal with all the time in discussing these fringe beliefs like flat Earth or creationism and so forth is that people are operating under the false conceit that although they have no particular knowledge of any of the scientific concepts and no expertise in science whatsoever, they've decided that they, a doofus in Boise, can make a better decision about scientific matters that they don't know anything about. And there's no way to cut through that. I mean, so the philosophical arguments that we talk about here a lot, I don't, but you guys do, they're not even part of the equation, because we've started with this dishonest transaction that I've decided that the scientific matter, of which I have no expertise, must have this solution, even though I have no way to support it and no expertise behind it.
But that's what happens
Completely
when
agree.
you try to support a faith-based position, based on if they feel that they accept the scientific premises and conclusions, that it would destroy their faith, their belief in God, their system of belief. That's why I think true empiricism, Antonio and G-Man argue so horribly bad against evolution, because that's all they have. Their concept is if this is right, then my theology is wrong, and that's why.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter.
Right, but people do it. People do it in for instance, with global warming. Those who've decided that global warming is not real, they've decided that they're going to look at the fringe, the outliers in this scientific debate and ignore the consensus. And again, this is a doofus who knows nothing about the scientific matters at all, but he's decided he does have the authority and the ability to decide, well, I'm going to go with the outliers because because that's my political belief, basically.
Yeah. And by the way, Paul Agia, my good friend Paul Agia, had asked for a picture-in-picture. So I'm putting the Hangout for G-Man on the feed as well. So if you're looking from the outside, if you see the video, you can see that there's live feed going on. And if you haven't noticed, look, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people in here. This room fits 25. He has one person in his room, himself.
Yeah.
So
Well, we have good conversation.
he's
Everyone knows how to talk. Everyone knows how to take orders. Like there's order to this room. It gets chaotic, but it's still like it's
Ask him why I'm
functional.
blocked in his live chat. Yeah,
And we can the one thing about here is we can disagree and still, it's like me and Steve disagreed earlier and we're fine. With those other channels, you can't disagree over there.
Oh,
it's
no
like
shit,
soon as you
right?
disagree, it's like you kick the fuck
Yeah,
out.
I would have a beer with you any day, dude. I would not play
You
your ass, I
disagree.
don't
You
think,
disagree
but
over there. You're
I
done.
would totally
Yeah,
hang out with
disagree
MP,
over
man.
there.
He'd be like the best wingman ever, man. Chicks would be
The,
like all up on us. I mean,
the other thing too that I find, and this is kind of a tough thing as well, is that I find that text chat for some of these conversations don't really convey the right emotion. Like I look back at conversations with myself and MP have had in text chat, and they always sound so angry
yeah, they
because
do.
we disagree.
I know.
And it's like, and I hate that, because I'm not angry. I don't and I don't think he's stupid when I say, hey, I don't think you're understanding this point. It's legitimately, I don't think you're understanding this point. We're talking past each other.
Sometimes
But a
anger
lot of
is the right emotion.
Yeah, but a lot of times, even though I'll tap, like maybe I got to step away, because sometimes in the heat of the moment, you're thinking you're not. And a lot of times, I find myself falling prey to this too. Is that when you're in the heat of the argument, you're so entrenched in the position that you're trying to convey, and you think the other person's not understanding, that you stop listening and then just start trying to argue from your point. And that's why a lot of times I'll just stop and just say, well, what is he really saying, and what am I not getting? Because obviously, like even in the debate that we had earlier in this debate on this topic, there's something that you guys are trying to convey that for some reason I'm not understanding, and there's something I'm trying to convey that you guys aren't understanding. And I think sometimes when you get a battle, it's just like we're just not listening to it when you're speaking.
And it's pretty minor compared to. I mean, if MP was like, "Oh, Steve, the Earth is flat," I think we'd have a far greater degree of disagreement, and it probably wouldn't be too polite at that point. I'd be like, "Yeah, MP, you're a fucking moron if you think the Earth is flat, right?" I mean,
of course. Well, but let's just even cut this shit.
And I would be a moron too if I did.
This whole thing about atheism versus whatever the definition that we're trying to use is, it's really superfluous. You know, we really agree with the same points of what we're talking about. And if we're going to have a conversation, I know how you're defining it. I'll have the conversation. You know, it's really an argument about nothing, but it's fun to have to try to understand why we all hold these different positions.
I just get
But
upset
this
when
is really
people
one
tell
of the
me
few
that I'm
positions
an
that we have.
atheist. It's like, no, you don't, right? So that's why I've never been angry at you for it. But, you know, I do go on other pages and other hangouts, and they say, well, Steve's the atheist. And it's like, no, come on, just stop misrepresenting me.
Yeah, I know. But you brought up the flat Earth thing, which reminds me of Red and what was it, Betty?
Yeah,
Betty Vaughn.
Did you watch that?
Betty.
Oh my
God.
God.
That was crazy.
Holy hell! I listened to the whole damn thing. I think my brain fucking fell out next to my fucking bed.
Did you lose brain cells on that, Tim?
Oh, obviously, yes.
It was harsh.
I don't know how I'm gonna get them back.
I have a bruise on my forehead.
She said you could see a star looking from 4 different directions. Fuck my life.
That's magical
Yes.
right there.
Yes, that's the point where I completely fucking lost it, because she was adamantly trying to explain how you could see a star from 4, well, diametrically opposed positions.
Yep.
I have no idea how the hell that's supposed to
I
work.
think if you were on a black hole that was somehow like wrapped around itself or something. I mean,
Don't try to make sense.
If you're on the photosphere of a black hole, you can see the back of your head, maybe, kind of shit.
Yeah,
you'd be dead, but it's okay.
We're at the fifth dimension.
Yeah. You want to know what just happened? Okay, hey. This is what I believe in. Okay, I'm standing. Just like 10 minutes ago, I was standing in my kitchen. I was getting something to eat, and my daughter, 11-year-old, walks into the kitchen, and she goes, "Hey, Daddy, love you. What you doing?" Oh, man, I about broke down. Sometimes that's my God right there. That's
King,
like,
I think you're getting a little feedback here. I'm gonna have to mute you for a second. Yeah, much quieter. By the way, yeah, I agree with you. My daughter's my world, right? But
I know.
this little
Just,
thing
like,
that I'm
the
using,
little things. It's weird. Little things that
I'm gonna take this little thing that you guys can see on the my desktop, and I'll put people's like pictures in here eventually. I'm thinking about that, like little icons in here. That's gonna be cool. Oh, by the way, I guess who's back in the scene? My buddy Kent Hovind.
Back?
Kent Hovind is
What?
back. He has challenged now Thunderfoot and Aaron Raw, and KC had said, "Hey, King Crocodile has said, hey, Kent, you challenged me to debate. Whatever happened with that?" So I messaged KC and I said, "Dude, if you have a debate with Kent, I want to simulcast this." And he said, "Yeah, no problem." So
I will say,
If it's live, I'm going.
I have seen Kent Hovind when I was a younger of creations. I don't know if you guys. I think I've mentioned it before.
Yeah.
When I used to live in Florida, and I saw his act. He was arguing against some atheists, and we were fundamentalists back then. And it was interesting because his performance is very good. If you don't know, if you are ignorant
It's
on
an
the
act.
topics,
You
it is
said it.
so believable.
I love the fact that you label it out initially as just I saw his act.
An act. I know.
Yeah, because that's what it was. It was a performance. It had. Now that I know the topic and I'm more educated on it, I knew that everything he said was bullshit and has no substance. But at the time, it sounded so convincing. It sounded so rational. I believed it 110% because his performance was just that good.
Yeah, well, we apologize. Says, what do you mean by back? I mean, he's back trying to get these debates going again, right? I mean, he disappeared for a little while. Yes, he was doing his little slideshow YouTube stuff, but after he had
and he was in jail too for like 10 years.
Well, no. After he got out of jail, he went back into the scene. He got obliterated by General Han Solo. He got obliterated by Fiona Robertson. He got obliterated by me. He just got obliterated across the board. And so he just kind of stopped going into hangouts and stopped engaging. Now
Is that him trying to maintain that old claim that he could debate 3 or 4 atheists at a time and defeat them all?
Yeah, and but see, that was before we
Have
had
his
what's
brain
called the
tied behind his
internet.
back.
We know his
Theodore
claims
opened
now, right?
everyone's eyes to him, man. Theodore broke it down.
Theodore won't come back. Theodore won't come in here. Theodore, I don't understand Theodore's position, because Theodore's told me that he full on believes Hovind is a con man. I get that, right? I think everybody knows this, but he still accepts young Earth creationism, and it's like I'm like, Theodore, do you not understand? If this man's a con man, you should doubt everything he says from the beginning. You need to question everything at this point. And Theodore
But just
won't.
imagine being persuaded so much that you actually move there and help the guy for free.
It's how much do you
Actually
question a
pay
snake
money.
oil salesman? Honestly.
You everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I mean,
But then,
Deborah's the same way.
Then there's
Timothy.
a lot of snake oil salesmen out there, though. He's not the only one. There's like a reinforcement going on too.
Yeah, but Deborah has been saying the same thing, that he's a snake oil salesman, but she still believes in young Earth creationism. And because she was on his compound as well. They were part of his little compound, as Paul says, militia. She's
real
slave labor. Basically.
Nice too.
What?
She's a really nice woman.
She seems nice, but seems delusional to me.
Yeah, she's nice. I've chatted with her a couple times on comments and stuff. We've had a couple like 10, 15 minutes bullshitting back and forth. She's a really nice lady. It's almost to her detriment though, because she believes everyone, or she believes I don't know, she puts way too much stock in shit she shouldn't.
She's naive. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, how many years ago was it when you got out of younger creationism, MP?
Ooh, we're talking about shit. I'll say maybe 2004. I started getting out of it.
So only
a while ago.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay.
Only 13 years.
Yeah, and probably only about 13 years, because I started questioning things about that time, and then I said I was going to go back and get my degree, and then I took like a biology class, and I was like, oh shit. There's a lot more here than I was told. Then,
That's what I hear. You take biology.
Then I was like, then I was like, all right, let me try this physics class, and then it was like, okay, it was about high level calculus, and I was like, all right, all the shit that I was being told by, unfortunately, my parents, my people in my community.
And what? Then you figured out the evolution thing doesn't include the Big Bang.
Yes.
Yeah, Hovind's eight things of evolution,
but you know what?
Right?
The biggest thing to overcome was not believing the church. It was not believing my parents, because my parents believed this, and I believed what they taught me, and to then wrong was my biggest hurdle to get.
That's got to be hard.
It is hard, I'm sure.
Because I had to come to the decision that they were wrong. That what they were telling me.
Do they still believe it?
Lie. They still believe it to this day.
And you're not able to convince them otherwise?
No, we talk about it. If I tell them I don't believe that their God exists, it becomes literally a crying and going to hell, that type of thing. So now we just don't even talk about it.
See, I wouldn't go that route.
It's something that's
science route, but they probably don't know science, do they?
Well, yeah. Their science is Kent Hovind. Kent Hovind teaches them science.
I'm so glad I didn't grow up with that.
Me either, man. I tell you, I would have lost my mind.
Yeah.
No,
We had no religion growing up.
I grew up with a dad that was playing the piano for the local church, for the local Methodist church. He also had a hobby of fixing organs and pianos. So most of the churches around here, he fixed their pipe organs for them. I've been in, I don't know how many different churches from I don't know how many different denominations. From basically about 3 years old on up. All of it, I can't say any of it ever grabbed me, ever. And it has never been something that actually that I could even get into. I don't understand it.
By the way, yeah, I did dislike his video, but he has 12 dislikes, 6 likes on his video. I've got 18 likes, 3 dislikes. So can we get some more likes on here? Is that cool? Yeah, I know, but that's but it's just like your dad tried to like. He did. First of all, your dad wasn't a young creationist, right? I mean, he was a Methodist.
No. My dad wasn't even a Methodist. Actually, he just did it as a hobby. He liked to work on the pianos.
Okay.
He liked to work on the organs. That was it.
There's nothing wrong with that. That's cool.
Yeah.
I like church.
Yeah, I met somebody like that.
One thing I like to ask everybody in here is something that happens with me. No one in my real life, other than my wife, knows that I'm an atheist. It's almost like an unsaid thing, you know. Most people don't like it's not like I've ever been asked, but I don't know information. I wanted to know, like, the only time I can actually even speak honestly about these topics is here in rooms like this or like a G-Man or something, kind of with this anonymity. Is it the same for everyone else in here, or are people free to be
Go
atheists?
to a bar. It comes up every so often.
I would say I don't even consider it, because it's not even a thing that I consider to be something that I shouldn't talk about. It's, for me, it was, the religion thing was never actually pressed on me. My dad, like I said, he worked on the pipe organs and worked on pianos, and that he just did it as a hobby. He liked it, but that was it. That's as far as the religion went. Aside from that, I never got any kind of pressure into any kind of a structured religion at all. And it was just, you figure out what you want to do, and you figure out how you understand the world. That's it.
For me,
Yeah, that's pretty much what happened with me. Like, I wasn't like raised in a Christian home or anything, but I came out the way I came out, you know.
For me,
and you see what I'm doing, you know.
I'll talk about Christianity with other Christians, because it's not meaningful unless I'm like actually speaking to somebody that I'm kind of on the same.
Well, I see more disagreements among Christians than I do atheists. I mean, there's atheists, agnostics in here, and I think we probably agree about 99% of everything when it comes to like the scientific stuff. But when you go and get a group of Christians together, you don't know what the hell you're in for sometimes.
Oh yeah, everybody's got a different interpretation, and yeah.
We don't even agree with the definition of atheism is. What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
That's why you always have 2 bags of popcorn nearby.
Or G-Man's, no such thing as an atheist.
No, oh god. Oh my god, the last time he ran that argument, he was tripping over his own argument. It was so weird, because he basically has boiled down to this. If somebody believes that a naturalistic God, and let's assume that a naturalistic God is possible, I don't care one way or another, but he assumes that if you, like, say, Timothy, you worship the sun, right? And I say, okay, Timothy, you worship the sun. Because I accept that you worship the sun, I'm no longer an atheist. If I was an atheist, it's like, what? How does that follow, G-Man?
Yeah, exactly. Well, his argument on that was LaVeyan Satanists. I'm like, what the hell are you on about? If I believe that LaVeyan Satanists exists, then I believe in a god? Wait a minute.
Not sure how that follows.
This is a complete non sequitur. Sorry.
Yeah, he has the strangest way of formulating argumentation. That's why I think that half the time he does so, he just does so for shits and giggles, to try to get something to go on to his
I think he's just stirring up shit. I think that's all he's doing. Yeah. But I get some views, so.
Not very many. Dude, he's got 24 viewers right now with 9,000 subs.
It's going to get him some, because I watch him and laugh at him.
Yeah,
I don't normally watch his stuff. The only reason I have right now is because Apologia had asked me, and
Well, I have the base marker. If it's under 20 minutes, then I'll watch a G-Man video. If it's over that, I might skip around. But that's about it.
Yeah, that's a good rule.
But G-Man even knows that most of his viewership is atheists. Laughing at him, he understands that. He's not preaching to the choir.
No, he says as much in most of the stuff he talks about. He's talking to the atheists out there.
Well, look at the comments, like Divisionary. I think G-Man is a troll to make people be atheists with his stupidity. This isn't his live chat, right? This is what people say in his live chat till they're blocked. I can't speak in his live chat. If I try to talk, it won't come up. Watch. G-Man, let's see. So what should I say to G-Man? Because it won't come up anyways, I don't think. I think this is my main account, so I'm sure this one's blocked.
Hey, Steve. Or anybody, really. The whole flat earth videos, how there's a lot of them showing how, like, you can see stuff that supposedly should be under the curve.
Oh, wait, no, I don't know if it unblocked me. Hang on a sec. I don't know if it unblocked me or not, because it's going to show on my end. But when I look
Flat Earth videos about the curve, is that what you're bringing up?
Yeah.
One sec. If you look in the live chat, see, I didn't show up. It shows up on me, but it doesn't show up on the actual live chat if you're looking on this channel. So, yeah, I'm blocked. Told you. Now, what now, King?
All the videos out there are showing, like, people showing stuff that should be technically under the curve of water, for example. All those videos out there.
Yeah, this you're talking about all the Horizon ones.
Yeah, you like the Seattle, or the Toronto needle, the Seattle needle. Yeah.
Right. What do you think is the I guess scientific breakdown in those? Is it that the light is bending the gravity is bending the light in the image, or is it that the math?
No. It's two bits in there. One is there is a bit of image that will disappear below curve. The other bit is that there's a bit of water in the air, and when you have water in the atmosphere, it actually makes a refractory. The bit with that is when it's actually lined up right, it changes your image and will actually get it to bend around what that curve.
Oh, he's talking about the
Chicago
skyline type thing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, what happens is this. Yeah, you're right. What happens is basically, you have an object that's now a little bit over the horizon. There's something called tropospheric distortion, or tropospheric ducting, or atmospheric refraction. All the same things. And light will actually propagate through this little duct because of a difference between the boundary layers of a colder air and hotter air. So now you get this what's called refraction, because light bends when it goes between two boundary layers, two different mediums or two different temperatures of air. So it'll bend slightly. So light that normally would be going out at an angle greater than what you're at, it's going to be bent a little bit towards you, allowing you to see it. So it's basically just it's called refraction. Yeah.
Yep.
Radio waves do the same thing. Some radio waves.
Yep. That's what I was trying to explain. You just did it better.
Yeah, no, you explained it fine. You were right on.
The funniest G-Man hangout I've ever seen was when he was in the flat Earth, when he was with the flat earthers, and he kept saying, "You guys don't believe the science. You guys don't believe the science." And I'm like, "That's what we've been telling you for all these years, man. You don't believe the science." And now you see they tell somebody else they don't believe the science.
Oh god, the irony hurts, doesn't it? It's just like it's a what the fuck moment. Well, you got to remember, G-Man's go-to guy for science is Ronnie. So what does that tell you?
Well, he believes.
Oh fuck!
So Timothy, I got to ask, how did you discover
just
the Great
Tim?
Debate? Just
Tim. Sorry.
You said you had watched for a while. You were just looming around, because I never seen you in the live chat. I don't think, have I?
No. I haven't been in live chats. I've been a kind of persistent lurker. That's about it.
It's always weird when I hear that. A lot of people came to the community that way. Hannah was like that. A few people were, and have you joined the Great community? The link is in the bottom of the video.
Oh no, I did. Yeah, I did.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay, but you just haven't been in any of the hangouts.
No, I actually most of the time I don't have a whole lot of time to actually get into any kind of formal argument about things. I would like to, but half the time they're either addressed, like Alex will come up with these fantastic rebuttals to things that by the time I actually see something that's been posted, Alex Malpass has already gone through and just demolished it.
Yeah,
like, all right, done.
Exactly.
So good.
Yeah, we don't even need to bother responding. It's like, okay, Alex, go ahead. You're done. We're done.
Yeah, exactly. And he'll do, it's like several pages worth of really astute philosophical, conversation, and it's really well done.
Have you ever conversated with him before?
I have not. No.
Oh yeah, he's just amazing. He's really funny because he's like an 8-hour time difference, right? So it'd be like 4:00 in the morning. I'll get this message from Alex of some off the wall philosophical physics type thing, and he's like, "Steve, I want your opinion on this." I'm like, "Is this English, Alex? I don't even know what the hell this is." He did it seriously. It's like 4:00 in the morning. I get this message from Alex, dude, I don't even know what the hell this is. It's interesting, I guess, but. Yeah. Honestly,
I keep seeing it as I have an interest in philosophy and the way those arguments are formed, but I think I'm fucking terrible at it. So
you should read his blog post. He has a blog post about all this stuff. It's really, really good.
I've seen some of them,
but it's really good.
I have seen some of them. I haven't gone through all of them, but yeah, I agree. He's really, really good.
Ozzy's really good too, by the way. No, well, anyways.
Yeah, I don't see like a lot of posts from Ozzy, honestly.
Ozzy's more, I don't know. He's just more. I think he'd rather be in a hangout talking than posting stuff. But yeah, no, welcome. We need people more in the hangouts. We're diversifying a little bit. Hopefully, King Crocoduck said he's putting out a video soon, whatever that means in King Croc tongue. But he told me today that he told me yesterday the video's coming out.
3 years from now.
Yeah, no, he said I said when I was talking about Hovind, because he knows I've engaged with Hovind. He knows a lot of people was engaged with Hovind, and he said, you know, yeah, it's probably a perfect time for talk about, you know, a debate with Hovind because I'm just finishing up a video and I'm putting a shout out to your channel. And I was like, awesome. You know.
I'm amazed that Hovind is back and trying to start debating again.
He's got nothing else, Tim.
I don't. That doesn't surprise me at all. But it's a little surprising he even wants to throw himself into that arena again.
He's hoping these bad arguments people still buy into.
Yeah. They will too. Someone will.
Yeah, well, someone will. Yeah.
Still has a huge following, though. His following still.
And he thinks he'll get more converts, and he's probably right.
He just needs to get a couple ones with good money, and he's set.
So let me ask King. King, how come you never fell for young Earth creationism?
What do you mean?
Oh, you're a young Earther? Oh, flat Earth. Excuse me, flat Earther. Yeah, you're a young Earther, but you're not a flat Earther, right?
Well, what exactly is the young Earther thing? I'm kind of confused. I haven't really heard of that term.
If you think the Earth is anything less than billions of years old.
If you think it's about 6,000 years old, yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm that.
Yeah.
So you do think it's about 6,000 years old?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you don't think it's flat?
No.
Okay. So you do buy into a lot of Hovind's claims, even though I've got him to acknowledge two of them are wrong. He said he can't go back in time and change them, but he said he won't be using them in the future. But he will. He will. You know he will.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen him a lot. I saw him a long time ago when I sort of first started to, like, you know, looking into the Bible and stuff like that. I remember seeing a few of his videos, but I never knew the name or something. And when he brought him up, I typed in his name, and I was like, oh, that guy.
You're really static. Can you pull your mic out and push it back in or something, or check your connection?
What? There's like a lot of noise.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of static on your line there.
Yeah, I just got a new computer and trying to work this microphone out.
Sounds like almost like a bad ground.
I was talking to Steve earlier. Would people actually be interested in talking about sovereign citizens? I know it's off the subject, but what do people think about sovereign citizens?
I encounter. I feel like I encounter one every fucking couple of weeks.
I'm down for a hang on sovereign citizens, but you know, can we make it next week?
I think it would be a good argument.
Well, do I have to say anything more than they're batshit?
Yeah. I mean they have fundamental. I mean, MP would be the perfect guest for that. This is in his wheelhouse. I'm just going to give my synopsis. Then I want to go back to the young Earth thing real quick, but my synopsis on the sovereign citizens is that they have a fundamental misunderstanding of the Articles of Confederation and the Constitution.
Yeah.
And maritime.
Completely agree.
Yeah.
Completely agree.
One of the points that they do bring up, which is true. It's one of those quirks in the law, but that the articles for the Articles of Confederation, I believe, have been, I hate to say overturned, but for the Constitution to have been legal, the Articles of Confederation had to have been voted down with like a unanimous vote, which did not happen.
Yeah, get ratified.
But it wasn't ratified with a unanimous vote, so that's why they're saying that that's still in effect, which is ridiculous because
they think
the law
Article 13 was ratified. Yeah.
Yeah, it's that's the one little quirk they hold on to.
Yeah,
that is it.
So pinnacle, and
well,
you know, laws have been, you know, we have the Constitution. It's the way it is, and you know, no court has ever sided with these people.
Yeah.
No. Well, I was going to say there's so many random little remnants in the law anyway that, you know, you're not allowed to have a goat in a bathtub in Utah or wherever
I've
it is.
been arrested for that actually, so that's true.
Yeah. Hey, there's a law still. There's still a law that if you get raped and have the child, that father still has rights on the child.
Yeah.
This is insane.
You know, one thing, I don't know how do you guys feel about this? Like, Thomas,
is that sugar?
Florida is the only state that doesn't notice that.
That's interesting.
Usually, Florida is the batshit craziest of everyone.
You know,
well, you know, Hovin's from there, so.
Yeah, I am too, unfortunately.
Yeah, we'll have
Thomas Jefferson advocated for like all laws should like stop every 20 years, like it should like every 20 years all laws should higher. And just because his whole thing was laws are for the living, not for the dead. If you have a 200-year-old law, it doesn't work today. So that was his
Yes, we don't have
Well-
muskets. We don't have. We don't
we'll
live
have
in
that
the
No,
hangout.
I think a lot of that would actually have a problem with that, just because if you're going to recycle the laws and just make them have an expiration date on there, you're going to end up with problems where you're going to have politicians that are going to be recycling the same horse shit over and over and over and over again, just because they can get a paycheck out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they'll hide stuff in the amendments. They're great for
Yeah,
that.
we could definitely have a hangout on that. I think as I said, this is right in MP's wheelhouse, so he could be the superstar of that particular hangout.
Yeah, I love it. Too.
Yeah.
It's great. I always watch. I always watch Sovereign Citizen Fails whenever I'm down.
Oh no, those make me laugh like you wouldn't fucking believe.
Oh God! Did you guys?
I was watching all day today.
Did you guys see the one where the chick was asked to get out of the car and relinquish
Oh, yes.
her purse?
With the
Oh,
backpack.
yes. Yeah, and
oh
she-
my
Rape!
God!
You're raping me!
Exactly. I got to tell you, I think the cop should have shot her at that point, but whatever.
Yeah.
He had the patience of a fucking
No,
saint.
I think that man should deserve a fucking medal for how
Exactly.
goddamn patient he was.
He was.
Oh, yes.
Everybody agreed. You cannot watch that video and think that man did not have as much patience as a human being could possibly ever have.
Even the boyfriend said, "Don't mind her. Don't notice. Don't mess
The
with her."
scary part is I've dated women like that. They do exist. I'm not even lying.
Yeah, I'd
They do
be like,
exist,
I'm not
you
with
know.
her.
But anyways, I want to welcome Sugar in my live chat. She hasn't been around for a while.
Is the topic now batshit crazy feminists?
Yeah, that's why Sugar showed up.
You know, I find it kind of odd though.
I love you,
I find it
Sugar.
kind of odd how you type in sovereign citizens in YouTube, and literally the first 3 pages of results are all sovereign citizens getting owned.
Yeah.
It's a little weird.
Oh yeah. There's so many of those videos that's not funny.
I've enjoyed those videos.
I mean, it almost seems like they want to make that the first result that comes up on YouTube.
Well, because they have
That
no leg
and
to stand
Las
on,
Vegas cops,
right?
I
And they're
like.
just annoying.
But some of these people are serious with it though. Like I know one guy, he
Dead
refused-
serious.
I know, and I've seen some of them, at least in smaller courts, where they actually got away with what they were actually impugned with,
Yeah.
basically because they annoyed the shit out of the judge
Exactly.
enough that they basically said, "Get the fuck out of here! I don't want to see you."
Yeah, because it's like a fishing violation or something. You were fishing
Yeah.
without a license or something, you know?
Well, I mean, there is a lot of very gross negligence by government. I mean, it's very easy for them to just let their power flow. I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever been like wrongfully accused of a traffic ticket, and you show up and you have like a fake judge that are pro tem, and they don't freaking know the law, and they're the ones that determine guilt or innocence, and they're just like having a bad day, and it's just like some woman up there who was, you know.
I'm curious. What do you mean by fake judge?
I'm being a little facetious, but they're a pro tem, so
There
you know.
are judges they have up there. They're very temporary constables that are actually taking over for the actual judge themselves. We have that in municipal courts a lot.
I agree with that. I was just trying to make it clear. That's
There's no
all.
real judges, but you know.
It sounded very sovereign citizen-like.
It did, didn't it?
Yeah, I had a bad experience, I'll be honest. She honestly didn't even know. They literally charged me with an incorrect traffic infraction, and we're just straight ignorant. And, you know, it's very easy for them to do that. It's very hard to fight for yourself. So
It is, and I will agree with that wholeheartedly. I actually have a problem with DMV currently because of a lapse in insurance that I had no longer have a license for about another year, just because of a lapse in insurance.
yes, I mean that's BS, right? Like, why should you have to get insurance? I mean, that's your choice, isn't it?
Well,
or it should be at least.
It's not even that literally, I didn't know that I wasn't covered on it because the broker that I was going through for my insurance went out of business and never told me. So when I paid for it like 6 months at a time, and when the 6 months came up, I didn't notice that I didn't get a bill because it was 6 months later.
Yeah.
And I didn't pay for the next one, so I was
State
not
of you
covered.
in?
And then
That's odd.
New York. And then suddenly I get a bit from the DMV saying my registrations are suspended, my license is suspended, et cetera, and I have to wait the entirety of the time that I was without insurance coverage to actually do anything at it.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, these people are telling you that it's a privilege that they're giving you for you to drive. So, meaning, okay, if you as a human being is going to build a little vehicle, it's a privilege for them to let you travel around in it.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, is that not offensive?
There has to be. Well, no, I don't find it offensive.
It's offensive to me because it makes it really difficult for me to get to work.
Well, yeah, in your case, Tim, sure, but I mean, I think that we have to have some regulation of when you have anything over a certain amount of power. Like the motorcycles, anything over 150, cc has to be registered. Anything over, anything considered to be more than I think it's 3/4 of a horsepower has to be registered, something like that. There's reasons for these things, and I get that.
I understand the regulation on it. The bit that I have a problem with on it is the DMV is effectively punishing me for this without any ability to actually get my license reinstated, which prevents me from actually, for the most part, getting a normal job.
Yeah, they don't make it easy. They don't make. I will agree. The DMV and the court system, they don't communicate very well. The court system always says you got to go to the DMV, and the DMV says you got to go to court.
Absolutely. Yeah, prison.
Oh yeah.
Wait. That's not true, MP. Because I tell you what, in California, that's true.
It is 100% true.
Oh, okay, you agree with me. Good, because I have seen it firsthand.
Listen, it is to the point where I'm prosecuting somebody for a DMV violation, and I literally have to mail the DMV to get the information to show that this person's license. It's like it's so horrible.
It's like pulling teeth, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God!
Yeah. I've literally been in a situation where the DMV asked me something from the court. When the court asked that, you need to get this first from the DMV, and I'm like, wait, the DMV says I got to go to get this from the court first. It's like, what the fuck am I supposed to do here?
Hey, can I ask Pew? Did you get that video I sent you?
I'm not.
No, I didn't. I don't.
Oh man, I sent it in the Hangouts. Dang it!
I can't say anything.
Here.
Pew will take whatever I say and just twist it.
Oh, dude, I get about 5 sound bites every 10 minutes from that hangout. By the way,
that was a good hangout.
So many more. Oh, you all don't know about this. I only sent it to Steve.
And that's all you're.
There is. There are many sound.
Do go on.
I will
I'm
pull secure about it. It's okay. Here. You know what? I'm not worried about it because people know who I am. I'm not Darwin's deity, so the fact that Pew made a soundboard taking things so completely out of context made it look like a homophobic, sexist, racist bigot. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, but you're going to say you're not DD. I'm going to have to ask, what's your final authority?
Yes, exactly. How would you know?
No, he did. I got to admit, this makes me sound like this homophobic, racist, bigoted piece of shit. And I'm like, this is cool. I mean, this is pretty funny, actually. Yeah. You just totally twisted everything. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, this is what people do to people, though. At least he did it out of love, so I don't care.
Yeah. Well, listen, guys, I'm getting out of here. You guys have a wonderful evening.
MP, buddy. Thank you.
All right, MP.
Good luck at your thing tomorrow.
Thanks for coming.
I will try to listen to it. I'm hoping that by the way, is it live? Because I remember you said it was going to be.
I think it is live. I think he wants to. He has some other people to join too who kind of have the same type of misunderstanding. So what we did was he asked me to read his blog post, which I did, and just notate where. But I agree with everything he says. So I'm just trying to figure out maybe.
Yeah, I'll definitely set my alarm to watch that. Put a shout out to the great debate community.
Oh yeah, I will. I think the problem that we're having, the problem that I'm having, is just maybe something minor because I there's like nothing I.
Yeah, because I agree. Because dude, we all know you're a smart guy, MP. I mean, I think you're really, really smart. I think this is just one of those things you have a stumbling block, and I think we all have these in certain areas. So this just happens to be yours, and I think it's going to get resolved though. Okay, because you're not like practically wrong, right? You're not like in level of Ronnie wrong. You're just I don't think you're seeing it from a perspective that we are. How about that?
You know, my wife actually said it best. She said a lot of times, because I argue for a living, and the way we argue is burdens of proof, belief claims versus knowledge claims, and then I have to be able to take whatever you're telling me and find out on the spot what's true, what's not true. And,
right.
Are you a prosecutor?
Yeah, and I am, and that's different in the context
of having absolutely right.
Philosophical debates, and that's maybe my stumbling block is that I'm looking at it in a very narrow way.
Yeah, if this was an illegal thing, it would be much more in your wheelhouse, right? I mean, this was like, did Steve commit a crime by saying atheism is this, and this? You might be on solid ground, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying it as guilty versus not guilty, versus the innocent distinction, and that way was where I think it's kind of melding up for me where I'm not really understanding the final.
Well, let's do this next week. We'll have that thing on sovereign citizens and open carry maybe as well. I wouldn't mind diving into that a little bit.
Ooh, that sounds fun.
Yeah, I'm all for open carry too.
Yeah, I'm for open carry too. Yeah.
Same.
All right, thanks, MP. Yeah.
MP is out of here.
Yeah.
I was gonna say nice to meet him, but he's out already.
Yeah, so was I. I don't know if I've been in a hangout with him yet. Let me test this real quick if y'all don't mind.
You gonna test the soundboard?
Oh, is it not going?
No, you can't hear it.
No,
I can't hear anything.
Shit. Well, I'll have to figure out something then.
Yeah, great. So we're gonna think I'm a racist bastard.
Where do I send this video?
Black people do cocaine. Yeah.
Don't we just assume that by default? I mean,
now I have 2 of those.
Steve, no spoilers.
It's so funny though when you think about it. We say so much stuff that if you just heard like 3 words of an entire sentence, it's just so taken out of context, right?
It's so good.
well, yeah, you racist bastard.
I know. I mean, I don't know how you take it out of context. I like dick in my ass, but I mean, how do you take that out of context? I don't know.
Hey, there's pretty much not a context that makes it okay.
Okay, I guess not, right?
I really hope that whole culture of how things are that way will really start to change soon. I mean, like news agencies like CNN, they just make the problem worse. Like somebody says something and they put it in bold letters, and it's totally out of context. And then people the same way,
they sensationalize it because that's kind of their industry. That's what they want to do. They want to get more people to view it.
But how many people
regardless of what it is
anymore? We don't have it like it was 50 years ago when people just said just the facts, right? Now we have commentator news. Every news organization not only just reports the news, but they commentate the fuck out of it, which is not necessarily a bad thing. But I wouldn't mind just having a pure news source.
They don't make a distinction between their opinion and what was actually reported.
Right. But then you also have people like Antonio Fletcher who put fake news up themselves, like, oh, look at CNN staged, this thing with the Arabs and the Muslims and the signs.
Yeah, I don't even know how to respond to Antonio. That's a whole different thing.
He's a special kind of fuckery.
Well, guys, I'm gonna head out. It's been fun. It's like 2 o'clock where I am right now. 2 o'clock at night. And I'm getting a little tired.
Thank you, sir. So I guess GMAT ended his hangout, so I'm gonna close this window, Paul. But yeah, I mean, his see how unproductive his hangout was. Nobody watched that. Just remember, all you spanners saying Steve McDickey next racist. I have control over your spanners. No, I'm just kidding. I don't give a shit. So whatever.
I really need
what
to
is it?
figure out a way to
Steve
play these.
McRacist, yeah.
Yeah.
Steve McRacist.
Steve McRacist.
How the hell is this not playing correctly?
I don't know. You're the technical guru, dude.
Hey,
maybe the universe just doesn't want it to be.
Hugh, did you get, don't talk about it on air, but did you get my message, yes or no, about the video thing that I was trying to do? I explained it in more detail.
Oh, I don't think I did get it. Where would I have found that?
On the same message that I sent you initially. So read that and get back to me after this is done.
Yeah, I'll find it because I'm not currently seeing it. But yeah.
Okay.
And Pew, I just sent you something in YouTube and on Hangouts. I had sent that video you wanted.
Oh, sweet, thank you.
But yeah, just let me know if you got it when you can. It's at the 100. It's at the 1 hour 9 minute mark. 1 hour
9 minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Apologia, I sent it to you. You have a copy of what I sent too. So Paul, read what I said for a video. I mean, I got my problem is I know the direction I want to go. Right. I got these concepts, and I don't know how to execute them. So I'm lacking in the execution because I'm just not as proficient with doing that. It's like Apologia, who did this as a living, or even Pew. You got skills, but anyways. So I want to go back. I want to go back if we can to the younger creationist shit because that's an area I have a special interest in. Do you guys care?
Go for it.
Go for it.
All right. So King, I mean, you said you don't listen to Hovind much. Then where do you get your beliefs that the Earth is 7,000 years old, other than, like, for example, put aside the Bible, but other than your subjective opinion, where do you get the scientific claims, which are nominal, but where do you get the scientific claims from, if not from Hovind and Ham?
I actually don't, admittedly.
So it's not because of science; it's just because of pure faith.
Correct.
Okay. Well, you know what? That's a fetus type position, I guess.
However, it is because of a very high skepticism of the science that is presented.
that's borderlining an argument from ignorance in a way, though. I mean, the science overwhelmingly demonstrates an old Earth. There's no science whatsoever that demonstrates a young Earth.
Yeah, but to me, that science requires a certain amount of faith too. I mean, black holes, Big Bang.
It's not even talking about that. It's talking about trees that are 9,000 years old.
10,000. We have colonies that go back to 10 to 15,000 years. We've got sculptures that go back 40,000 years.
Yep.
According to like carbon dating and stuff, or written history, or what do you mean?
There's different ways to do calibrations.
The tree one is based on, I forget the name of it, dendrochronology. That's it. Dendrochronology plus carbon dating puts it back at, I think it was 9,500 years, somewhere around there.
Yeah, one of the bristle trees, they go back almost 10,000 years. The bristlecone. Mm-hmm.
Right.
And the dinosaurs are finding now that are amazing. They found one dinosaur tail in amber.
They found a whole baby bird, perfectly encapsulated.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yep. Yes,
the
just
feathers
recently.
And everything.
100 million years old, baby bird.
Oh. Yeah, the reason I remember that is because those are the 3 lines of dialogue I talked with PZ Myers about, so I get that. It's awesome.
Talk to PZ Myers, that's cool.
I got to talk to him for 3 lines of dialogue.
PZ comes
about that one thing in Amber.
I'm gonna
right here, actually. So
I thought about inviting PZ.
Steve, I'm advertising your channel on your channel. You're welcome.
What's that?
I'm advertising your channel on your channel. I got to talk to PZ Myers for 3 lines of dialogue. That was awesome.
Oh, when PZ came in here?
Yeah, when I talked to him for a second just about the Amber.
Yeah, he's been in here a couple times. I was thinking about inviting him tomorrow. I tweeted something to him the other day, but
he's awesome.
But I'm having the thing on the Imagine No Religion tomorrow. And
I'm actually curious with King there that if we have dendrochronology and carbon dating that actually puts trees back at 9,500 years, I don't know how you reconcile that without kind of dismissing those.
Yeah, they prop each other up. I mean, the dendrochronology seems to validate the carbon dating, and the carbon dating independently validates the dendrochronology.
Exactly.
You have so many.
I don't know how you can hold up a belief that something's shorter time frame than that without just dismissing arbitrarily both of those. I mean, if there's a reason, I'd love to hear it, but.
No, I can't really comment too much on all the science behind it, but I will say that I do dismiss those measures pretty much.
I think you're allowed to do so, but you do realize that by definition makes you an irrational thinker, right? To arbitrarily be able to dismiss things without justification is what irrationality is. I mean, you don't have to be a rational person. We get this, but that is what irrationality is. Just to say, I dismiss it without giving a reason why.
Irrationality can be fun sometimes.
Sure.
I will say it can be fun a lot of times, but.
No, I mean, there are certain things that you don't necessarily have to delve into.
Well, when you're saying that all of science doesn't work, you're throwing away biology, you're throwing away physics, you're throwing away geology. Link sugars in the video description.
I didn't mean to stick you on the spot, King, but it's a curiosity to me. I don't understand the dismissal of those.
Yeah, I mean, you at least could give us the younger creationist narrative, and then we can say why they're wrong, because they do have gross misconceptions of how these things work. They don't understand dating methods. The people that write these blogs do understand dating methods, and I think they purposely mislead people. Snelling, Austin,
they use that knowledge to betray you.
To obfuscate the actual facts to make people believe something that isn't necessarily true. Now, I can go through Snelling's work and I go through Tompkins' work and I can kind of point out their mistakes, not to the degree of an actual expert, but I'm not completely inept at showing some of the mistakes they make. But one of the biggest mistakes that I find that Snelling and Austin make, other than they're using the wrong dating method and trying to confuse pyroclastic flow with stratification, right, of rocks, they have a problem what's called the heat dissipation problem, or the heat problem. And they admit this is a huge problem with younger creationism. And they still assert something called accelerated decay, but they just merely assert it, going, you know what, accelerated Kate explains this, even though it basically would destroy the Earth. But you know what? Look past that. Don't worry about the fact it would just literally melt the crust of the Earth. It would liquefy the crust of the Earth if this being true. Ignore that. We'll figure out how to solve that problem later.
Yeah.
Well,
the pressure in the
I would say, like, look at the amount of technical expertise you would need in terms of radiocarbon dating or something like that. I mean, the amount of science behind that, the amount of technology.
How about Wi-Fi? How about making Wi-Fi that reaches from here to China?
Radiocarbon dating is not that complicated, and it's not even. We don't even use radiocarbon dating to date the Earth. We use isochron dating.
No, but I was going to say, how complicated the task is of actually dating these things actually relate to the date itself that was actually arrived at?
Well, I'm just saying that probably a lot of people will just accept the idea without knowing the science behind it.
I know the science behind it.
I know you definitely might. You're a very scientifically, interested person. But for a lot of people, they just accept the science.
That might be true, but...
So I guess my question was around how can you just dismiss it? Not so much that, how other people accept it, but how can you just dismiss it?
Kind of the same way that people just accept it.
So you don't bother looking at anything, you just don't believe it, and that's that?
Yeah, I guess you could kind of say so.
All right.
Yeah, but so the difference is anybody can go look into the stuff and validate it. They're all going to come. Anybody who has a scientific mindset that knows the foundations will come to the same conclusion. It's hard. It's almost impossible not to.
Actually, part of the reason I have a problem with it, because dendrochronology is not exactly a complicated science.
You count rings.
Yeah.
Some trees do have different rings, right? They do it.
I'll give it more credit than that and say that there are minutiae in there that do make it a little deviated. However, the core premise is simple as hell.
How about something like this? Not so much about carbon dating, but let's say a black hole.
Okay.
I mean, our brain can't. Our brain can't comprehend that.
Math can.
At least mine can't.
But we don't have to.
I mean, because you're talking about an alternate reality.
No.
Essentially.
Whoa. Wait.
No.
What alternate reality?
I mean, they're talking about stretching time, right?
So.
They're talking about stretching matter, which stretches time.
Yeah. So I mean, to put the faith in that, to me, is actually more of a leap of faith in my mind than for somebody to just believe the Bible.
Okay, I guess all right. So to jump to something like that, this is normally I would just call it a red herring because we're jumping off into some other weird topic that is something you have a point on that you can say, I don't believe this because X.
Right.
All right, fine. No real issue with that. You can believe what you want with it. The problem that I have with it is that if the mathematics actually align with what people are claiming, and you don't bother looking at that, that's where I end up having a problem with it.
Yeah. And we make predictions.
And
Einstein predicted certain things exist that it's so massive in such a small volume of space that they have an escape velocity higher than c. We could notice these objects by multiple different ways. One, by what's called a Einstein ring or deflection of light. And we also could be noticed by what's called X-rays from the accretion disk. We know what they look for. If we said, okay, if these things do exist, what we would expect to see? We'd expect to see photons in this infrared region. We'd expect to see photons in the X-ray region. We'd expect to see light bending around this object. What do we find? All of those. What do we call that object? A black hole. Because there's no light being emitted for it because it's black. So they do exist. And they're a real thing. There's no.
I would think that water turning into wine and living in fish is all very more of a stretch.
That's why I was curious about the phrasing of an alternate universe, because that seems to be a weird way to try and interpret what a black hole is.
Did I say alternate? I meant just like it's like outside of this realm.
Or even realm. Yeah.
Kind of the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah, realm.
I mean, he would have a better argument if he said we're inside a black hole, right? Because in a way we kind of are, but that's a different understanding of what we're using the term black hole for. We are inside a cosmic event horizon, right? So there could be other universes that exist outside of our event horizon, but that's not kind of the same thing. Now, could they be linking to other universes? I don't think so. Paul Davies once hypothesized it, but
I mean, that seems to be the popular
in sci-fi, you might be able to do that, but
yeah, that's a hard stretch from reality.
I mean, to me, it seems like 10 years ago, it was all about, oh, there's a black hole at the center of our universe. Oh, there's a black hole at the center of the Milky Way. Now, 10 years later, oh, there's parallel universes. Oh, Michio Kaku says there's 12 universes floating around.
That's just a hypothesis.
Yeah, and we
do
know
you actually talk about the multiple dimensions, like 10 dimensions?
Yeah, all that stuff. I mean,
string theory.
Okay.
String theory. It's always something new.
Interstellar.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a different thing.
Totally different thing.
No, I know. I'm bringing up totally unrelated stuff, but
see, we know, and I know Tim obviously knows about this. He's always got a background in something field. I want to ask, what's your background, Tim? Because you've obviously got a science background.
Me, I'm a software developer.
Okay. So I mean, so a software developer. Obviously, you've had some sciences, you've had some education.
I grew up with my dad, who was an optical and radar engineer. He was one of the guys who worked on the initial radar systems. And I initially was learning electrical theory, and then diverged off because it wasn't complicated enough.
Dude, I took basic electronics and electrical theory, and once we went into three phase windings.
Oh no, I love three-phase.
Yeah, no, I was after that point. The calculus got to me, and I said, "Fuck this shit."
Three-phase winding with a square wire versus a round wire.
Yeah, no. Once you started getting like hysteresis losses and inductive capacitive reactance, no, I had to take all that theory. Wasn't my favorite thing. So yeah, if you think that was easy, then God bless you.
No, it was growing up with my dad that actually got me to do that.
Ronnie,
so it was.
I believe you. By the way, but it reminds me of Ronnie saying, "Yeah, I took biochem in college. I dropped out because it was too easy."
Yeah,
Nobody's ever said biochemistry is too easy.
Oh no, I will fully admit I have not done it in so long that I will probably be proved wrong on half of the shit I would say about it. But I did do it.
Well, we're all intimidated by Ronnie's knowledge, so
we got eye candy now. Yay, sugar! I bring sugar in for eye candy. And occasionally she says something smart too.
Is that a cue or?
She can't hear me. Oh.
No.
She can't hear us.
Oh, Sugar's good looking.
Of course, Sugar's good looking. I don't know why she can't. Tell her to refresh. She can't hear us.
This reminds me of my cousin.
That's creepy. No, can you ask her if she can hear anybody? Type in the live thing. Have her refresh.
She said 1 minute.
Why can't you hear us? She can't hear us.
No, it's one of those fun bits too, because I forget where it was. I think it might have been J.D. Kane's TST. They were talking about people that were in World War II. That I kind of got a kick out of because my dad was in World War II.
Oh. Well, thank you for your service. My dad was in the Korean War. I was in the Desert Storm. All right, but anyways, so the black hole thing, by the way, we do know. You know why we know there's a black hole at the center of the galaxy? Because we can see there's something there. If we look at the stars moving around at the center of the galaxy, we can see they don't fall to what we would see just with the visible spectrum. They don't move according to Newton's laws of motion as we would expect them to. They accelerate and they slow down.
It has to do with light bending, right?
Well, it more has to do with the fact mass there. There's a huge amount of mass there.
Several points there because the mass that actually pulls the galaxy around it, combined with the light bending, which is another observation on that, and the actual movement around that point, all kind of correlate back to a central large gravitational force.
Exactly. Yeah, bingo. So we use all these different independent things to say, look, what can cause this? There has to be we know mass causes gravity, right? We know the more massive an object, the more gravitational force there is. So
is there something at the core of this black hole?
A singularity. It's a mathematical point.
Literally, if you want to ask what's at the middle of a black hole, it's one of those things where we can't actually answer it because we don't have any observations from that point. but a mathematical point, and that
So
is
the
the
science
singularity.
stops.
The answer
The
is
science
in the
stops,
middle.
essentially.
Yeah, science can't explain everything, right? I mean, science stops the mathematics, gives us models of what might be inside a black hole, and it gets pretty interesting. You can have Einstein-Rosen-Pulaski bridges on a quantum level from one black hole to another, allowing actual entanglement and passages across.
That quantum, once you get to quantum, all that's amazing.
Yeah, but
it's
that doesn't.
so
But
intricate.
the argument for
so
incredulity is not an argument, right? You say, well,
Oh,
science
yeah.
can't explain
Well,
it.
see, for me, that's why I have to just sort of dismiss the theory. I mean, I guess
Is it just on incredulity? I can't believe that kind of thing.
just the fact that the science stops. I mean, you can't prove it really, basically. So
Nobody's trying to prove anything, but dude, thousands of years ago they said, oh,
But-
well, lightning was caused by Zeus. Some scientists would have said, hey, look, lightning is caused by electricity from a discharge
I
from
was
the
going
ground
to
to
say
the sky.
the original
said,
bit
"No, I
around
can't
black
believe that."
holes. The original bit behind black holes was a mathematical model. It was not observed originally, and it was just a way to explain how these movements actually went around.
Yep.
And once we actually did find a way to observe it, which is a light bending around the point, and actually being able to observe all the way around it to see the light bends in a consistent way around it, then we can actually, the mathematics drove us to the point of making an observation.
Yeah, it predicted
and
what our
proof deals
observations
with
would be.
alcohol, not science, right? Proof is.
Yeah, we don't deal with proof. We deal with evidence and
proof's
observation,
alcohol.
experimentation. But I mean,
Well, if you're looking for absolute proofs, the only absolute proofs are actually in mathematics, and that's it. You're not going to find that in any other field.
And King, but can you see somebody said, look, lightning is caused by electricity? You would have been the person going, huh? Well, you can't demonstrate that. Well, okay, now we can. We can actually show exactly what lightning is. Science ever increases our knowledge, right? We're always pushing the boundary of what we can know. See, we know far more about science than we did 2,000 years ago. You would have been the person saying, huh? What is this gene stuff you're talking about? You can't even. What's a cell? We didn't have knowledge of this stuff. And even if somebody says, hey, we created cells, you can't prove that. You would have said. So your epistemic was called. You have epistemic nihilism, and that's not a good way to form an epistemic belief system.
Yeah,
That's a lot of syllables. Epistemic nihilism.
That is a lot of syllables. Well, I was going to say that there's a lot of bits where people don't believe the math that goes into things, and it's like math drove us into flight. Math drove us into boats. Math drove us into a whole lot of fields, but it was the math that did it first. It was the predictive model that we made before actually attempting it, and then we proved it out.
hey, I agree with that. Hey, I was going to say, by the way,
Doesn't that actually, so Steve, doesn't that fit my original proposition that math and seem to be interlocked? It's a human made.
Interlocked to what?
Remember we were having that discussion earlier?
Your mic is really noisy. Sorry. People are having a hard time hearing me. Ronald says I'm really low.
No, you're fine.
Well, the outside says I'm low.
But Tim, I was going to say, you seem a bit young for your dad to have been in World War II. I mean, was he very young?
Yeah, I am a bit young. My dad had me when he was very old.
Gotcha.
My dad
when
was
Grandpa
born.
was in World War II.
My dad was.
Wait, what was General saying? Yeah, I wanted to hear. I'm sorry.
Oh, am I coming through?
Yeah, you're coming through, but I just want to know
Yeah, you're coming
why the
through.
outside chat's saying that I'm low. I shouldn't be. My mic looks like I'm at I'm all the way 3/4 of a spectrum, which is normal for most of these mics.
I don't know. I hear you perfectly well, right on level.
Huh.
Okay, how about now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Remember, Steve, you were having a discussion last time about math and reality, and I think you were saying something about math being a piece of guesswork or something like that. How did you put it?
No, I said math doesn't always comport with reality.
Right.
Right.
So, but what Timothy is saying is something that I think could be counter to that.
No, not at all, actually. The reason why I was saying that we can come up with a model, we can come up with these are the observed ways that these things operate, and we can derive that mathematically, and then we can make a prediction based on that using the math to try and estimate or make an approximation on how things should act given different circumstances. This is literally nothing more than a projection.
I switched mics. Is that better, guys? Hang on. I switched mics. I switched mics. Can you tell me if this is better, George? on the outside feed. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, it's a bit. Sorry, I thought my mic was on. Yeah, it is a bit better.
Yeah, Tim. I mean, it sounds like you have a very computer-based, because that's a lot about how computer programming works. You know, you kind of throw it out there, see if it works, and then you formulate the the code or whatever.
Well, you base it on, if you're doing any kind of observation points. So if you're building a model, you build up your model to test out some kind of hypothesis, right? And if you get to the point where you can test out what that hypothesis actually claims, the projection from that hypothesis, from that mathematical model, if that comports with what you actually observe, then you have evidence to say that it's at least marginally accurate.
Yeah.
Now, the more times you can do that, the more often you can do it, and the more closely refined you can get that.
Yeah, and it seems though that it's somewhat limited, right? Because you can come up with this true model, this true formula that works, but then you can realize that there are other formulas that can be true on a much bigger scale, actually, as well.
Sugar, you can hear me now, baby?
Yeah.
How would you
look at her? Look at her. I got.
1 second.
She's my eye candy. Thank you, Sugar. Well, it's either you or staring at you or General, and so whatever.
How would you explain
Love your
Max
haircut.
Tegmark from MIT, where he basically says that the math not only describes the universe, but it actually makes the universe?
I think that's an analogy.
So
you think
this,
math
like,
is
symbolically?
General, you think math is prescriptive, though, right? In some ways.
I think it's descriptive.
I think
That's it.
Yeah,
I think it's descriptive too. But
I think it's everything.
You think it?
I think reality functions mathematically. Like why would you say that maths doesn't comport to reality?
I didn't say that.
I said it doesn't. I said math doesn't always comport with reality. Look at the BT paradox. That doesn't
and
comport
actually,
with reality.
I would back you up on that, because there are certain mathematical models that go way outside the realm of what actually happens.
Yeah, I mean, even the continuum hypothesis.
Yeah,
we found out that's internally unable to even be proven, right? Because of the ZFC axioms you choose, right?
But with maths, but you see, in psychology, if you can have so-called paradoxes within mathematics, it just comports to the fact that the reality of our minds can think outside the box in an unorthodox manner. There's no
it's not just paradoxes.
contradiction in there.
I mean,
But
So
what's the connection back to
describing
that, to mathematics describing reality?
Because in a neuroscience context, you can actually have applications in that sense. They've actually done studies where they compare the cognitive function of an animal, in this case a mouse, that won't think like how a human thinks. So
yeah.
Now, when maths is applied in a physics sense or in a chemistry sense, are you suggesting that, like, the calculus is just nothing but a symbolic way of understanding the universe, and yet the universe doesn't actually run via differential equations?
That's not. I don't think that's what.
No, I would say those equations are actually descriptive of the way things operate. Now, the reason why I say this is because they were originally derived from observation. Now, what you can do with those is you can take those and make extrapolations to make a projection based on those. That makes a how do I put it? It makes an assessment or a model that you can actually predict. And once you get to that point, if your observation then corresponds with your predicted values, then you know your model is at least marginally correct.
But so wait, would you say that calculus is not a complete mathematical model then, or a language, I should say, rather than a model?
No, it's. I wouldn't say it's complete. It is inherently rounding, depending on the scale that you're actually using it at.
Yeah, exactly. Differential equations, especially. I mean, you're giving an approximation. You're looking at, and I know General knows this; he's a physicist. But you're looking at something where you're saying, okay, look, I want to know the exact velocity of a time rate of change at a certain point. So if I take the secant line and I move it closer to a tangent point on that function, I'm just taking a value of x as being smaller and smaller. I'm just taking a better approximation and a better approximation out to infinity.
Right.
And it works for a lot of stuff. It does, but there's times where it breaks down. I mean, not every function even is contiguous or even differentiable, right? So, I mean, I always think that math, it gives us a good idea of how to model things. But when you say, is it prescriptive?
But there's
general?
always new. There's always, like, for example, the Fermat's last theorem, right? Like, the guy who actually went about trying to prove it, he had to invent a few new mathematical methods in order to prove that theorem.
They didn't solve the Maslach theorem yet. You're thinking of the Poincare conjecture.
Fermat's last theorem was in the early 90s. It was solved.
Was it?
Yeah.
That for a squared plus b squared equals c squared, there's no natural number higher.
Where n is over 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Steve, where have you been?
Oh, I guess I'm out of date. No, I thought Fermat said he had solved it in one of his.
Yeah. And then he's like, the space that I have is not enough for me.
I'll
to
take your word
it.
for it.
Yeah.
But I remember the Poincare conjecture was resolved, and an Italian mathematician had to create some new math on Ricci flow in order to make it work. But whatever.
No, but that's my point. You see, there's these hidden so-called mathematical, language and variables that then suddenly just happen to work. Now, where did they come from? If it's just pure imagination,
if I read a program that actually contains a variable that I actually have to operate on, where did that variable come from?
Yeah, but where was this math before?
But why does it work? Is the question? Why does it actually comport with reality?
Because it's based on initial observation.
What about like I, for example? When they first introduced I into the game.
That's a different one. That's complex.
To me, I can't get over that because it's just not realistic in any sense in my mind.
Well, what do you mean it's not realistic? Actually, I is actually does comport with reality because I is actually, if you actually look at what an imaginary number is with a certain vector, it's actually rotational around the x-axis, and you use imaginary numbers a lot in things like.
This is actually what I was referring to with the amount of scale, because it depends on how much scale you're actually putting into it, because you can refine it further and further down, or bring it back up.
Right, but if I'm looking at a rotational vector around the x-axis, I comes into play quite frequently, and like he said, these are observations. We start out with an observation of 1. We have something. We add another one to it. We can get 2. That came after 0, by the way. 0 came later on. But these are all observations, and they say, okay, look, something's moving. I want to know how fast its rate of changes. Oh, I can come up with calculus like Leibniz and Newton did to do that. Oh, I want to know the area under the curve. It was Leibniz.
I was going to say the area under the curve or the trajectory of an arc was the original problems with that, right?
Yes, yeah, exactly. There's a couple of different ways to do it, obviously with the Riemann, series and stuff, but. Yeah, these are all ways to solve problems. And they said, okay, how do we here's the observation. How do I do this? And they came up with a method to do it, and it works.
What's the argument here? Because
there isn't any, actually.
It's random math talk, apparently.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I heard physics. I'm like, if it weren't for Feynman, I'd have no need for physics at all.
Hey, Sugar, they want you to be the main focus of the screen for a while. Is that cool?
No.
What do you say?
Deal with it. Oh, look at that.
So Steve.
Steve,
would you say that this is?
Wait, hang on. We got Chick here. What's that? Yeah, your hair. When did you get your hair done like that? It looks good.
It's the same hair I've always had.
Well, I know it's the same fucking hair you've always had.
I just straightened it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't say you got a wig. Jesus.
I straightened it.
Peer review. Welcome to the math debate.
Okay, so now we're gonna move.
Yes, we're talking hair extensions. Next, we're going into lipstick.
Yeah, well, at least it's not about your boobs. Okay, so we're gonna go to general here. Now what?
Hey, there's a whole mathematical equation to go along with these boobs. So.
I'm sure there is.
You don't want to explore it. That's fine by me.
The differential equations to describe your breasts are quite beautiful.
I think so.
See, Sugar, you haven't been around for a while. You see all the attention you get.
I'm grateful.
Now she's making noises, sex noises. You hear this?
Yeah, I don't even know what
to do. Make a soundboard of that shit.
I appreciate it. I don't even know what to do.
Yeah, whatever.
Thank you.
So,
very sweet.
So, Steve, are you saying that the math here, the path integral formalization, describing basically everything that we know so far, up until the Higgs, is just what? descriptive, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah. How can it be prescriptive?
And you're suggesting that the universe doesn't actually like intrinsically run like this.
That doesn't.
How do you wait. If you make an observation and you make a formula based on that observation, and then you make a projection, are you going to at the same time claim that that is prescriptive?
Yeah, because it actually comports with other tests when we look at other areas.
See, that's
of
the problem,
universe.
because I call that descriptive, because it's describing exactly what should happen.
Prescriptive would mean that if you do this formula,
yeah.
reality has to act according to this because of this formula.
Yeah, but it does. That's the point.
No, it doesn't.
But that's not prescriptive because of that. It's not the math that's forming it. That's the way it operates, and we're describing it.
Exactly. That's descriptive, General.
The physicists tell us, yes.
Physicists
yes. They sit back and they tell us, and they ask for more money, and they go, "Oh,
then,
theory. Oh,
so
but wait."
Okay. My next question would be: would we ever know how the universe originates to be like this in order for us to describe it this way?
That's a different question, I think, though.
I have a question to that, but do we need that? Do we need to know this in order to exist?
I think about this every night, Sugar. So yeah, it would help me sleep better.
Dude, me too. And the thing is, it's far more simple than I think. I mean, I don't get me wrong. I love all this brainy stuff. You know, this is my fapping material. Is listening to you guys.
She's a sapiosexual.
Well, I have a fantastic brain, so you know.
You know what? I'm feeling it. Let me tell you.
Huge brain,
Fabulous.
Sugar.
So I'm not at all trying
fabulous
to
and fantastic.
Yeah, we have brain envy right now.
I love it. I do. I mean,
Braingasms.
I could be anywhere. I could be listening to my K-pop right now, but I'm choosing the Brainiacs. That's what I love.
There you go.
Yeah, but is it not to take away from the warriors in all of you, but is it necessary that we know that much to get on with it? I mean, if we haven't figured it out by now,
I think we have figured it out. Because his math can't be prescriptive. That means that means the universe has to act because of the formula.
Okay, well then we don't have an answer to that. If we don't have a conclusive answer that we are all on board with for whether it is or it isn't, then we're not. I mean, that hasn't been figured out.
I think I don't know. I think the only one on the other side is General, because both me and Steve think it's descriptive and based on observation.
No, I'm not denying that it's descriptive. What I'm getting at is the fact that you can't write this equation any other way. You can't.
Sure you can.
If I was to start
I could change any symbol I wanted there if I just denote the symbol.
No, you change symbols, but not the actual axioms of what's described here.
You couldn't build a different system using different axioms? I don't know about that.
Okay, the current universe, would you be able to, for example...
You're saying that if an alien race discovered the mathematical formula, that it would have to use the same type of mathematics we use.
Well, no, wait. I'm really curious on this. General, you agree that it's actually descriptive, but you're saying that this specific formula has something else on it.
No, so see this Higgs formalization over here now. Now,
and I'm going to tell you flat out that I have not gone that far into mathematics, so that mostly confuses me. So,
if I change that minus to a plus, will this still work?
No,
just a simple change.
1 + 1 = 2. You change a minus to a plus, it won't work. So what?
No,
you don't have to use quantum mechanics. You just have to use basic math.
Steve, just a simple change from the minus here. All right, because you're squaring the psi function in regards to the Higgs, and so just a simple change, and therefore the whole thing breaks down. Why would that be the case if it's descriptive?
Because you have 1 apple plus 1 apple. I have 2 apples. If I change the plus to a minus sign, it breaks down because I still have 2 apples.
But hang on, because you're asking if we change the actual formula on a projection, a mathematical projection, why it wouldn't work if you change it. Really?
Yeah, it seems odd to me because it's math. Math is describing what we see, and if you change something, it no longer.
Okay. So this. Okay, I'm going to go along the argument that this is a descriptive, proposition.
Okay.
This equation here? Can there be an error in this equation, and then we can continue to use it for other applications, like say in a Large Hadron Collider, because this type of equation is used
Yeah,
for,
there might be. Yeah,
that sort of stuff.
right. There's certain parts of it that you don't need. Probably the parts of the. I don't know this particular formula except for what you've shown it, but
this is just a massive condensed version of everything.
But there might be parts of it that are relevant, right? I mean, if you're looking at something on a macro scale, you don't need quantum mechanics, right? It just goes to zero.
But
on a macro level.
Nobody need quantum mechanics.
The point is, what I'm getting at is
what I'm
getting at is
one mechanics on the macro level.
What I'm getting is one error in the algebra, and the whole thing falls apart.
Well, one thing, math is the same way with arithmetic too. 1 + 1 = 2.
Therefore,
change the symbols.
Therefore, why is the universe so rigorous in the? So it's so rigorously
you're changing the description. That's the problem. If you're going to change the formula, you're changing the description of what we're actually talking about. The thing that describes how it actually operates, you're changing it, which is no longer describing it.
Is there only one way to describe the universe? In this case, can there be another equation that will have a plus there instead of a minus?
I do programming. There's multiple ways to identify actual anything in mathematics.
Yeah, you can change mathematics around quite a bit. You can put an operator there and say, I want to put the whole Higgs part as just a del operator or something, or whatever your operator will be. That's why we have del operators, Laplace operators.
Yeah, but
right?
then you'll have nested hierarchies that will still come back down to the same axiom.
I'm not saying it won't come back down to the same thing, but you can still reorganize it so that it looks different. That was the original contention.
I'm not getting to that. But I'm not mentioning that. I'm just saying. Yeah, okay, I agree with that. That you can have multiple, more efficient ways of writing the same equation. I get that. But
well,
I guess I'm missing where I don't know what the point you're trying to drive at here is.
And I don't know why you have to use such a complex. This formula for quantum mechanics in general. Again, you teach this subject, so let me defer to you. But on that Higgs stuff, right? The Higgs part of it, right? That it looks like some kind of Lagrange thing to me. Okay,
there's a Lagrange in this. Yeah.
Okay, so you could write those things many different ways, could you not? And I think his argument
yes, you can.
I think his argument is that if it's prescriptive, then the laws of the universe must act the way that you write it, the way that formula exists. Is that what you're saying, Tim? Because that's how I kind of look at prescriptive. It prescribes the action of the universe.
It describes it. That's the way it operates.
Take something as simple as, say, the circumference of a circle. So you can write it two ways. You can write pi times diameter or 2 pi.
Right.
I get that you can write it now in two ways in that regard. But the fact is that when you have a ratio of the diameter with respect to the length of the circumference, and hence you're getting pi, that ratio. The point is that is there any other way to write out the equation to find either the radius or the diameter?
No, but there's a lot of different ways to write out pi. I could use a Taylor series to create pi. I could use a very simple arctan formula using pi.
Yeah, you can.
But if we're going to talk about pi, let me get Ronnie in here because we need his
I'm leaving then.
That is true. Yes.
Yeah, you can never talk about pi without the genius that is Ronnie. But
isn't that an oxymoron?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Right?
We need the solipsism of inner solipsism.
Oh no, the inner solipsism of solipsism.
That reminds me. Before we get too further, by the way, yes, you can write out pi in many different ways to come up with a number.
No, I'm not.
But hang on one second. I want to know, Timmy, how long have you known about Ronnie and those guys too? Just out of curiosity.
Ronnie was my first Giggle Fest on the whole community. So
that was months ago.
No, years ago.
Years ago.
But it's what was it? The
you've been lurking for. What
a while, was the Skylar and Ronnie thing was fantastic.
Did you see my debate with Ronnie?
I don't think I did actually.
Oh God, it was on General Solo's channel. Go watch it. It's classic. I wouldn't even call it a debate. He ran away.
Most of him is just making flat assertions and then asking you to prove something that doesn't make any sense in a coherent sentence.
What's your name?
PZ Myers, I heard you guys talk about him earlier.
Yes, he's been in here a couple times.
Yeah, I know. I was listening. I was walking down the streets of Seoul, Korea the other day, just listening to, crap. And I came across a hangout that he was doing, and I just started commenting. And I wasn't trolling or anything. I mean, I actually was having I was being positive and everything. Oh, they like shut me down and blocked me out of the chat. And I'm like, what? And I had missed the first beginning of it, and they said they only take comments from white males or something.
And Myers, I didn't know he had his own channel.
What I did was I screenshotted it all. I want to show it to you later. I'll forget if I don't tell you now, because I was really like, what did I do? If I said something wrong, I mean, I know chicks talking, blah blah blah. She's running in her mouth again.
Not heard. You know how we feel about this.
I know, but I really liked what they had to say, and I thought they were reasonable men, and I was like ready to celebrate them and everything. And then they.
Well, because PZ Myers is a feminist, so I don't know why he wouldn't be pro.
I'm not a feminist. Why?
You're not. You're an anti-feminist like me. But he's a feminist. I don't talk to him about feminism because we would probably not.
He didn't seem like a cuck to me.
I agree with his biology, not his feminism.
It'd be a better topic, though.
What's that?
Yeah,
it would be a better topic than what is atheism.
Never. No. Now that and DNA degrading water. That's the
God is within all of us.
God is within
DNA. In you.
Get more viewers and more money from women.
No, I'd get more viewers if I could become a flat earther.
No, don't feed women that. Don't do that. Don't do that. See, don't feed women into that whole money thing. You have to send them into another direction. They are the nurturers. They are the bearers of the sweet spirit, not the money grubbing bitches that they've turned into.
I would be doing well if I say sugar convinced me to be a flat earther. I would be like,
what?
Boom, Jeranism. I'd be like up there with Jeranism and those guys.
They don't make that much money.
I don't believe in the flat earth.
I know you don't. That's why it'd be newsworthy, though.
It's silly.
You'd be like Teal.
For a brief moment, then everybody will think you're retarded, and then,
just think you bumped your head really hard.
People think that anyways. Yeah. I'm either something wrong with me, or I'm a man, or I'm a drug addicted, or I'm a drug addicted whore. I heard that one.
If Eve Rio can go to flat earth, sugar, you can too.
No. No, I cannot.
Steve, do you think the formula on my presentment can be solved?
I have no
beautiful.
idea.
That's cute.
Yeah, I don't know.
How long did it take to make that?
It looks. Yeah, it's about my ability to make chicken scratch.
4 minutes.
Just a minute.
Yeah, just a minute.
So, newsflash: a snippy little attitude and some nice cleavage cannot get you through Chinese customs any quicker anymore.
I've tried that. She's right.
No. I was really surprised.
I'm surprised you went to you went to Korea and you didn't take me.
I'm always in Korea though. I never take you.
Well, that needs to change.
Oh, you American.
I like Korea. South Korea's cool.
You American. You can't come in here, Donald Trump asshole.
you American.
You know, every time at one point
you go home. You go home now.
The money was the last time when I flew in the other day was the day that Kim Jong-un let another missile off. Right, I'm leaving from Japan. I head to Seoul, and he's sending a missile over, and nobody gave a fuck, and nobody cared. Nobody's panicking. Not a fuck was given, but yet I keep telling everybody. But I will tell you that I always say he's either trying to warn me or he's welcoming me. I can't figure it out. Yeah. He's a mystery.
He's got sugar fever, though.
I do notice. I must have her.
Oh God, that was creepy.
You are very hot.
This guy jokes. He jokes that he's so stupid that he never gets briefings ever. Right? He doesn't let anybody ever brief him, and he just jokes about how stupid he is. Has plastic surgery to make himself look like his grandfather. Very strange. There is shit. I'm too old to wait on a thought like that.
Oh, you know what? She doesn't get it out in 2 seconds. It's gone. Did you guys see a little puff of smoke that went up right there?
Sorry, I'm out, guys. That's all I got to say.
Yeah. It was good while it lasted. You sounded really smart there for a while.
I really tried.
Yeah, you tried. I gotta admit. Now she's going back to just looking there, and I can't.
I remember.
Oh, okay, good.
So they really haven't cared a whole lot up until this point. China's had a pretty good hold on Kim Jong-un, but now the dynamics are changing with that. Thank you, Mr. Tweet President, and he's pushing the envelope, right? And now Korea's starting to go, he's getting a little closer, because even South Korea, I'm 29 miles from the DMZ when I'm in Korea all the time, and I'm not scared, not a moment ever. I'm very at home there. But now they're starting to get a little like, this is going to be an issue, and I think he's really trying. And I think it's very odd that we can take out people like Saddam Hussein and, whatever, whoever we want to take out, we can take out. All kinds of operatives dying wherever, but we'll let this guy stay there.
But he doesn't have oil. Kim Jong-un doesn't have oil or opium.
Yeah, we'd make it
worse,
though.
He's got something. He's got something because China and the U.S. and Russia, they're all playing this little game right now, right? And who suffers though? The people of North Korea are the ones that suffer, right? Remember, they're the ones that they're living that fucked up life, right? And we buy into this whole. I mean, the guy's just being used as a pawn. I mean, we all know we could take him out. He doesn't have the nukes to get to us yet, because it's not a matter of if, it's when, right? And who's going to give it to him, or who's going to sell it to him. But why are we so selective that way? How can we let a whole country like that suffer?
Because it'll make it even worse.
What? Make it even worse to what? A unified Korea?
No,
it's got to be beneficial for us.
Yeah, it wouldn't do.
Wait.
Yeah, it wouldn't
Isn't it beneficial to have less suffering, unnecessary suffering?
Oh yes. I just mean like what the government is.
Yeah, you think killing him is going to change anything? No.
Well, wait a minute. Wait, our involvement and our shenanigans has directly affected South Korea's economy. I was there the day after. I've watched their money go down. These are really nice people. I mean, whatever you want to say, they're really nice people. They haven't done shit to us, but yet our shenanigans are affecting their community. I mean, their economy, and the North Koreans continue to suffer.
Yeah, well, I don't advocate taking out political leaders.
No, I'm not. I'm not suggesting that we do. I'm asking why. Why is it that we'll?
It's a profit thing. I think there's a lot of greed up top.
What?
Yeah, somebody would just take a spot. I mean,
it's his nephew. His nephew. He's a pretty fair kid, and from what we heard last time I saw him in the news when his dad got killed, or when his uncle killed his dad, as he's ready to turn it over to South Korea. He doesn't even live in.
Dude, you come in and we get into all kinds of heavy shit there, Sugar.
I'm sorry.
I like it. I like political stuff.
The female
it doesn't come up much.
Suffering.
You're such a girl.
I know. I can't help it. I keep trying.
I've always think
politically nowadays it's
boys,
money.
Sugar's one of the guys with boobs. That's all she is. Not a big deal.
And no penis.
I'm not sexually attracted to Sugar.
I have
so
no.
She's one of the dudes.
What did you just say? You're not sexually attracted to me?
No.
Why did I send you those pictures then?
No.
Why?
I didn't say I wouldn't fuck you. I said I'm not sexually attracted to you. There's a difference.
Oh, okay, good. Thank God.
You know what? I would not destroy your ego like that, Sugar. Good Lord.
I don't have one anymore. I used to have one.
I know. Yeah, no, I wouldn't kick you off. Kick you out of my room. Yeah. I just wouldn't enjoy it very much. I guess I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, you wouldn't even make it to the bedroom. Are you kidding?
I don't even know what your face looks like yet. Oh wait, there you are.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter. It's all done with smoke and mirrors.
First 5 minutes is all that matters. After that, it's just along for the ride.
5 minutes. Hell, what are we gonna do it 3 times? What do you think? You're Superman?
No, but we can watch TV. Whatever.
Who am I? I haven't had sex in so long. I don't even know if I still have a vagina.
You can't spell sex, Sugar.
I still don't know if you still have a vagina.
I'm not sure. Nobody's been down there. The maps are gone. The roadsides are gone.
It's like Area 51. You know it exists, but you're not quite sure where.
And everybody's afraid to go in there.
At least it's not bombed out and depleted, so you're good.
The cervix has. I mean, the cervix has been firebombed though.
We need to get an exploratory
for
committee to go down there and check it out.
Yeah, only in my hangout can we go from atheism to mathematics to Korea to the JJ. That's how it works in my hangouts.
Welcome to the cringe hour.
Yes.
I know.
This is getting toward the end of the hangout. This is where we just delve into.
Isn't this normally where we beg for money?
Well, I try not to.
Do we normally end on Sugar's vagina, or?
No, we should start.
I wish we would.
If Sugar's lucky, you do.
Sugar hasn't been in here. Sugar, when's the last time you've been in here? Have you been in here this year?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was in here a little bit, and then
like 4 months ago, probably.
Yeah, something
Yeah,
like
it's
that.
been a while though. You don't come around too often.
Well, I've been busy. I'm trying to save the world. Okay, so while
But you're a supporter of my channel, and I love you, and I miss you, and my friends, and
I'd love to say that it's more than really shallow, but y'all turned me on, so that's
Wait, Sugar, do you have a like a page on YouTube or something I can follow you on? I mean, you're actually doing
she's on
big stuff.
Backpage.
It's under
Back page. Rebel warnings.
Yeah, rebel warnings for all humanity. But here's what you need to know about that. I am out to make the millennials the heroes of the world, and I've infiltrated their generation through K-pop. So what you're going to see is a lot of very just follow me on this. You're going to see a lot of convoluted stuff, but know that I'm just doing something. Like I need a purpose, and I've always been.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
I am, very much. And so I travel all over. I travel all over the world, and I've been talking to a lot of people and making a lot of contacts. And I'm starting this organization. I don't have a name for it yet, though. I need a name for
community.
this. No.
Well, I'm your 228th subscriber. There you go. Bam.
Oh, thank you.
All right.
They're
All
silly.
right,
Now,
everybody go sub to Sugar.
But we
Shout
talk
out.
about sex. We talk about sex and humanity and all kinds of stuff. And so it's just ramping. It's just ramping up now. I've got a lot in the can that I haven't finished editing. So but
right.
it's never going to be physics. I'm never going to tread on your guys' soil, because this is my my sanctuary right here. This is.
Tim, do you have a channel you want to get out? By the way, Tim.
No, I don't actually.
Well, you suck.
Yeah, no channel for me. No videos either.
I'm gonna have Pew make a video for me. We've been talking, so finally I'll have a good video.
I'm working on that too. Pew, Apologia. I've sent them some information I want to do.
I need editing help, and I need graphic design help. I'm so horrible.
I've got really good ideas for shit. It's just like I said, my execution sucks.
Yeah, I'm having a problem getting it all together, and just being able to film. Although I saw a guy in China, in Beijing, that had this thing on it clipped on his backpack. That it was like a GoPro, but it was a Nikon or a Canon or something like that. But I'm too clumsy, and I end up falling all over my bags. I mean, I wish somebody could film it. It's probably hysterical.
GoPro footage is usually pretty crappy in general, in my opinion, just because of how it distorts the image with that stupid fisheye lens thing.
Yeah.
This is a better. This is a better one.
And the cheaper cameras suck too.
But I have a DJI Osmo Pro for my. Or Osmo, sorry. Osmo Pro. It's one of those gimbals, one of the ones that, kind of has the stabilizer in it. Yeah, it's really cool.
Sugar,
but
can you put your link in the live chat? Apologia wants to stalk you. I mean, he wants to sub to you.
Oh, if he wants to subject himself to that. I mean, know that I do have a bigger picture. It's just rebel warnings for all humanity. I do have a bigger aim. It's going to morph into something. So just bear with me.
General left. Oh, damn it.
Aww.
You scared him off.
Well, as long as you have like every once a month you have like nudie day or something, we're good.
Oh, see, that's my one thing that I don't do. Like, I'll talk a lot of shit and I'll go toe to toe with a lot of guys. But
I've known
I don't
Sugar
ever,
a very, very long time. I've never even seen her. I've never even seen as much as like her ankles. I don't even know. I have no idea.
That's because she doesn't have them.
She has ankles. No.
nipples down. There's
She's just belly button up.
Oh,
That's
Apologia
it.
says I need help. Graphics help. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I'm sure she has nice boobs. I'm pretty sure she does, but I have no idea.
tremendous boobs. They were made by the
you
best
don't need to
plastic
exaggerate
surgeon.
that. Yeah, thank you. I spent a lot of money on this boobs that nobody will in here will ever see. Thank you, Sugar. We appreciate that.
You know what? I have to have something. I mean, I'm a foul-mouthed female. I'm complete klutz. I'm horrible at relationships. I gotta have something.
You have a vagina that's closed for renovation.
Yeah, I don't even know. It may not even be there, Steve. It may not even be there.
You know what you need is like a nice nipple enhancement. Get like some nipple enlargements or something.
Oh, they're perfect. No. I mean, they're like
the
perfect.
ratio. You got to have that.
And the tummy tuck. The tummy tuck goes right with it. Oh no, let's not talk about this.
Yeah, I want to keep this able to be like monetized.
Yeah, right. I don't monetize yet.
Tim's like, God, what the hell did this hangout go into?
Oh no, I could get far dirtier than that. I'm just being polite.
Yeah.
Oh, and I just started following Super Ad Blocker too last night. You had some interesting stuff there, yeah.
What did I do? Oh, hey,
check it out.
That reminds me. Hey,
You
Super
were
Ad Blocker. Did you,
talking about video games?
Oh.
okay.
Did you see how quickly Rand Campbell's retirement lasted?
Oh, is he back at it?
Oh yeah, yeah.
It was like 27 hours.
It didn't even last 48 hours.
Shanny.
Yeah.
Did you see the video that Shanny made of me?
And all that?
Shanny for Christ?
Sorry, Ad Blocker. I didn't mean to.
No, that's all right. I'm used to it.
Sorry.
Hey, Rebel, how do you feel about Kathy Griffin? I mean, that was pretty distasteful, wasn't it?
You know, I think Kathy Griffin is one person. I think that this is how her in, but I don't think it's fair to only hang her. I think that the photographer should be out. Every time you see Kathy Griffin and Kathy Griffin getting trashed, the photographer needs to be there, and anybody else who knew what was going to go on in that room. Everybody involved.
I agree, but you know what actually bugs me the most is not that she did something that I thought was pretty bad. I know she's a comic, but there's a limit of what funny is. I don't think what she did was funny.
Right.
But then she has the balls to well, it's not okay. She didn't have the balls yet. She did something that I thought I agreed with. She actually tried to apologize in a 45-second video, appeared to be contrite, said she fucked up. She knew she fucked up, and not a day later, then she has the balls to say, "Oh, I'm going to blame Trump for everything." And totally retracted, and took back any credibility that she had earned during that apology. That's what I was like, you're a bitch. You are a dishonest bitch.
What is the biggest? Tell me what you guys think the biggest offense is. What was the biggest problem with her doing that?
The stuff
Finding out that
taking
she
back.
was still alive.
The what, Ad?
Finding out that she was still alive, I was shocked.
No, I mean, but
to me, it's just
Tucker Carlson was like, she's not really, a comedian. It's like, oh yeah, go for the obvious, right? But go ahead.
She hasn't been funny since the 80s. No, the biggest thing about her, like I said, she tried to apologize for it, and then totally went back on that apology a day later.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's shitty. But I'm talking about the original offense. What is it? Because there's all the talk about, hey, it's her freedom of speech. She can do whatever she wants, right? But what is? Because I'm about to dive into the Federalist Papers because I really feel like I need some context because I know that we are using our rights wrong. Right? We don't use some of them. We're using the other ones wrong. So I know that Thomas Jefferson didn't be like, hey, next time Madison walks in, let's tell him how his balls are hanging down too low because I've got the freedom of speech right.
We were just talking about sovereign citizen stuff too.
I know. I heard
For one, I mean, he's a political leader. He is the political leader of the United States. Yeah, there is some kind of respect that does go with that. But second of all, most importantly, there have people have families that have family members to have been decapitated. And to apply that type of thing that you find happening over in ISIS and other countries, and then apply that in a picture that's supposed to be some kind of weird satirical humor thing, I find to be very distasteful. I mean, that's very triggering to people.
It's really it's really bad form because, like it or not, whether we like it or not, humanity is humanity's role model, right? We teach each other what to do every single day, whether it's right or whether it's wrong. And us having the freedom of speech to say what we want, and we know our freedom of speech was intended to be able to speak out against our government. So that's not really the issue. That
could be construed as a death threat, right? But I mean,
right. But nobody's agreeing on that, right? So that has to be defined.
Just because we have freedom of speech doesn't mean we always should execute it.
I agree. It is completely the Jurassic Park formula. While the scientists were busy trying to figure out whether they could, they didn't bother to figure out whether they should. It's the same thing.
Best line
I get
in
that
movie, by the way.
I know, it's the best. So I think that one of the more important things is that there are small children that watch that, and some of them were his grandkids, and whether we like it or not, or whether we think our president's a dork or not, these children don't know the extent of their grandfather's idiocy, right? And that those who are less informed, because academia has a big problem, right? Academia, you all sit and talk all day long. John Q. Public has no idea what you're talking about. They don't give a fuck, and they nod their head and smile sometimes, and then they get upset and start arguing the flat Earth because they don't know what anybody else is talking about, right? And we miss this a lot.
But Kathy Griffin is so marginalized that I think that this was like a last-ditch effort to revitalize.
Exactly.
She's a non-issue.
Going on.
Yeah.
She's a non-issue.
It's like, if she was honestly just doing it to feel bad, like, just to be funny, and it was sort of a mistake, I feel bad, but I think Trump probably should just fully destroy her. Because I mean, she totally crossed the line, man.
Yeah, she knows.
She totally crossed.
She's not funny by now.
Yeah.
I mean, what if I have like a teacher or something? Am I gonna like put a video on my YouTube channel of me pulling out a gun and blasting a watermelon in the head with his face on it? No, that's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's my point. I mean, at what point do we not say? I mean, there's a bigger picture. Kathy Griffin is not important in this whole issue, right? That's what I'm saying. She's not the issue.
It's the action.
The issue is that we've got to the point in our society where somebody feels like that's okay to do that.
Well, if this was done during the Obama administration, think of the backlash that would have been.
Oh, but Ted Nugent did. Ted Nugent was shooting some.
No.
He shot something that was
completely different. Come on,
Well,
Ted Nugent did
wait.
not take.
I'm not condoning it. I'm saying that it's. Wait a minute. If Malia, Malia, what were his daughter's names? If Barack Obama's daughter, Melania, thank you, were sitting there watching something hanging an effigy that looked like their dad, and somebody shooting it, do you not think that would disturb them?
No, and I don't remember exactly what Ted Nugent did, but I'm not a big
told
fan of his political outlooks either.
Well, I'm not saying that. We're not talking political.
What did Ted do?
He shot something that looked like it was Barack Obama, and I'm not talking about any political thing because that has nothing to do with politics. That just has to do with character, right? We don't have any politics. We put these labels on them, but everybody's out for themselves. So if you think we're still in political world, it's not.
That stopped in like
craziness.
1927.
I mean, come on. This is all about character now. It's about bad character, good character. You know, it's just a matter of keeping evil down. When 99% can sit and complain about the 1% and not do anything about it.
Yeah, and the 1% still has all the control.
Yeah. I mean, even if they just push back, I mean, I could see that.
Yeah.
But, you know, when you don't know enough about your own country, that you live in a democratic republic and that you can vote, and if your vote doesn't come out the way you want it, that you know that's just the way it goes. Better luck next time.
There's like 60% that don't even know the three branches of the government, you know.
But here's Vincent Jones makes a good point. He says, where was all the outcry when people had that lynching of President Obama in effigy? I was outcried with that too. I mean, I think that's just as bad. I'm absolutely mortified that people put Obama in an effigy for lynching. I think that's actually even more vile than what Kathy Griffith did, to be honest with you. So
how about Bill Maher saying the N-word last week?
I'm not into that type of outspokenness, right? I believe in controversy, and I believe in speaking your mind, but I think there's much more productive ways of doing it. If you got to resort to there's three ways to persuade somebody, right? Ethos, logos, and pathos, and you have to apply your thing to pathos, which is your emotion. You're not really making a great argument, right? And so these are all shock value things, right?
Yeah. Well, nobody cares how much you know until they know how much you care.
Yeah, so I don't believe shocking people is a great way to make a living unless you're Howard Stern, right? He's the only one I think really
put that on a shirt.
Perfected that.
Well, because Howard Stern is entertaining, and Howard Stern, he's also funny. He gets a lot of good guys. He's a good interviewer. Meanwhile, Kathy Griffin and Bill Maher are not funny.
Yeah, Bill Maher.
Bill Maher had his time, but then he went crazy. He just changed all of a sudden. He was good back and politically incorrect.
Yeah, he became a crotchety old man.
I wasn't real happy with Ice Cube either, though, because I really feel like he's taken an attitude that, you know, the hypocrisy doesn't work, right? Here's when you know you mature, right? When you go from here, how do you like it? How does this feel? When you're there and you get to, I hope you never have to experience this or feel this. When you can get to there,
when you start, feeling how other people feel.
That's right. So you don't get to say, hey, that's our word. No, because let me tell you, it's everybody's word because it's a word and we all speak with words, and you cut us all and we bleed and we all take our breath the same way. Granted, we are different colors, creeds, all that stuff, but they need to give that shit up. Everybody needs to give up their shit and just go along with, this isn't about claiming the word, right?
Yeah.
They keep whatever it is alive. People keep their pain alive if they want to keep it alive. Because truly, nobody can go back and get slavery right now, right? I can't go back and get any damage that was done in my life. I mean, I can't go back and pick it up. And
reparations, that whole thing pisses me off.
I mean, it goes through all kinds of stuff, right? It goes through
Acknowledgement
your
is one
own
thing.
pain.
By the way, I got to agree with Eric on the live chat here. I don't think Bill Maher should apologize either. He is a comedian. You know what you expect from Bill Maher. I don't think what he said is really that ridiculous.
I don't like him, and I don't think he should apologize either.
Hang on. I think it was the wrong form, perhaps, but it's not unexpected. And this is he's a shock kind of comedian in some ways. He says
Yeah,
some
and he was high on
controversial
weed.
things. It doesn't make him a racist because he used the N-word, because people do that in comedy and entertainment. I think his timing was off. I think it was inappropriate for him. But he shouldn't have apologized. He should have been like, "Look, you guys you paid me, motherfuckers, to be this way, and I say controversial shit." I don't think he meant anything harmful from it. He was not trying to be racist by it. And
No.
I think
We just need to decide. Is it? I mean, are we keeping this word around or are we not? I mean,
I hate the
otherwise,
word. I hate the word with passion.
We're not giving it to. It's like you can have this and you can't have. That's not. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
It's like,
but you can't talk out of both sides of your mouth. You can't pay this guy to be a controversial comedian, then he says something controversial and say, "Oh my God."
Yeah.
Well,
he has
saying
well-respected guests too, black guests, and they respect him, and he respects them.
But if Don Rickles said the N-word, do you think anybody would have given a fuck?
well, not back then, but that's context for the time, though.
What about
That's
now?
the-
If he was still alive,
Yeah, just a big crazy
Don
old
Rickles
guy.
said the
I
N-word.
don't-
Big surprise.
I just think that I think that we are continuing to miss the point about humanity and what is necessary, right? We keep giving in to the bullshit that whoever they wants us to focus on, right? Really,
Exactly.
these are not the issues. They're really not.
Yes, if we focus on this petty shit, we're missing what's really going on.
Yeah, I don't. I think
And
in
they're
live
stealing
chat,
shit from us.
I think they're right on the live feed. How could he get fired for doing what he gets paid to do?
He doesn't get. He's not going to get fired. And
No, he's
the
not.
thing is,
No, he's not.
But,
No.
but the word is. But the thing is,
This is generating publicity for them. Are you kidding? They love this
yeah, I
shit.
know. There's no such thing as
Yeah,
bad
HBO
publicity,
loves
right?
it.
Yeah. I think that we all know, look, I know as a Caucasian person that I'm not going to go around saying that. Have I walked in and looked at the dog before and said, "What's up, my N-word," just for the hell of it, because I'm in the house by myself? Sure, I've said it once or twice. Or if I was with other people that were African, American, and that. But see, we have to decide. Since we don't know, like he said, Ice Cube said, I don't know what the intention is, right? Because I know you didn't mean it bad. But if you think everybody is like, an enemy, it's like, then you're in defensive mode all the time. That's not good.
Sorry to interrupt, but I just have to say, I quite frequently use the word nigger in my everyday life, and literally just for fun and to get a rise out of it. I myself am a man of slight color, but I've detested political correctness since about the age of 10. And the way I've always seen it is, you want me to fear a word because it might hurt someone's feelings? How about I bring this word into everyday vernacular and disempower it?
Yeah, as long as I agree with that, as long as the teaching goes along with it, because that's what we forget. We do the sensationalism to desensitize or to wake people up, but we forget to do the teaching that goes along with it, that tempers that.
Yeah, and I think
because otherwise it's too off balance.
I think both of you guys are right on that. I think what needs to be said is actually this. Look at, it's how the word is used. If I just have a bunch of friends and we're just kicking it and people are calling the N-word, whatever, nobody's going to give two shits about that. But if I look at Sugar and I say, "Hey, Sugar, you know what? You're and I call her the N-word as an offensive, derogatory, pejorative, that's a different thing altogether. So it's not the word itself.
No, Steve, I think you've missed the point though. What I was saying was disempower the word. So for me, my ultimate goal in a lot of my everyday discourse, where I literally do try to shock my peers into seeing the world the way I see it, is that I'd rather live in a world where if the word nigger is used in a pejorative manner, instead of inspiring hatred or social ostracism or the virtue signaling of SJWs decrying you as less than a human being, instead, how about we look at that person with pity and say, you need to be educated and helped.
No, I get you. I know. I do fully understand. And I totally get what you're saying. I think a lot of
it's hard to educate niggers too.
But I think it's going to take a long time for that word to lose its sting in a pejorative fashion.
And I think it's important to remember that we have enough history behind us to know what works and what doesn't work. I mean, we really do. And history is never going to be recorded any different, because grandmas and grandpas nowadays are going to be asked a whole lot of different questions. Grandma, I heard you showed your titties in a hangout once, you know? So, I mean, a lot of, and they're going to be able to go back and watch it. They're going to bring it to you on their phone. Gang, is this you? You know, so it's life's going to
I didn't know your nipples were pierced.
It wasn't this hangout, was it? Because I missed it.
Yeah, life changes for us quite a bit, but we have to remember that it's like a different world, and is it something that we think that? Damn it! I cannot hold a thought. What is wrong with me?
What talk about being a typical airhead?
I had a really good point too.
Do you think that we're behind with other countries? I mean, you've been to other countries a lot. Are we behind?
Oh, we are so behind. It's not even funny. I've been saying this since Clinton hid his cigar, because I was in Germany at the time, and they were laughing their asses off at us. And I came back and I came back and I said, you know, the rest of the world thinks we're idiots. And they went, no. And it's continued to go downhill from there.
Well, to be fair, they have their idiot moments too.
Yes, but they're
illegal.
Well, here's the thing. They have their idiot moments, but they don't have the same idiot moments. They don't have the ridiculousness that
like their
that we
elections
have.
their elections are different than ours.
In November, I'm having the Ronnie ceremony, right? King, by the way, you got to fix your mic issues. It's getting worse. And so I hope from several decades from now, the majority will be calling somebody a Ronnie, and that'll be looked at like the same thing, like, you know, all these other words. Like,
we'll pass it on.
He called him a Ronnie. Oh my God, fire him! Yeah, that's gonna be my goal. Ronnie's gonna be the
I think. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. In our past, I mean, we have to look at what has worked, right? I mean, you cannot strong arm people into respect. That's never worked. You can't humiliate someone into seeing your point, and that doesn't work. So at what point do we not believe that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result? I think we need to start looking at these things. We're supposed to be smarter than this, right? We're supposed to learn.
Yeah, we should be past certain things.
Well, I think you're right, though. Education is going to be the key. You know, we need to educate people on the history of these words, educate them on
the history itself, man's struggle,
yeah.
and the fact that men have been dying. This is the thing that gets me about feminism. Men have been dying for women and children and other men since the dawn of time. You know, and
but that's sexist according to some feminists.
Oh,
yeah, that's crazy.
So much bullshit. So much bullshit. Nobody. I didn't give anybody permission to downgrade.
One thing that's quite peculiar. Yeah. In Australia, the word nigger traditionally was never a pejorative. We actually used the word coon. It was only until about the 1980s that the word nigger became understood in the same social conventions as in the US.
Right.
So I grew up with that word being quite normalized until the 90s.
Yeah, or same with fag.
Yeah.
You know, if I call somebody a fag nowadays, nobody really gives a shit. It doesn't have the sting like it used to, right? I mean, we have gay people all the time. I'll call them a fag because they're fags, and I don't mean it to be derogatory. They call themselves that. It's not a derogatory word.
In our day, they did, but they don't do that much anymore, Steve. But they did in our day.
You know what? Better than fag, because I don't really like that word too much. But queer, they want to be called queer. Now, in my day, 30, 40 years ago, 30 years ago, queer would have been a pejorative. Queer would have been something you never call anybody.
But why are we talking?
But now with queer for the straight guy and all this other shit,
dude, I actually see it almost completely the other way because like 10 years ago, I feel like I could say fag all the time. Now I feel like people would be like, ooh.
Yeah, nowadays they're just like, yeah, so, you know.
Yeah, no.
So I suck a little dick. So what?
Yeah, I'd be like, I'll kid with heavy haul all the time. You know what? Yeah, you're being such a fag kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it's the people. It's the people that. It's because most of us in here, I would think, don't give a damn who sleeps with who.
No.
Right. As long as it's a consenting adults, we don't care. We really shouldn't be talking about it at all. I mean, that's the stand that I believe that we ought to take. Is look, I don't have to like the fact that you sleep with the same sex. I don't have to like it at all. But if none of us are showing it out in public, then fine. You do what you want in your own bedroom.
As long as they're not sleeping with niggers.
Sugar, this is a safe space. You can just have sex with anybody you
I don't need a safe space because I'm a female and I'm strong as fuck. I don't need a safe space.
What's really crazy is that we're still squabbling over same-sex rights. Yeah, like we're still like marriage equality. It's not even we're still talking about an abortion. And all these things that should have been taken care of a long time ago.
I can't turn my volume up, people. I can't talk very loud for people sleeping. So this is the best it's going to get. Sorry.
So there's a few things going on in that conversation, like with abortion. Like I'm so over this conversation, right? Because it's just been in recent history. I mean, you can go back all the way to Egyptian times and see that they were performing abortions. Now, look, I don't like abortion. I wish nobody had to have one, but I will always vote for a human being to have autonomy over their own body. And I get called a hypocrite for that. And it's like, well, it's not. A hypocrite would say nobody should have an abortion, and then I go off and have one. That's a hypocrite. But I'm only voting. I'm only voting.
Well, in the Bible, though.
I don't care. I'm not.
Well, we had a great
hangout.
Yeah.
We had a great hangout on abortion, and that one hangout, I think we've made more progress than the last 50 that Antonio Fletcher had on abortion.
Yeah, but we need to talk about sexual shame. We need to talk about why is it that we are not teaching kids, and I mean kids of mature, that are ready for it. Why aren't we teaching them how to manage their sexuality? Why does it have to stay so fearful? I mean, at this,
because there's still a stigma attached to it, I guess.
What stigma? That we have hormones, and what is that social stigma though?
Well, because again, no, I'm not saying that we should have the stigma. I'm saying that there is a stigma. People like I'll give you an example. I was out with my daughter and my ex to celebrate her winning the champion All-State. Right? Yeah, my daughter's a champion, and she's like she'll be 12 next month, and she said something weird about chromosomes, and I said, well, you actually have 46 chromosomes. 2 of them are sex chromosomes, and she said, that's a dirty word, Dad. And I was like, honey, no, it's not a dirty word. It's depending on how you use it. In this particular case, they're called sex chromosomes, meaning that you're in every cell. And I showed her exactly, in every cell you have these types of chromosomes. And her mom was right there, and her mom was like, yeah. She's like, we don't want her to think that stuff says that kind of stigma attached to it. She knows it's about. She knows it's.
Well, there should be no stigma attached to it. Right. There should be none. I mean, it's like peeing. I mean, we all pee. We get it. There's no stopping it.
But they knows what these words are. I don't think at 12, a lot of people. I did it at 12. I didn't know what sex meant, really. I just had a vague concept.
Oh, geez. I was masturbating at 5.
Yeah, well, as everybody should. You should be doing it many times a day. I remember when my boys came home and they were like,
masturbation doesn't mean you know about sex.
They were talking about pimping, pimp this, pimp that. I said, do y'all know what a pimp is? And they all looked at each other. They were probably 12. And they go, no. So I explained to them what a pimp was.
Oh, we get Rand Campbell in here. He knows all about that.
Yeah.
That joke was Rand Campbell got arrested for prostitution, didn't he? For prostitution, for pimping.
Who knows what to believe about him, right?
He probably pimped himself out.
But we should, to be teaching our kids more. I mean, it's just not.
Yeah.
It's just so wrong to expect. Then the religious get me the most, right? So
that's
sit back and go,
a major problem.
God, you gave us the hormones, right? Right. That's right, my child. And did you coincide the kicking in of the hormones with the marital day? Nope. No, I did not. Okay. So what am I supposed to do for all these years? I mean, I'm just dirty and filthy. There's nothing I can do about it. I think I'm a sinner all day long. Silly.
Why did you put a prostate?
There's 2 ways to look at that, though. I think there's 2 distinct ways, and I think one is more romanticized, but it's essentially to be a civil member of society. Our society is an act of rebelling against our own instinctual drive. So a civil human being is one that can control their urges.
Why do we need to control masturbation, though? Why do we need to control masturbation, though?
Because
masturbation is the key to a healthy prostate.
I'm sorry. I agree with the prostate comment, and I didn't hear what the other one was.
To control one's own virtues is in of itself a statement of being a conscious, self-aware being. I think that's sort of the more romanticized version. I think the darker side is that to live in a restrained world, we have to learn how to restrain ourselves. And in being restrained, we enter a social contract of subservience to whatever governance we reside under.
Yes, but so that means we just don't masturbate in public. How about that?
So it teaches us a lesson of how to constrain her.
I mean, he's half right, but I mean, why take it that far? It's like, just say that.
I don't think that the prohibition against masturbation is a 18th century. I can't even think of the word, but basically, when they discovered microscopes, they discovered cellular life and sperm, and thought that there was some sort of microcosm where, whenever you jacked off, you were basically committing an act of genocide against a whole cosmic universe.
They thought that biblical times too.
And you only had so much.
That was revived in the religious text.
Exactly. Don't drop your seed, right?
Yeah. So that was sort of coincidental.
Kid silence.
It was a French doctor called Tissot that eventually discovered spermatozoa and basically began the religious link between onin and masturbation.
Yeah.
And that came from the idea that cellular life was a different universe.
And by the way, any hopes I had of monetizing this video now shot to hell. Just FYI.
Yeah, the last 10 minutes.
I'll kick in some extra for the.
No, you do
the month.
Yeah.
I think we can control our urges, and for us to even buy into a social narrative that says that we are out of control. Yes, there is. I mean, it is that push and pull all the time of the dark side of us and what is
quite literally
be good. Yeah, exactly, quite literally. But to even suggest that we don't have the power, I mean, that's where religion keeps you down from the beginning. I don't know why they wouldn't have said, gee, you are made in God's image, so you should be pretty damn cool, right?
Their power.
That's the initial thing that religion does, is that you are powerless and you need to pay attention to what the big man says, and that's it.
Yeah.
But I think those virtues removed from religion are in themselves sort of what differentiates us from animals. Animals act on urge. We are animals, but we can control that urge. So the idea of being a fully modern being is to control that.
But to what end? That's what I'm saying. Like, I get it. I get what you're saying. And I agree. We do. That's what I'm talking about. Teaching children how to manage their urges, right? But that doesn't mean that there's no masturbation. That means that you wait till you get home into your own room and you have a fresh sock in your hand. Then you can masturbate, and only then.
And that's the self-control. That's the self-control element. Jack off in your own room.
That's right.
Don't jack off on the subway.
Exactly.
So
that's
the self-control I'm talking about.
Okay, good. Yeah. I thought you were suggesting something different. I wanted to make sure that I.
Oh, trust me, Sugar. If I came over, it would be in the bathroom. It would be on your couch. It would be just I make sure.
Dude, I'm doing it right now.
Christian everywhere.
Right now, and I got both hands in the air, and I'm doing it right now.
I was just going to confirm that she actually uses a sock too, and where is Sokka right now?
That's that's hot. He's smart too. That's good.
Sokka's taking a trip down.
Hold on, I'm gonna need a minute.
People ask me if I have those wallets. Yeah, you know what? I do have all the.
See, that's where Sokka is.
Yeah, I have so many sock accounts right now. Bullshit. So when people say Steve has
Steve,
lost sock
you
accounts,
made
they're
like
not lying right
15
now. I got a
dude.
shit ton because I haven't deleted them. But as of like a month ago, I only had 2, right? So
yeah,
this
Steve,
whole thing
you made 14 that one night.
I made a shit ton of sock accounts that night. Yeah, I'm not lying. So yeah. But you know what? I find it come in handy because I go into a flat Earth thing. It's like, hi, do you have a model flat Earth band? Hi, do you have a model flat Earth band?
Mic check.
So
you need a mic check.
Yeah, mic check. Can you all hear me?
Check 1, 2.
You're good. You're good.
Check.
So you have a
Thank
flat Earth
God, that
sock.
took forever.
You have flat Earth socks, Steve?
I have flat Earth
You get a
socks,
flat Earth
yeah.
thing.
Lord Stephen Christ is insane. That kind of shit. You know?
Yeah, I have a few too. My favorite one is Jamie Downs.
I do not watch these people. I can't bear it.
Did you see? I think it was Cal, whatever his name is. He had posted in the Great Debate community the flat earthers, whether they're a Poe, stupid, insane, or fucking retarded or something. He actually got. I think he's kind of nailed it too.
When I do talk to them, I ask them, so what happens if I grant you that the Earth is flat? Now what? And they go,
exactly.
What?
What's
entire life is a
what's
lie.
the big ending?
So
What's the money shot?
That means
I had 4 marriages that were complete lies. You don't see me whining.
Steve, if you would allow me to test something out real quick.
It doesn't involve you getting naked, does it? Because that was creepy.
No, I'd like to see that.
No, you wouldn't. He's 18.
Fuck
you
off.
Cougar.
What?
You just
Fuck
know
off.
to jerk off
He's
in your own
only 18.
room on your own time.
He's 18?
On your own
Yeah.
hangouts.
Yes.
I'm sorry. How would I know this?
Yeah, I mean legal, so it's not like like against the law. But come on.
Yeah, 18's legal.
Yeah. See?
Black people do coke.
That's hot.
Voltaire's older than that.
It works. It works. Yes.
An 18-year-old.
Don't screw with me. I obsess over 19-year-old Korean boys these days. You
I don't
can't
judge.
scare me.
No, I don't judge.
Oh,
Dude,
All right.
are you kidding? If I had a hot 18-year-old Playboy Playmate of the Year, you think I'm gonna turn that shit down because she's 18?
Hell no.
Any
I
man
would turn
be
her
like,
down.
"That's
I'm
gorgeous."
sorry.
Like K-pop tween.
It depends on the size of their
old.
dick.
Yeah, I don't care about that. That's
No, I
dick
was talking
size.
about Steve.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he cares about dick size. He does.
Yeah.
Do you want to hear Pew's soundboard?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, it's so awesome.
I want to hear.
Let me,
Go ahead.
So let me see here.
Was it going to play through this time?
Yeah. So I heard
so
that.
deleting this thing out anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Steve, what's your response to these recent allegations that you're gay?
No, I'm not gay.
Breathy. Breathy.
And so Steve, what specifically are you gay for?
Nephilim freeze dick.
Oh, my sweet Evan.
So Steve, are you just into chicks, or do you like guys too?
I do both, man. I do both.
Who doesn't?
Steve is fucking dying.
Great. I paid you $50 to say something a couple months ago. I can't.
First of all, gay means joyful and carefree. It doesn't mean homosexual.
These people are paying me super chat to make me say stuff, and this is what happens.
Yeah. Hey, just because you suck a dick one time doesn't make you gay.
You're cocksucker for life, right? Yeah.
It might, but it
Fuck
doesn't
you, Pew.
matter.
I swear to you, fuck you.
Yeah, I'm not gay. I'm not gay. It's just a power trip. It's more of a power trip for me.
That's right. It's all domination.
Well, I mean, there's a difference between sucking your dick like a girl and enjoying it, and just doing a favor.
Yeah.
Suck mine and suck yours.
Gotta have your brother's back. I mean, that's a definition of buddy, isn't it?
It's a bro job.
Exactly.
B-U-T-T-Y.
I know these things. That's right. That's why Steve calls me a dude. Because I'm like, dude, like, I get that.
This would be dudette.
It's because I worked with men all my whole life, so I just was.
Yeah, but see, Sugar's the kind of chick that'll give you a hand job but won't look. She'd be like facing away the entire
Sugar's
time.
the kind that won't give you a hand job and you respect her because of it.
Oh, that's
Only
what
if
it is.
she's your mate. If she's your mate, then you will never want for anything. But she doesn't give hand
You
jobs
never want
to
for
anyone.
anything.
No, it's true.
In the morning, in the evening, for
Right?
dinner. Hey, what's for dinner? Hand job.
Hey, you say that like it's a bad thing. Some women can't cook. I get skills.
Yeah, if she can't cook, she better have other skills. That's for damn sure.
I'm so afraid to ever actually be with a man again. I talk big. I like a big talker.
Yeah, but do you do cosplay?
I would love that. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
Can I wear a queen outfit? Can I have like a big saber?
Like cat ears and a tail.
Oh, you don't know me? Oh, I wear ears all the time. I wear ears everywhere I go around this world. I wear these little cat ears and all kinds of stuff because people will then engage me in conversation and they go, "What's with the ears?" And I go, "I'm a cat. I have to hear."
I'm a K-pop tween.
Yeah, I know. And there's a purpose to it. It's not just as shallow as there's a long story. I'm just a horny old lady.
To spark up conversation.
So is that your tire?
I wear ears all the time. I thought there was more to it. That night you guys made a lot of them, I thought.
Cosplay is pretty hot.
I don't know what happened to Pew. He
I know, right?
Dropped.
No.
Pew.
I don't know. Pew has to make a true empiricism soundboard. That'd be fucking brilliant.
Why? Burns my ears every time I hear that name.
Yeah, you know what? Nobody really talks about True anymore. We do like maybe once or twice a month. I mean, he's so irrelevant. Every so often he'll throw a video up of some god awful stupid shit. We'll go and then move on to something important.
Yeah.
I mean, what else can you say about this guy?
He's so much smarter than all of us, so
Yeah, I mean, he obviously thinks he kicked my ass. Well, no, actually, he doesn't because he actually admitted that he sucked at that debate. No, I mean, who the hell wants to debate this guy? Who the hell wants to engage with him?
You just don't understand, Steve. Maybe you just don't understand. Let me explain it again so you can understand.
Yeah, well, I'll do it slow this time so even you can understand.
I don't get him. He had the one chance, right, to show me up. The one chance to show everybody how dumb I was and how right he was. And he epically failed. I mean, on levels that I thought would not even
and he was talking
in the realm
shit
of the
whole time,
impossible.
too.
I had planned for everything but that.
I know. And everybody knows if you just sit here long enough, Steve will look stupid, on his own.
I don't need anybody else's
You just
help.
gotta wait.
I love you, Stevie. I love you. Kidding.
You gotta wait for the lulls to come up.
Yeah, I wanted the rest of the soundboard, but I guess Pew is whatever.
He's probably talking. Doesn't know he's.
Pew.
Actually, probably old news, but I remember I watched that Alex Bolton hangout he had, True Empiricism had, from what was it, 2-3 years ago? And I was really, really eager to work out what the fuck True Empiricism was trying to say. And I literally had to watch that thing twice to actually put 2 and 2 together. I think...
Oh, no, there's a
True
couple of
Empiricism-
transcriptions of that one, because it's the inner solipsism of solipsism bit.
But I
You
worked
have
out
been here in the community for a
True
while.
can't distinguish.
Yeah.
True does not know the difference between solipsism and subjectivity. It took me two sessions to actually put 2 and 2 together. I couldn't believe someone was that fucking retarded.
Oh, I doesn't. Yeah, I don't. That doesn't doubt me. Yeah, I
Two
don't-
sessions. I like how you
don't
say
doubt it.
2 sessions.
Yeah. He didn't know what solipsism was. He didn't understand the concept. He still doesn't know what subjectivity means, or objectivity, or even absolute.
That was actually the bit that I laughed more on with Ronnie on the solipsism bit, was he just kind of laughed off and just said, no, I got it solved. Wait, what?
Yeah, he's like telling Alex, oh, well, you're a solipsist. And Alex is like, well, no, I'm not. don't
Yeah.
know what the hell you're talking about.
Well, he
Yes,
just
you are.
read
You're an
about it.
atheist.
He
You have
just-
to be.
he just read
no,
about
no, I'm not.
solipsism.
That was like, what the fuck are you doing, Ronnie?
Example of like an objective scientific.
I would actually put forward that Ronnie has solved the problem of hard solipsism only by virtue of the fact that I could never imagine someone that fucking retarded.
It was never thought possible. Well, see, I think what happens
Exactly.
is Ronnie has never been exposed to any of these things in real life, right? I don't think he's ever gone to any colleges. I don't think he was able to read things contextually. So he picks up something and he wants to run with it. And
Sorry.
And he's on a completely different wavelength than anybody else, because he's like using these words like they're completely different than what everybody else is using it, and he thinks he's making a brilliant argument, and we're like, what the fuck is what the hell is he talking about?
As long as it pleases him, that's all he cares about.
Well,
you see that with a lot of.
And the CCP actually just agree with him regardless of what he says. But
Yeah.
Anyways,
Just a bunch of circle jerking.
Yeah,
You see that with a lot of people, though. You can tell when stuff goes over their head, and it's sad because that means that we're not fostering an environment where people feel open enough to say, "Hey, I don't know that word," because they know they're going to get dogged.
So Tim, you've been around. You've been lurking for a while. Do you remember Sugar, or is that before your time?
Before. Sorry.
We like lurkers and stalkers. There's so many people that we've never met that I will come out of the woodwork every so often and just go, oh yeah.
Hey, I've never been around your house at all, ever.
Well, I saw the outside. you know.
Not like me.
Yeah, Sugar comes
Actually,
out.
I had
made you come in, Tim?
In about 2010, and before I took videos down, and I've never heard of Steve McRae or JD Kane until about 2014, 2015.
Yeah, I've been on YouTube. Well, I've been on the forum since 2013, but I didn't really build my channel until I don't know when was it, 2015, Summer Sugar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, during Nadia's reign.
Well, what made you come on, Tim? What was the straw that broke the
What
camel's
made me
back?
actually take it to the airwaves was the fact that I had commented on a lot of videos, and it was just so time-consuming to actually engage with people on comment for comment. It just took so long. People would not understand things properly, and it was mostly dealing with like science kind of shit, right? Evolution, math, whatever. And I finally said, you know what? Why don't I just jump into a hangout, try my hand at how it is verbally, and found out I kind of enjoyed this. And then I learned a lot more by being in hangouts than I ever would just listening to them.
Yeah.
Well, I think he was asking me, but.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you too, but how about you, Tim? I didn't know.
No,
that,
what actually prompted me to actually join up in these was boredom and beer.
That's like my favorite combination.
So drunk people that got nothing else to do come by my channel. I'm okay with that.
Sorry.
My conversations are much better when I've been drinking.
I'm okay.
I got married that way once.
I'm so fine with that. You're drunk and got nothing to do. Go to Steve's channel. I think that's
Yeah,
the
see, there you
model,
go.
actually. Yeah.
That's why I messaged you, because I was drunk and I wanted to be in a hangout, and I was hoping you were going to start one.
That's not even a lie. That's true story.
That's 100% true.
True.
Yeah.
Tony messaged me and said, "I'm drunk. I want to hang out." And I said, "Fine."
Yeah.
I want to try and do a live stream too. But I
This is a
can't.
good hangout too.
Can't figure it out.
You can't figure out how to do a live stream, Sugar? Go ask Netflix
I
3.
got
And I think I inadvertently made a parallel to the Bible and Beer Consortium. So.
Uh-oh.
So
Boardman beer.
You really can't figure out how to do a hangout?
Well, no, I used to do them. Remember back in the day, but I downloaded the OBS and
You don't need it, but you can use it.
I know I don't know what it is.
You don't need anything now. You just go to your YouTube channel and schedule an event.
Do you
Live
want,
event.
do you want
worried.
Sugar, do you want to have private time sometime this week and I'll show you how to do it?
You know I don't do private time.
Oh, I get private time.
Nope, nobody gets private time.
Yeah.
Not even my marauding masturbators. They come in a whole group. Hey,
Do
Sugar,
you
want
want
to
to know how
come
to get
play?
on?
And I
Do you
go,
want to know how to do the hangouts
thanks,
or not?
guys. Okay.
Marauding.
I will show you how to do it.
There's a group that comes around like every Sunday. They're like Jehovah's Witnesses or something, and they come around and knock on my little computer screen, and they go, "We're having sex. You want to come in and jerk off with us?" And I go, "No, thanks, but thanks for asking." They're usually like, "You're so nice about it, Sugar." I'm like, "Hey, knock yourself out, man. I ain't mad at you."
Somebody
You
had
never know.
asked.
One day I might want to.
Somebody had asked what happened to Nephilim Free in the live chat a little while ago, and basically Nephilim has the same problem. Nephilim Free cannot figure out how to start a hangout, and the only people willing to help him have been atheists. And he actually thinks that all these atheists trying to explain to him how to do this are sabotaging his channel.
Oh, Evan would let me help him.
Well, Evan trusts you somewhat.
I used to go into his room to listen because I wanted to learn, right? And he'd go in. His voice would go from gosh darn it, devil. Sorry.
Such filthy language.
I know.
I will show
And
you.
his voice would go down. He'd go. He'd start to like talk about the Bible in this like real breathy voice.
His breathy
like,
voice. I will show
love
you, and then you.
So like he's speaking to an Asian.
And then you can show Neffy, because I miss Neffy. I want him back on the air because he had so much dumb fuckery. I can't even begin to tell you.
Yeah, I really like him. I white knighted him one night when the anti-natalists were just being complete bitches to him. I just could not believe it. I mean, I don't normally do that, right? He's a man; he can rescue himself, but he wasn't. He was being polite to these two little bitches, and they were just really abusing him. And I finally just like flew in there like an idiot. I'm like, you should just fucking leave the guy alone. If you don't want him in here, just ignore him. But you sit here and talk all day about how the world is so horrible and the suffering is crazy, and then you treat another human being like that.
Yeah,
you just lost all your credibility.
Yeah, you're fostering what you don't like.
Fucking Australians. That's for sure.
But they might argue that the world is like so messed up that there's no point in even trying to be nice to you.
Well, I mean, Neffy is
They're not all
so
bad, but they're mostly all bad.
Neffy's just so fundamentally flawed in every level. It's just hard to have a conversation with him because
Hell, we all are.
He
brings everything back to God.
He's just so wrong. I mean, it's like Neffy, you're wrong on this, you're wrong on that. You read a paper, you get it wrong. You tell people a bunch of bullshit. You spew a bunch of mantras that you think is true that has been.
He doesn't even read a
times.
paper. He just reads the fucking headline.
Right. Did you see the video I made on him doing that?
I think he makes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mix it up.
Yeah, I mean, he thought that wildlife translocation had to do with the Robertsonian translocations. No.
Yeah. That would be the one.
He was caught doing that in about 2012 when Concordance made that video. Neff came into the Magic Sandwich Show to talk to Aaron Ra.
Mm-hmm.
And upon seeing this, look it up. It's Nephilim Free owns himself.
Oh yeah, no, I've seen that one several times actually.
Oh, with DP in it as well. Oh, that ought to be a hoot.
Oh, DP. My favorite video by DPR is Nephilim Free is insane. When Nephilim Free is
Nephilim Free's dick.
What on earth are you talking about?
He's just excited about the bears that came out and killed the kids. Just like and
yes,
God
he was.
brought
He was
judgment
idiot.
against them. And
disturbing.
These bears mauled these kids and ripped their fleshes to shreds.
42.
It's just like really. I mean, I don't know exactly what words he used, but it was just kind of freaky.
Yeah, it was his it was his voice, the way he said it. It was like gleefully, but still that monotone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Scary.
Yeah, it was that monotone voice.
The way that they actually described it, it was creepy.
It was.
Very. Nephilim Free is a lot of things. Creepy is definitely up there in his list of things that describe Nephi.
Yeah. I like him though. I mean,
He hasn't been in here for years though. Ever since I kicked his ass in the whole Robertsonian translocation thing, I think it just he just fell off.
I was always good to him. I was always good to him. I never would bust his balls, at all in a hangout. And all the rest of the guys would just bust his balls too much, I thought. I mean, at some point, it's there's one thing to make an argument and to drive it home, but you could tell when it would go into just complete troll. When it was too much dogpiling. I'd get all girly and I'd have to leave.
Yeah, I think he likes to troll too. I miss drunk Neffy though.
Oh, we all miss drunken Neffy.
Oh God, do I miss drunk Neffy? And then Neffy in that Hangouts had said, "I don't drink" in the group chat. I was like,
You're right.
The struggle of humanity, though.
Yeah, Neffy's saying he doesn't drink is like Sugar saying she doesn't masturbate. Oh, come on, let's put things in reality here.
Yeah, nobody's gonna believe that.
Nobody's gonna believe that.
I gave that up. I don't even do that anymore. I don't even do that anymore. It's just I'm so nothing. I'm old.
She's asexual.
Over. It's over for me. No, I'm not asexual, and I'm not dead yet.
No, I'm not gay.
You go.
He's getting entertained, isn't he?
Yes. Oh God, this is wonderful.
I love it.
I'm glad he took the time.
All my
to make a
hangouts
soundboard.
from now on.
Yeah. So wait a minute. So the two people have soundboards. Me and Darwin's deity. What does that tell you?
Oh no, the fun part about this is you're in here right now, so it took me half a second to realize you didn't just say that.
Yeah. That is awesome.
Oh, well, here we go. This one will make it a little bit more clear.
I thought black people gave up cocaine back in the 80s.
That was maxing out.
Now there is one. Now he is like pinnacle. Now I love to troll him because he is the ultimate. He's so smart, right? So smart. It drives me crazy. And I'll sit there and type, "Oh, did they download a new program into your hard drive?" And I'll just all this because I always accuse him of being a robot because he's so smart.
He really is.
I know, and it kills me. And he's so smart. I love smart. Yeah, but...
I'm going to be very weary of what I say around you from now on.
Oh, don't worry. You know what? You don't know when I'm around. I listen to you all the time. I know which one of you is smart. I know which one of you is not smart. You don't know when I'm there.
I is smart.
Sugar, that wasn't me, Sugar.
It wasn't him.
That wasn't
that
me.
was me.
What's a soundboard?
I love it. Damn it.
Oh, God.
That's good.
Came out that clear.
That's
Wow.
good.
So let's see if I can pop this out here.
Oh, there you go. Now see, I gotta look at the circle.
Yep, that'll give it away.
He's gonna be scouring my videos to just find anything he can use. I've got 480 videos or some shit like that, whatever the hell it is. You know how many thousands of hours of footage that you could probably find shit?
Yeah, I've already found quite a few just from your recent shit.
Great idea.
Like this is just what I've gotten from half an hour of one of your hangouts, by the way.
Yeah, a lot of discriminatory shit, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna call the financial planner. I'm gonna start paying you more.
I told Sugar's actually one of my beneficiaries.
Hugh, if you need to recruit me at any point to scour Steve's videos, I am more than willing.
For $2 in super chat, I could be bought to say whatever you want.
Yeah, because I'm a hangout whore.
It's the breathing that just gets me. It's like, oh, I gotta take that out of my ear.
Yeah,
That's like surround sound with vibrato vision.
Does that work for you?
Yeah.
Sugar?
Yeah.
Oh my God, Sugar. Do I know this person? Sweet. I got a person coming in I don't know, but you know what? I'm going to minimize so they can't do any damage.
I know.
Oh, God.
I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh, stop. It's funny. You know who knows this stuff? And I hate to bring it up again, but it is the K-pop. They know how this drives people crazy. The songs are just filled with the heavy breathing and the whole it's like, oh, no.
By the way, who's Kevin? I got to ask because he doesn't have an icon. Kevin, who are you?
I'm the leader of the former Jehovah's Witnesses.
Oh, welcome.
Of whom?
Demonsness says fuck off. Not shocking.
He says he's the former leader of the Jehovah's Witnesses.
I'm sorry, I have to take responsibility for that one. That was not Steve.
Is that you?
That one was me.
He's a sock account.
Is this your sock account?
Yeah, that's cute.
This is your sock?
No.
Oh.
So who's Kevin then?
Isn't my sock. He said something that I didn't play.
Oh, Kevin said he was the former leader of the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Oh,
Jehovah's Witnesses.
I
And I
didn't
said,
know
welcome.
I didn't know JWs had leaders.
I have no idea. I don't know religion.
Would you like to contribute, Kevin?
No, I said I'm the leader of the ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, not the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Oh, the ex.
Oh,
the ex-Jehovah. Oh.
So
I know that voice. I know that voice.
Oh, that does sound kind of familiar.
I know that voice.
This is Lord Jesse.
Yes. No, I thought it was somebody else.
Who?
Sorry. I'm like, I know that voice, but maybe not.
It doesn't sound familiar to me. Maybe, I don't know. But oh, so you have an advocacy group for ex-Jehovah's Witnesses?
I think it was.
No, we're not united. We just fight each other all the time.
Okay.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Good times. Do you guys have T-shirts and stuff, or like, is it an annual thing you do, or bi-weekly, or?
Yeah, there's a T-shirt called the Vast Apostate Army.
Ah, nice.
We are the warning label.
Ah, no, I am the warning label. Rebel warnings for all humanity. You've been warned. Interesting.
Oh, God.
It's the breathing
Really?
that just it snaps my head. It's like,
really?
I have a new toy.
Yeah, it's sugar.
Pew's getting excited on this. This was literally the only thing that's disturbing, you know.
I'm gonna have to start paying Pew now. Damn it!
Oh, I'm up for that.
Everybody's got to be on the payroll. Oh, you're gonna work for it, Mister.
Can you do that one in succession, Pew?
No.
Play
no.
like
which
3 times
one?
fast.
No.
Oh,
La, 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 la.
yeah.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God.
There you go. That's working for me.
Nephilim, freeze, dick.
I don't even know how to take that one in context. I don't even know what the context was.
No, the context of that one was you were talking to me about how I would splice shit up and make ridiculous sounding things, and that was your example.
Well, there you go.
I think
Dude,
I maybe
that
say
sucks.
something
So
about.
people take clips of your voice, Steve, and just play them.
Thank you.
That's how low we've sunk.
What's some of the other ones you got?
Oh,
Pew?
Steve, you want me to keep doing this, the soundboard stuff?
Yeah.
Don't stop.
Oh, yes.
Don't stop.
No, something about that's not right.
It will never be as popular as the Darn Deities one, but it's still awesome.
Well.
You have little faith.
I need to engage with Darwin's deity again. He got off easy last time.
So, Steve, I heard you had the hots for Hanazubi.
I mean, let's be realistic here. I can't compete with red.
Oh,
That's true.
I was just gonna say, hey, see now I'm falling for it again. Now see, I'm too stupid for this game because I was almost like, hey, he's with somebody, Steve. I'm too stupid. I'm too stupid. It's sad. Yeah.
Oh, this is too
Thank God
perfect.
sugar.
I love
Sometimes-
this.
At least she's entertaining, right?
Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna pee. So I'll just leave you gentlemen to yourself for just
Thank you
a
so much
moment.
for that public service announcement.
Well,
We're
you're
glad to know your
welcome.
biological imperative.
I'll be back in a minute. I'm gonna go pull my pants down, and you're not gonna walk.
So let's see if I can pop this out here.
She cut off the camera so we couldn't see her get up.
The worst part of it, I can't tell if that's a recording or if that's live.
You gotta look for the circles. I feel.
You gotta watch. You gotta see.
It's okay. I'll just pop this out here.
I'm killing Steve. Oh my god, this is awesome.
I'm telling you, people, $2 a super chat. I'll say what you want. I could be bought. I even say it breathy if you want. You can give me emotions too. Breathy, sad, happy, whatever. You know.
Yeah,
That costs you $1
anything
more.
for the right price. Anything
I'm
for
so
the
cheap.
right price.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Steve, just so everyone knows this is something that Steve requested that I make of him.
I didn't actually request you to make it. I just challenged you. Oh.
Yes, you did.
Oh, this. Oh, I thought you meant the soundboard. I was like, I didn't.
No.
Like, yeah. This I made. Yeah, this I requested.
Yeah.
This is how.
See,
this is what I felt like after
Oh, no,
Flat Earther
Yeah, the shotgun one. That was the I remember that.
Yeah, this was from listening to Betty and Red's hangout. Yeah.
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 That hangout was one of the best I've ever seen.
That was brutal.
That's about how I felt after listening to it for about an hour or two.
Oh, Polaris! You can look at the east and then go west and see Polaris, and look, go north, you see Polaris. What? No.
Yeah. No. There's only one Polaris. It was the Southern Cross that there's 4 of, and
oh god.
No, it's just the light coming from the ground.
When an
Oh,
ocean
Steve,
wave
what did you say?
Look at that ocean
Oh,
wave. It's
God.
it's actually like just wrapping itself around the shotgun. It's like I want.
Yeah, it's accepting its fate.
Yeah.
That's just perspective.
See, this is what I contribute to the community.
Even dinosaurs like this is how dinosaurs became extinct. Listen to flat earthers.
Oh, should I? Oh, there were a couple that people were a little triggered by, so I'll leave those out, like the Antonio one.
Oh, the Pepe.
Yeah, here I will do the clean version of the Pepe Antonio. It's just gonna take me a second.
Is there such a one?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I made one and it's awesome.
Yeah. Hey, Red Eye in the live chat. How you doing, buddy?
Yeah. Well, where the hell did I put it? I have so many of these. Oh, here. I got.
Did you read what I wrote you yet, Pew, or you haven't got there for yet?
Oh shit! Sorry, no, I haven't. Here I will look at that. Oh, I'll do my true empiricism one first. Feels bad, man.
Oh god.
Oh, what did you say, Steve?
You look so sad.
Oh god. All right, I'm gonna get a new one.
So let's see if I can pop this out here.
I'm gonna overuse them, and then it's not gonna be funny anymore.
I don't know what you got left in your arsenal.
Oh, Steve, you have no idea. Let me see. Let me go through some of the ones that I haven't gone and done yet. Let's see.
Oh, me giving a blowjob.
I don't know how to take that in context, but whatever.
Let's see. Oh, here's a good one.
I could get a woman, so whatever. I'm glad that you do that for me.
Oh, you're glad that I make these soundboards.
I'm glad that you do that for me.
Oh, and here's gonna be your favorite one, Steve.
Atheism is just a lack of belief.
Oh, I cut off at the end.
Oh, I got cut off right at the end.
Yeah, cut off.
Damn it.
Sorry, can't use that one. It's cut off. Not clean.
You know what's crazy is Steve could actually probably sue you for slander.
Nah, this is parody. Oh,
Take that
by the
whole
way, I'm
nickel he's
I'm yeah, you'll take that whole -$1 that I have after I donated to the Geek Room.
He has eye dollars.
Yeah.
He was just sticking around so I can say something for him to use against me. You hear this?
I'm sorry. I have derailed the hangout.
There were rails.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I guess I smell something cooking, so I gotta go check on this. Be right back.
Oh, sweet. Let's see here. What else do I got that would trigger Steve a little bit? Yeah, if anyone in the hangout or in the live chat has any that has like a Steve clip that you want me to add to the soundboard, just message me and I will do it.
How many of these are from the one the other day? What was it, 2 days ago?
These are all from the first 30 minutes of one hangout.
Do you have any where it's just like, don't believe a word I say ever?
Yep. Yeah, it was taking me so long to get in here, and I kept dropping because all of my audio settings kept getting fucked up when I was trying to make the sound devices mesh so I could actually play these.
Well, I'm very glad you figured it out eventually.
Yeah, I'm very glad. Oh god, where's
are those
I
all
didn't
from the
even say it
rum and
right.
coke night?
Yeah, that's from the first 30 minutes or so of the rum and coke. Yeah. Yeah, and the Rand Campbell hangout before then has some gems in it, and the thing he did with the Geek Room has even more. Oh shit! Where'd all this go? Oh. So what were y'all talking about before I completely fucked up the conversation?
We were talking about masturbation and then to empiricism.
Oh, well, I'm sure there's going to be some good sound bites there. Oh, I'm so excited. I am so excited.
Oh, me giving a blowjob.
Oh, that's not nice.
Dude,
Fuck
I've had a
off.
cigarette in 3 days, and I've had to be on mute half this time because of that many fucking coughing spasms, because I just can't laugh right now. Here it comes.
Oh.
Yeah, because I'm a hangout whore.
that one's one of my personal favorites.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to play the Epi one again.
I thought black people gave up cocaine back in the 80s.
Heard that one. So funny.
Yeah, I think I've played all of them now.
I heard that one last time.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, because I commented. Well, I called him Max. I don't know. I can't. I never call him Epi, but I.
Yeah, Epi, Max, and I
know who
just
you're
added him on Facebook recently, so I actually know what I guess is his real name now. So.
Who, Max?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Used to call him Epi all the time.
Yeah,
Right.
but he was
I mean,
Epicurus.
People do know people's real
whatever.
name, but we don't use them on air only for the fact that they don't go by that, right? I mean, it's not going to kill anybody if it gets out, but it's kind of etiquette. That's all.
I noticed that, a lot of people are on my Facebook too, and I'm trying to change my Facebook name as well. I mean, I have my sugar, Facebook, but my other one there's a lot of people over there. I think it's a lost cause now, but
Do you have a lot of beta cuck friends on there?
I don't associate with beta cucks. I only associate with men who are men. I don't like that term. I think it's really humiliating to men, and I think it's really disrespectful. It disrespects the warrior in every man.
I thought, I thought actually that Sugar was a black chick, because I always heard like G-Man talk
Sugar.
about this chick Sugar, and for some reason I thought it was some kind of like large-sized female black chick, and I don't know why I had that in my brain for the longest time.
Next sound clip, large, big female black chick.
Yeah, it's like Sugar, and he was always so nice to her, and now it's like, not so much.
Well, he does. You know what? He won't talk to me because I take him down to. Well, it's why I don't go into a lot of rooms anymore, because I take the conversation down to the basic thing, and it's a killjoy.
Yeah.
It's like. I know that's not the objective anymore, so that's my own thing. I do it my own way, but how's he going to answer that? He's going to have to attack me, and I've always been nice to him, and I'm going to ask him about getting people fed, clothed, and housed before we go through any of this, so he doesn't want to do that.
Did you read Mary Schweitzer's quote on that? That was pretty good, that she says something like that.
Who?
Mary Schweitzer.
Which one? She had a lot of good quotes.
Who's Mary Schweitzer?
Dr. Mary Schweitzer. She's the one that discovered soft tissue in dinosaurs. Well, she wasn't the one that discovered it, but she was the one that really kind of made it popular.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She had a really good quote when she was in here dealing with, like how to fix stuff and getting cats off the streets, and it was just really, really awesome.
What'd she say?
I don't remember. I have it somewhere.
Oh, it was really awesome. You don't remember because a woman was talking and you don't remember what a woman said.
Sorry, did you
was
say
it
something,
not
Sugar?
important?
Did you say something? I'm sorry. Were you?
Not at all.
Yeah.
Boobs.
See the boobs.
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 See, now I got that one.
Boobs out.
You want to soundboard this Sugar going back and forth saying boobs?
Boobs.
Boobs.
Or back in the day, all the dick pics I used to get when I was a young woman. Oh, those were the days. Not so much.
They were days, all right.
Boy, telling you. Oof. I remember the first time
That's
that
a
happened.
Natalie Merchant song.
It's worse when Sugar starts sending you dick pics. Then
Yeah.
Oh God.
Because I used some really scary ones.
Oh my God.
Oh God.
I still have over 1,000 people on my Google men account. I haven't done it in a long time because I used to get these like Victoria's Secret lingerie pictures from this couple photographers, and I'd send them to all the men. There was just men on the thing. I never told who was on. It was like my Ashley Madison list. I never told who was on there because there were theists and atheists alike on that list.
They were tasteful. None of them were new.
Yeah, well, it depends on who you talk to. A couple people were like,
if you're Muslim, maybe.
Why are you doing that? That's not. They're going to think you're a whore. I said, I don't care. None of the pictures are of me. Men are allowed to look at these things. It's what they like. They like this.
Yeah,
if they don't like it. Only one person asked to be taken off, and I took him off immediately. And we still talk to this day. He said, because that just tempts me too much. I said, okay, took him off. Okay. Men like that. You must celebrate what men like. Men aren't the enemy.
It's such a refreshing sentence to hear. Men are not the enemy.
Yeah,
well, not.
Right.
Sugar's not one of those people that push this whole narrative for some kind of misogynistic society that they think we live in. It's like, look, yes, women have had difficulties. Granted, feminism at one time had a good purpose. But what I call egalitarianism is no longer what it is anymore, right? This third, fourth, fifth wave feminism stuff, it's scary.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's super scary because Gloria Steinem did not correct the problem, right? First of all, she was pushing the wrong agenda. In 1964, when, they really were getting this started, I mean, the feminists that were going to colleges still had that, loco parenti or loco parentis or whatever. They still had the ability to keep women in the dorm. And they said, hey, no, we want to go out just like the men can go out. And they said, no, this world is very, very scary. And we're trying to protect you from rape. And those feminists of the time said, we want the freedom to risk rape. And that's no lie. That's what they wanted. They said, we want to be equal. Men get attacked. We should too. The thing is, you were allowed, the thing is you needed to be responsible, right, for what you wore. It's like, if you want to go out and wear your titties out, then you need to make sure that you are always safe. Don't go somewhere. Don't be an idiot, because men are what they are. And I'm not saying that they all rape, but there are people out there who are predators. And you must protect yourself from that. And if you go out looking like a floozy, you must expect some kind of behavior from somebody, right? Not all men. This whole thing about teach men not to rape. First of all, it's only been a short time in history that men have not even had to ask permission to mate. Because for the majority of the time, men didn't have to ask. I'm not suggesting we go back.
Now we got to beg.
Exactly. Now I'm not suggesting we go back to that.
Well, maybe you.
Right?
Dude, you're still waiting for your first hand job. Shut up.
Oh, that's just
literally a chick just walking down the street, like every guy stares at her. Like, you ever walk behind a chick and you just realize the guy's walking your way?
Mm-hmm.
Literally every single one of them just like looks the lady up and down.
Right. Man. But that's natural. See, and they've turned that into something nasty. Like, I mean, I like my boobs and I will wear something low cut, but not too much. But I'll tell you what, as long as a man is just looking, I will never say anything. I mean, obviously I've put them out. I'm proud of them. I like them. Now, if he's going to be a dick about it, right, and embarrass me, then that's a different line. And I may just, look at him like, why are you going to be a jerk, right? I'm putting them out there. You could look at them and that would be fine.
Yeah, but I've had that conversation with people before, and it's the women that actually will put them on display want them to be appreciated.
Yes, but
at least in my experience.
Yes, but it's the ones that put them on display and then will slam you for looking at them. That's the
right.
Well, like my granddad, they were out at a restaurant, and a larger boobed woman, he would stare at him, and she said, are you getting your eyes full? And he's just like, yes, ma'am, I am. He was very quiet about it. He's like, yes, ma'am, I am.
Exactly. And people going out drinking. Two people drinking, right? It's mutual responsibility there. One cannot be the raper if and if you're both drinking. I mean, people have to be responsible for themselves. Like, young women should not just go out. It's not because they're less. It's because we are women. I mean, there is a predatory part of our species, and a few people will fall into that. We need to protect ourselves, just as women should be protecting men, right? To say, no, we don't talk about men like that. They've been dying for us through war and battle for years, and not all men are that, right? So don't talk about, you just teach boys not to rape. That's not fair. So we have to look out for each other.
Yeah, I think we agree on a lot of things. It's so funny though, but you'll say you're an anti-feminist, and people just be like, okay, I have no problem. I say I'm an anti-feminist. You hate women. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I love women. I have the utmost respect for women.
But you know what the charge is going to be for you there, Rebel, is internalized misogyny.
internalized misogyny that says that I would rather stay home and have a baby and take pride in the fact that I can actually grow a child inside of me, feed it with my own breast, that I can be nurturing and be a great part of a family, that I raise another human being. I mean, what's misogynistic about that?
Can I offer a thought here? I've always seen this modern feminism not so much as a rebellion against prescribed or traditional gender roles, but rather almost a variant of communism, insofar that it's not just about tearing down a hierarchy, it's about ensuring equality of outcome in all societal interactions, as opposed to providing people the equality of opportunity to achieve what they want in life.
This is spoiled brat women. This is bourgeois white women with this bourgeoisie attitude that feel like they should be treated the way daddy treats her in the house, that she is not responsible for herself. She can do as she pleases. She expects to be catered.
But look, if a woman wants to stay home and have the traditional, stay home, take care of the kids, cook, clean, if that's what she wants, then why is somebody else saying, "Oh, well, you're just destroying what feminism is doing"? Why you're not helping the cause? Look, the whole thing for the cause is let women do what they want. If they want to do that, great. If they want to be the sole provider, great. If they want to get educated, great.
But the bigger question, the bigger problem, though, is a human issue, right? I mean, in doing that, right? I get it, but women have been working forever. They've been taking in laundry. Women have worked forever. We had grandmas and aunts in our houses to watch the children. Moms went out to work when they were able-bodied for a long time, right? But when we started moving out to just a husband and a wife and the kids, that's when the things really started to change, because then we didn't have any more help from our sisters. Sisterhood is completely gone. Right. I mean, women have virtually no bond with each other anymore in the West, and that's a huge problem. And that's part of the problem. These women are screaming for safe spaces because they're hurting. They're not part of anything. Right.
Women are way too gossipy nowadays. So
because they don't have each other. They're in so much competition that there's no longer a bond of sisterhood with each other. Right. I mean, we used to hang out together. We used to cook together, clean together. We took pride in these things. They were important. Behind every man is, that's doing whatever he's doing. There's a woman doing what she does. I mean, who downgraded my ability to grow a human being inside of me and nurture it and raise it and support the man who goes out and hunts and brings in the money?
Well, yeah, this whole feminism thing has just made the women more masculine,
whatever happened
more feminine.
Whatever happened to the days where women just sat around and masturbated together? I mean, how have times changed so much?
Honey, that's a fairy tale.
Oh.
Pornhub.com.
I know, we can only hope.
I mean, Steve, we've so far.
I want Steve. Now that I'm Jewish, I'm waiting for the menstrual huts to come back in. But then again, I don't bleed anymore. So what is that? Never mind. There's no hope for me.
Steve, I'll let you make my criticism for me.
He was just sticking around so I can say something for him to use against me. You hear this?
Did you seriously not think about what you were saying about women sitting around masturbating? When were the good old days?
When were the good old days?
Please tell me.
I actually have a serious problem with all of this at my workplace, because I'm a researcher. I've gone into the corporate realm, and of course it's a lot more politically correct. Well, no, it's just as politically correct these days, but what I have a huge problem is we're doing a job right now for the Women's Australian Football League, and we're gauging public reception of this new football league that they're putting out there. What I see is more of a sustained campaign of social blackmail, where they're basically saying it's not about the skill, it's about the passion for the game. And I'm scratching my head thinking, nigger, I'm a fucking short guy. Am I going to start my own short guys fucking basketball league? It's not about being able to slam dunk. It's about being able to show team spirit. It's fucking ridiculous. Why would you get equal pay if you could not bring an equal crowd?
Well, yeah, I mean, women in the workplace, for one, you're expected to be chivalrous and treat them like a lady, but then on the other hand, you're supposed to treat them like an equal professional. So it does place the man in a tougher situation, in my experience.
They're exclusive. I'm sorry, I really don't. I think you can be chivalrous and treat them equally.
That's right. I think more than anything, that we really wanted if the third wave feminism or second wave feminism was supposed to do anything, first it was supposed to give us our autonomy to be able to go out and risk rape right alongside with men, which is fair, right? And let's not forget that men get raped, if you count in all the prison, way more than women get raped nowadays. And you don't see these women outside of prisons, fighting for men. So that's a bunch of bullshit. The other thing is, it's not so much that men flirt with us at work or are kind of real with us at work. It's the ones that were holding it over our jobs. Give me a blowjob in the back room or you're going to lose your job. Or, gee, I'm not going to give it to Janet because she never puts out. It's that kind of stuff that, of course, they wanted to get away from. But Janet. That's not as common, right? And that's unfortunate because, like, I worked in a firehouse. I worked with men all the time. And when I got into the industry of EMS, there were very few women, and we were very grateful to be there. And we never asked for special dispensation at all. I mean, if my underwear got thrown in the freezer like the other newbie, then that's the way it went. I didn't go off and complain to anybody. I just did my job, and I said, ha, whatever. I don't care.
I gotta tell you, Sugar, Janet a few years back started to put out. She's now CEO, so.
Who?
Janet started to put out a few years back. She's now a CEO, so.
That's why I didn't progress. Why I didn't progress.
I'm gonna head out for the night. See you guys.
Bye.
All right, peace. See ya. I'm gonna be following suit pretty soon here, but
this is winding down. I'm gonna end it soon.
Kinda. Yeah, well, you mentioned something that I think is really important, and I can't speak to the statistics of it, but about the prevalence of male rape. That is only true for countries that actually don't define men out of the definition of rape.
It's true.
Well, did you guys see that fiasco with J.D. Kane and Ronnie didn't understand what J.D. was saying, and J.D. was actually saying something that was correct when it came to the rape of a woman being actually a violation to the father or to the husband. It was a crime against the husband and the father, not to the woman, back in biblical days.
Yes, because it's against your property.
Like a property crime,
right? Yeah. And fucking Ronnie didn't grasp this concept. It was just unreal to see the video he put out, talking about JD not understanding, and yet JD had it nailed.
Yeah,
it was really weird.
So people still have those videos, right? Like I could see them someplace.
I don't know. Fucking.
I think Fiona might have them.
Tell me what you were saying about in other countries. I want to make sure that I understand that I'm understanding you right, because I feel like I'm maybe not understanding what you said about. Yeah.
Oh, right. So, based on my current understanding, there are certain legal systems in the world that define rape as an activity or a crime that can only be committed by penetration, like
male and female.
Sort of yeah, pretty much. Male on female, sometimes male on male. It depends, but I think it's maybe I'm wrong about this, but I think it's in the UK that if men are the victims of any form of sexual violence that most people would call rape, they just classify it as a lesser charge sexual assault, and it's only when a woman is the victim that they add the additional charge of rape to it.
Right, because I can see the thought. Of course, I don't know that that's right or wrong. I'm assuming it's wrong, but I could see where that comes from, because they would think a man would have a better chance of fighting off somebody than a woman would. That most women couldn't fight off her attacker, but a man could at least try. Not that it's right. I mean, I don't believe in raping unless, of course, we're talking about role play. That's a whole other story. I think I've said too much. And
by the way, we've already said stop. Not a great word for safe word for your role play.
Right. Yeah, mine is orange.
No, not.
Yeah, mine's orange. By the way, it doesn't rhyme with anything.
Yeah, make it like Connecticut or Kentucky. Those are kind of good too.
Yeah. No, Kentucky sounds too much like fuck me. What? Yeah, when you're muffled. Yeah. So that is not going to work. Ask me how I know.
Yeah, it does. Kentucky. Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I that's interesting, and I wonder what the reasoning is. I mean, what the real reasoning is for that.
Well,
I'm surprised you just get hilarious
with ball gags, Sugar.
Say again.
I'm surprised your experience with ball gags.
No, I actually am not. I did. Yeah. No.
Kentucky.
No. I mean, I'm no prude, but I'm no freak. I'm just where I need to be.
Yeah.
Just where I need.
So Zulu cannot snipe this hangout, but real quick before I go, I told you I'm almost done with this. Zulu, so what's your stance on sniping now, Zulu?
Oh, is he in the chat? Oh, I see.
Steve, this is not I apologize, Wolf King. This is not what I want to talk about. I just came to join the discussion.
I've got to make sure that you've passed this point. You understand.
Honestly, I don't even know how sniping works. I just didn't want to be in that room with him because he added me continuously, so I kicked him out, not knowing that it was a live hangout.
All right. You did talk to Wolf?
Yeah, he hasn't responded. Typical.
Oh. Okay.
But there's only so much you can do.
All right. Well. Too early in the morning to really care. So, anyways.
Is it morning? I'm still on international time. I don't even know what time it is.
Shit, girl.
So what are you guys talking about?
I was gonna say it's 4:15 here. I'm probably gonna get out of here. So.
Yeah.
All right. Bye.
Yeah. Whereabouts are you? It's 6:15 over here.
Yeah, thanks, Tim, for dropping by. Very, very cool to have a new person that's been listening for a while that knows the people. And, yeah.
Yeah, I'll try and swing by again.
Yeah. Glad people actually listen.
Circle me. Used to be in the old days. We used to say that. Circle me.
So what are you guys talking about?
Oh, we've gone into all kinds of shit.
Masturbation for sure. We did talk about that. Feminism. We talked about that.
We also talked about this.
No, I'm not gay.
Judging by the profile picture, I probably won't like what I hear.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we're not. What's the term? Family friendly at this point.
No, probably not. And that's I'd say that's at least mostly my fault because of the soundboard.
Oh no, it's always my fault.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm the trash.
Blame. No, it's always the man's fault.
Sugar doesn't.
No,
we all know this. No, it's always the man's fault.
Why don't we just both take responsibility?
We're allowed to engage. We're allowed to
equals. Cool.
We're allowed to entertain Sugar every so often. She doesn't come around often, so what she does, she gets to talk about what she wants for a while.
No. I always want to talk about what's in here. It's not all about me. Do not perpetuate that narrative. It is.
Let me use your words for you.
La la la.
Yeah, I don't. It's like people are wondering about Zulu. I don't give a shit if he stays or not. I don't give a fuck anymore.
Hey, let him stay. Seems like a perfectly nice man.
I don't have wherewithal to police the entire fucking great debate community anymore.
Zulu, what's up? Why are they mad at you?
I didn't come in here to talk about this.
You seem like a nice guy.
It was just I said and did a lot of things that day, and I don't want to go back to that person. That's why I took a break. That's why I haven't been on Hangouts for a long time. I took a break because
I bet he'll make amends. And I bet he just wants to die. Let it just die. Come on, let's all be friends. Come on, big hug. Come on, everybody.
I don't want to join any community. I just want to be alone in this and just.
You just want to be alone.
If there's a discussion that I'm free to join, I'll join and put my input in.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of that same way. I like to be alone most of the time. I'm not in here too often.
You do walk a lot, Zulu. Do you ever stay still? I mean, like always like hyperactive or something?
No, when I'm on like a call or something, like when I'm on the phone, I usually pace around the room. Like, do you know, like when you're like.
Steve.
Yeah, but it's weird. It doesn't even look like you're walking. It's like you're gliding.
Maybe he's magic.
Now I'm waking up and down the house. I do that all the time when I'm on the phone or something. It's weird.
Maybe he's magic.
I don't know why.
Yeah, you don't know that, Steve.
How do you know that?
Oh, I don't want to see your legs.
Thank you very much.
Really, that was not needed.
No.
Yeah, nice talking to you, Mac.
Yeah, buddy. Good seeing you again, Mac. Drop by more often. You don't come around enough.
Well, nigga, I'm busy, and you live in the States.
Repent.
I have my hangouts in the daytime, so it's like, when I do have these late night hangouts, then I do get a lot more of the other side of the worlders. So.
Yeah, I was on your time zone I'm often in your time zone though, or at least an hour difference.
Yeah.
Thereabouts.
So we could actually be masturbating at the exact same time and not even know it.
Oh, you never know.
Oh, we would know. Yeah. We would know.
I never announce it though, but you can usually feel a disturbance in the force, so
You guys have a lovely evening.
Like a million voices crying out for once.
Thanks, Mac.
Yeah. Thanks, Mac. Yeah.
See ya.
Yeah.
Thanks to reduce.
Well, I guess it's only going to be the UK people who were left because we're over here. It's in the morning.
Oh, I gotta go. I gotta be going off here soon. It's already been 5 or 6 hours or some shit like that.
My bedroom.
Come
looks
on,
like
just take some adrenaline. Come on, just take some adrenaline.
I gotta be up in the morning to watch MP and Alex's hangout. Then I got my hangout too
shit,
tomorrow.
That's tomorrow.
Wow.
What's this morning?
shit.
Yeah. Plus, I gotta watch Doctor
yeah.
Who. I heard it's a shitty episode, but I want to watch it anyways before I go to bed.
Boo.
My bedroom looks like a British amusement park. I swear, it's so funny that everything's union. Everything's I do. I have to. Well, no, I don't have a TARDIS, but I've got a the what do you call it? The phone booth, little phone booth, and then my whole bed is all Union Jack. It's crazy. It looks
got a little
like
TARDIS?
lights everywhere. I don't have a TARDIS yet, but I do have the red proper British phone booth.
I want a TARDIS.
You are slightly TARDIS.
I am slightly TARDIS, yeah.
Just saying.
Flibbity gibbets.
Again, do I need to keep reminding you?
I said TARDIS. I'm slightly TARDIS.
I'm slightly.
Don't know what that would mean though.
Flibbity gibbets.
Gibbity gibbets. My grandbabies were over last night. Oh, so cute. So cute.
Aww.
2 babies at one time. Ugh.
Hey, P, we can do a Who's on First routine for you one of these days.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What's on second?
I don't know.
I don't know. No, I don't know what's on third.
Yeah,
third base. Thank you. Good.
The greatest routines of all time.
Like fun.
I'm having some porridge. I'm having some porridge.
Oh, Quaker porridge.
Okay, I might stay a little bit longer. We have a special guest
cream of
coming in.
Cream of wheat or?
Are you ready for the Zulu cooking show?
Yeah.
Are you guys ready?
Yes, chef.
Yeah, I should actually do one.
Yes, chef.
First
tip: you get honey with your porridge. You don't want to get that man-made sugar garbage.
No.
You use honey.
Yeah.
It's good for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it like any special
milk.
kind of blossom?
It doesn't matter. You've just taken that the bee's whole life was just like a half a teaspoon of you just.
Hang on, Zulu. We have to interrupt your cooking for a sec. Hang on, Zulu. So, Heretic Woman, you're going to be available tomorrow at 2 o'clock Pacific
Absolutely.
time. Thomas is going to join us.
I know. He messaged me earlier.
Cool. So, tomorrow, Holy Kool-Aid, a.k.a. Thomas, he and Heretic Woman went to go watch the whole thing at the Imagine No Religion thing, and tomorrow they're going to tell their experiences live on air.
Oh, wow.
Naked.
What time?
Sounds fun. Oh, really?
I love it. Even better.
So yeah, now I can't miss it.
Yeah. So don't go to too much detail because I save it for tomorrow. But I know you enjoyed yourself.
Oh yes, very much.
And you got to meet some pretty influential people.
Oh, very, very interesting people. A lot of interesting people. You probably saw some of the pictures on my Facebook.
I did.
Yeah. It was so much fun. For sure. It's like, 3 days? That's not enough. More.
What was the name of this place? The conference?
It's called Imagine No Religion. It's a Canadian. It's a Canadian conference. This was number 7. The first 6 have all been at West in BC. So this is the first time I was able to go because it was in my neck of the woods.
Nice. I like to see things without the word atheism in it because I think that's becoming a trigger word.
I am of the David Silverman school. Say it everywhere all the time and normalize it.
And you know what? And I'm good with that. And I keep saying to people, we cannot claim that America's so great if I can't go to southern Texas and say I'm an atheist and I'm proud. I mean, I agree with that 100%. But I'm wondering if we're losing ground by wasting time on making sure that that we get what we want instead of what's best for the. And I'm only asking the question because, I mean, I feel like I'm of both opinions.
Actually, as most of the conferences I know of don't have atheist in the title.
Yeah.
Like I went to ReasonCon in North Carolina.
Yeah.
I usually go to that, and last year I went to NanoCon in Nashville.
I love Silverman. I like to hear you say that. I'm glad.
I've met David a couple of times, and he did my show last year. So I love the guy.
He's been on my list, my Google Plus list forever, and I didn't even realize it. And one day I was going down, I'm all, Silverman was on here. And of course, I got all fangirl.
Yeah, he's been on Hell in a Handbasket's channel a few times, but I mean, but this Imagine No Religion seems to be a lot more theologically oriented. To say something right out, it doesn't have to do with more. It has to be more religion, obviously, than reason. Which I'm not saying that they can extricate from each other, but they make it in your face. No religion, right?
There was a lot of both, though. I mean, it was 2 solid days of speakers, so
wow,
yeah.
So
there was a lot of variety.
I think all of it's important, I mean, it has to be a well-rounded conversation, otherwise it's just that, like when I first got here, like, I didn't come from religion at all. And so I wasn't familiar with even atheism material, right? Because we just did not talk about this. Someone said a book about atheism. I'm all, what's in it? 3 words, no belief in God.
There's no God.
But then, right. And then I had
not that complicated.
I had to sit back and realize that so many people came from religion, that there was a lot of stories behind there, and that the exit out of religion is a big deal. And I just
absolutely
didn't have that experience.
One of my co-hosts was raised atheist. So when I have 3 co-hosts. So when I and the other 2 are talking about, one of them actually went to a weird ass religious school. And the other one, her parents were theologians, and so she sometimes feels a real disconnect because she's like, I don't understand that mentality, or she'll be like, I don't mean to be rude, but how did you guys ever fall for that crap? Because she never had that experience, and we all did.
See, I look at more the practicality aspect of it. To me, I don't care what your religious beliefs are. I don't care if you're theist or atheist. I want to know how it affects your daily life. I want to stop creationism being taught in school, that kind of stuff.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you believe. Creationism is bullshit. We all know this. I'm in the front line going, I am atheistic toward any kind of deity that advocates a young Earth. Period. But that's a practical application, right? I don't want to say I'm atheist to all gods. It doesn't matter. I'm atheist toward that one God that you're promoting that I know cannot exist.
Well, and I don't really have a problem with religion at all. I just don't want it taught to children who are born to trust you, right? And don't have the brain to understand metaphors or dying. And I mean, you start kids off on a really sketchy, thought. I mean, I never knew these things, but once I heard Christopher Hitchens put it into, words about, telling this child that there's somebody up there watching it, it's sad, right? Children they have to be able to be critical and creative thinkers. And if you're just telling them that somebody else is at the wheel, why bother?
Well, I remember getting sent to vacation Bible school when I was like 6, because that was like
vacation.
Oh yeah,
that's a vacation.
Vacation. That's what they call
that's
it.
a thing.
It's basically free babysitting in the summer, but that's why parents love it. But I got shipped off to this, and they were a different denomination, I think, than us. Like more, they might have been even Calvinist. I'm not sure, but. To my parents, it didn't matter, because it was like, oh, well, religion is good. We will send you there. It's free. But they told us about hell. And I remember being scared shitless as like a 6-year-old going, damn, I better pray to this Jesus guy or I'm screwed,
Yeah. That's horrible. I think it's like child abuse.
It is in some ways.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, again, and I think that they would, in all honesty, if parents walked a good walk and they did not push it on their children, I bet you they'd have a lot more Christians in their world. I mean, real Christians.
Probably.
Right? That emulated their parents because their parents were good. Because we normally will take on some good and some bad from our parents. It's like
Zulu?
they went about it the wrong way.
Yeah.
Can I comment on what Hersey just said? Is that her name? Okay.
Yeah. Or Deborah, whatever.
Deborah.
She responds to a lot of names.
Yeah.
Sam, you see my Muslim account, right? That was me. Anyway.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I'd just like to comment on what you said about forcing religion on kids and how it could affect them. The way I see that is, I agree with you to a certain extent that kids should make their own decision, because no one should really, be forced and then live their life not making their own decision, like when they get to an age or being corrupted in any way. because there are some, definitely some weird practices, sexual, pedophilia and stuff like that, like in the Catholic Church and other kind of religions and stuff like that. So I understand how that can be a very big problem. But then you got to look at the benefits as well of putting your child.
Well, I don't think.
For example, for me, I'm an exhibit of being raised in religion.
Right.
And the religion I'm particularly raised in is considered a pacifist religion, and not promoting violence. Because, okay, you can say the Catholic Church, but then in my view, my view of the Catholic Church. So,
but what
anyway, the benefits I had, sorry?
That's what I'm wondering. What are they that were so different that, what is it that your parents couldn't have done without it?
Yeah, why couldn't you teach nonviolence without religion?
What was it about?
No, you can teach non-violence, but it's not as effective. Because think about it like this, right?
Why?
Think about it like this. No, hold on. Think about this, because when kids grow up, right, they look to heroes in comic books, right, and they look to all these fictional characters to be an example of them, how to be good and
Those
to
are
help
all religious
people
archetypes.
and not to be bad. But when you have something spiritual and something in their view that is real, that is a real character that's done all these great things, I find it more effective because it gives them a role model to live up to for an eternity.
Okay.
And another reason.
Go ahead.
Another reason why I find it very effective is because this is from my experiences. I don't know about anybody else. But in my religion in particular, like, for example, I'd be scared a lot of times, like when I'd go to sleep, like after watching a scary film, after doing, something like scary. But when I would my mom says, Zulu, make sure you pray. Make sure you sit down and you pray. God will protect you. I feel like the fear has just left me, and you may say, okay, you're just imagining that someone's gonna help you. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The fact that you're being comforted by whatever you're doing to sleep from being scared, rather than someone that wasn't
it was your mother.
religious.
You can't take that away from your mom. Right? It was your mother that comforted you. She could have said blah, 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 blah. And as long as she's meeting your needs, it was her that comforted you.
Or you can learn to comfort yourself too. I remember being a little kid, like, I don't know, 5 or 6. And I got it into my head. I heard about vampires somewhere, and I was like scared there might be a vampire under my bed or something. And so I devised for myself the idea that, okay, vampires are too weak to pick up a blanket. So if I have a blanket that goes all the way up to my chin that covers my neck, the vampire can't get me. And I came up with that all on my own, and I self-comforted that way.
And that's super helpful.
Yeah, that's me as well. I was scared of vampires, aliens, all of it.
But mothers and fathers are quite important, right? And it's not about kids growing up right. It's about being raised right. And parents are responsible both ways. Like, that was your mother comforting her, and to give that, and I don't want to be disrespectful, but to give that credit to a God that won't come down and verify for all of us what his directive is, right? And chooses who he's going to save and who he's going to comfort and who he's going to beat you, to do that. And then your mother and your father don't get the credit. That's not right.
Let me say something real quick. Zulu, it's so funny. I've noticed that the most ardent atheists are the ones that came from a similar background that you have now. Because when they get older, they lose what you're believing right now a lot, and they find out that there is a lot of misinformation. The trade-off of you being this pacifist type of thing, which, by the way, has nothing to do with religion. You could be the biggest atheist on the planet and have pacifistic tendencies, but you had to sacrifice what your scientific knowledge in order to have the position you have now. Well, an atheist can say, look, I can accept reality, I can accept all the things that come along with science, and who's better off for it? Right? Because you're never going to work for NASA, right? It's just not going to happen with the mindset that you have, and they can. I mean, so I think there's a trade-off here, right? And that's why I think the young Earth creationism is stifling. I think it changes how a person grows up, and that they had productivity that they could have done, and they decide to throw it all away and embrace this pseudoscientific belief system that really can't make you into a scientist. You'll never become a scientist. Yes, a few of them do exist, and AIG, but none of them are scientists, right? So I think it does limit a child's ability to grow.
I've noticed a lot of creation quote scientists are actually dentists.
In my view, I'm a Seventh Adventist, right?
Yeah.
So I would argue that we came from the same backgrounds. But anyway, that's not the point. I would say that in the scientific field, I don't think believing in a God or a divine creator who will hinder you from finding scientific discoveries. Because if you're a true scientist, you wouldn't have that mentality. Okay, I'm not saying you are, but I'm not saying you are, Steve. Okay. So I hear some people saying this. I'll address that quickly, because just simply having that mentality, oh, God's made it, there's no need for me to discover it. That's not a scientist mentality. A scientist will observe and test every little thing to find these new scientific discoveries, and that's their job, that's the profession.
And then
so as a creationist or a Christian scientist, I don't joy and excitement from studying God's creation. So I don't find that true to say that.
But
whoever
Zulu,
says that, I'm not saying you say that.
All these scientists do study this stuff. Then a younger creationist like Ken Hovind comes along and says, "Oh, science is wrong. Don't trust science." Or Ken Ham says it, and then all these younger creationists are like, "Oh, we can't trust science," which is absurd.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, but except they trust it when they have to go to a doctor.
No, we don't trust secular science, but science in general in itself isn't what's bad.
All science is
it's when someone puts their worldview. It's when someone puts their worldview behind their scientific. No, it's when someone puts their worldview behind their scientific discovery, hindering others have three thoughts.
But that's what theists.
If I was a okay.
That's what theists do. Like, I honestly don't see atheism as a quote worldview. I don't see myself as having. I don't have a worldview.
Well, you have
you may have a worldview, but it's.
I don't. I just.
Your lack of religion is.
Everybody has a worldview of some kind. Worldview is how you look upon the world. Now, what your worldview is can be, you can confine it all you want, but we all have a worldview.
And it's not just your religion.
I just take what's in front of me.
That's your worldview.
I don't. I'm the same way.
Okay.
I'm the same way as you, and the theists like to say, well, because atheism is your worldview. Well, no.
I'm like, no, I just whatever's in front of me.
Yeah,
right.
Atheism cannot be a worldview because an atheism is a single proposition.
As long as we continue to focus
could be a worldview, though.
As long as we continue to focus on God or no God, and we take our focus off of humanity, which is our responsibility. We are here in the here and now, and people starve and need clothing and need housing and need to be connected with community. That's what's important first, whether you're secular or religious.
I agree, Sugar, but the only way we're going to have scientific advancements if we get rid of the bullshit science, like flat Earth and young Earth creationism.
Flat Earth is garbage, yes. Flat Earth is garbage.
I'm not
can I say something, Steve, about young Earth creationism? Yeah, I don't. Most Christians.
Garbage. It's flat out garbage.
Okay, yeah. Okay, can I comment on that, Steve? Let's say something about young Earth creationism. Yeah, if you go to a Christian and tell them the Earth is not young, right? None of it is a salvific issue. They are not going to give an F if you find out that it's not a young Earth creationism. That's not going to do anything. So, okay, it's different from flat Earth when they claim that it's a salvific issue, like Rand and all them. But with the young Earth creationism, me, for example, if you literally sit there and show me everything, that's not going to change anything of my faith because the Bible doesn't say 7,000 years.
But I don't care about your faith.
No, I'm just saying because some people have an agenda, right, to destroy religion. I'm not saying it's you, but I'm just saying that's not going to do anything to my faith.
Why do they have that? Without being, I'm not trying to be confrontational, but why is it that people want to get rid of faith?
Because they think they know what's best for them when reality shows that that's not necessarily true because subjective behavior is self-destructive.
Okay, hold on. It's just
all behavior is subjective.
Yeah, that's right. So I'll agree with you that people try to talk people out of religion, but I rarely hear the argument that it's because they want to do what they want. Because anybody does what they want, even Christians that sin do what they want. So that's not really what they want. What they are objecting to, or what many people object to, is the fact that people hold a belief in something that nobody can see. We don't judge anything else in this world based on that. Like I worked on an ambulance for 25 years, right? So if I got up in the morning and I prayed, which I didn't because I was raised an atheist, but if I got up and I prayed, to somebody or something that I never interacted with, never saw, I was told existed, right? And if I went to work and said, yeah, I talked to God this morning, but then I went out on a call for somebody who was seeing God and was seeing people that weren't there, how do you justify the two, right? What makes one real and one doesn't when there's no confirmation,
You
right?
talk to God, you're sane. If he talks back to you, you're not so much.
Well, yeah.
because then you got to look at the denominational and the religious factors in the concept of a God, because in each religion, right, they are contradicting natures and they're contradicting concepts.
So
and
why
then
did God come down and correct it?
But like Abraham was going to kill his kid, and everybody's like, "Oh, what a great pious man." What do we do with religious people that threaten to or do kill their children? We put them all in jail or in a mental hospital.
But the thing is, the thing is, that's the problem with the man's interpretation, because they'll take something and they'll apply it to their own lives without actually looking at the context of the story before applying it to their own lives.
But that's what I just said to you. But that's what I just said to you.
No, it's not different, because if you read on from that story, you'll find out the concept and the purpose of that story, rather than me going and killing a kid. So that shows that person hasn't got the adequate knowledge.
You're not addressing what Heretic's Woman's point is. Heretic's Woman's point.
No, I understand, because in Islam.
No, hang on. If you believed right now God had told you to go out and kill somebody, you would go out and do it. The rest of it would be like, I don't care. God had told me to do that. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, or as Christopher Hitchens famously said, fuck you. I'm not killing my kids for you, you idiot. Well, that's a paraphrase, but you know what I mean.
If Zulu believes that God is telling you,
Well, it shows how much trust you have in your creator, because if he's the creator,
I don't have a creator.
The creator can come down and tell us himself.
Whether you believe in him or not, it doesn't change his existence, mate. He's there.
How do you know?
Yeah.
He's spoken to me, first of all. He's revealed things to me through nature.
So why
and
not
he's given me spiritual He's given me He's giving me spiritual revelation, which is the word of God.
I used to think that, the stillness of the forest was Jesus, but I know that's not true.
Well, why you and not me?
No, when I say reveal to me things through nature, I mean, for example, you could use somebody to come and preach to me or encourage me. You could use, for example, the firing bush. He used nature to express himself to Moses.
But that's how he gets out. Firing bush in 3,000 years or something, supposedly.
Because the thing is, God exists in eternity. He doesn't exist in time and space. Okay. He bends the laws of nature and time and space, and he interacts with us.
To believe that's possible.
I have one more question for you. Why am I supposed to see, like, as a parent, right? I create life within me that resembles me in my image, right? And in the husband's image, right? So I can kind of identify with God making his creations, right? It would be a cold day in hell before I ever sat back and watched my creation suffer. I could never choose between one of my creations or another, that who was going to be happy and who was going to be prosperous and who was not. And this God that is explaining the Bible, right? Just listen. Wants us to dance and sing and impress it, but yet it won't even come down to help us. I mean, why would it's like, Daddy, why do you let us suffer like this? Why?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Why?
Because of Jesus? That doesn't make any sense.
Jesus came down. That was the plan.
Nobody can atone for my sins but me.
Well, I think we're getting away from what Heretic's point is. I really want to focus on this. She's got a really good point. Look at Zulu. You are saying right now that if God told you to do something like kill your children, you would do that, right? And you would have to, because you're following His commandments, right? The rest of it, first of all, would say, okay, is this really God talking to us? The first thing I'd even want to do is clarify it's God, which I have no way to validate. And second of all, I'd be like,
yes, you do.
No, you don't. You don't.
Because Satan talks to people, right? And the way to distinguish if it's God is if what he's saying contradicts. Does what he say contradict his nature? No, does what he say?
Well, to me, killing your kids contradicts nature.
Yeah. Zulu.
No, it doesn't. Killing within itself.
It does.
No, but
you could be insane.
It goes against
everything. Be insane, right? You could be insane, and that's what insane people say. God told me to kill my kids, right? I don't know of any.
It's the devil.
Okay, well,
Okay, but it wasn't the devil when they told Abraham to kill his son.
Or it could have been the devil, Tim.
So how do you? Or it could have been, yeah. How do you know?
God could take care of the devil.
But you guys forget that he didn't kill his son.
That's not the point.
He didn't actually kill his son. God stopped him. And it was a test. God stopped him.
That's not the point. That's what he told him to do, and he was going to do it. The fact that he was stopped
because he loves God and he realizes
it's utterly irrelevant to this point.
How about we ask this?
Redefine omnipotence then.
Zulu, would you be a moral person if you have never heard of the Bible? If you didn't have any faith in God, would you be going out, do whatever you want? Would you be raping, pillaging, killing? Would you be doing any of those things?
No.
Okay. Then why does it? That's okay. There you go. Because you don't have to have a theistic belief in order to be a good person.
I don't know if he says
that. Well, good deeds to God are like filthy rags. It's the spirit and the faith that is what makes you a righteous person.
I'm made in God's image.
Walking a lady down the road doesn't make you a good person, mate.
I'm made in God's image. How could I be bad? How could I be filthy rags?
You just agree.
Because when your ancestors ate the apple, sin entered into the world. So now you're a mixture of good and bad. That's why we have that concept in our minds.
That you don't. If you didn't have the God.
That's how it works. That's how the Bible works. Do you not know the Bible?
No, I was raised. I'm a third-generation atheist. Trust me, I know how life works. And I spend my whole life worrying about humanity. I've only served humanity. That's all I do. I don't give a damn. If God comes down right now and puts himself in front of me, the first question I'm going to ask him is, are you the God of the Bible? If he says yes, I will tell him to fuck off. I'm not following him, and I'll get my asbestos suit because I will not follow. I will not follow anybody that lets my brothers and sisters
have some respect.
Suffer.
Well, no.
Careful. Have some respect. I didn't say anything about your religion. I didn't say anything about your religion.
No, you are in a room where we're talking about religion.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to worry about being offended. If you're gonna, we all get offended.
Also, I'm being persecuted.
You're not being persecuted. You're willingly here. You're a willing participant.
It's funny how you're all laughing at me right now.
We're not laughing at you.
I'm going to download this video.
Oh my God.
Then download it.
Yeah, Hal, I agree.
But you're not being laughed at.
It's preposterous to think that a Christian in North America could be persecuted.
You are a valid, strong man.
Okay, are you serious?
Or whatever. Oh, still.
Christians are being killed in Saudi Arabia. We're getting beheaded for being Christian.
He said no.
Okay, bring it to North America. Christians are having their sermons checked, and they're having their prayer services checked because they want to see what they're preaching them.
Citation. Zulu. If this is the biggest amount of persecution you ever have in your life, you've got it made.
Wow. Yeah.
You should be so lucky.
No, I've been kicked in the face. I've had worse than this, bro.
Okay,
this is called cyber persecution.
Then why would you even worry about it?
Because because the fact that I'm being persecuted indicates that I'm doing the right thing. Because Jesus is the most. Hold on, guys. If you're gonna let me, I'm the only Christian in here. Just let me talk, please. I'm the only Christian in here.
Why? Well, wait a minute. Okay. But you can't say that we're persecuting you when we're not.
We just had 3 other Christians in here earlier.
Let me clarify, please. Just let me clarify.
I want to hear what he has to say.
All right.
Yeah, please. Just let me clarify what I'm trying to say. So the way I see this is in the Bible. It says, if you're of me, same thing that happened to me will happen to you. Not in the sense that we'll be put on a cross, but people will reject us. As we see, the Pharisees rejected Jesus. They would, spit in his face. They would shout at him, laugh at him. And they would basically mock him.
Yeah,
and what do we see happening? What do we see happening? Look at Family Guy. Look at the world in general. Christianity is being mocked the most. I mean, people are mocking Islam, but they're scared because if you mock Islam, you're gonna get bombed. But with Christianity, they realize that I can just make fun of Jesus. There's not going to be any Christian terrorist going to bomb me.
I make fun of Muhammad every day.
Could it be that
I don't care about Islam because I know it's a fake religion. But the thing is with Christianity, what have we done? What have we done to you?
Make it perfect.
What have we done to you besides teaching peace and love? What have we done to you?
Are you kidding? Have you read the Bible? Have you read the Bible? There's hardly any.
Yeah, obviously you haven't studied the Bible.
Yes.
All atheists do is go to the Old Testament. When you go to the New Testament, you guys are done.
I've read the whole thing. I have read the whole thing. Jesus said, I have come to set you against father against son, daughter against mother, sister against brother. That is not peace.
Yes. Do you know what that means? And by the way, you're not saying exactly how it says in the Bible.
No, I'm paraphrasing. I don't have it bloody memorized.
Hang on. I cannot talk loud. If I interject will you let me get a word in edgewise, Zulu? Because you're just kind of rambling right now. Okay, so let me get a word in edgewise. Christianity is a very large denomination. That's probably why it's one most addressed. It's also the one that wants to push this agenda to put into our public school system bullshit. That's why it's being so. If Christians would say, you know what, we want to believe what we want, and atheists believe what they want, and everything like that, I don't think it'd be a hell of a lot of pushback. But when you have people pushing this fucking agenda to teach racism in a school and tell people evolution is not true, and that intelligent design
evolution is bullshit.
Well, okay, that's why. This is why I'm against your type of religion. Your religion is bullshit. Your religion is wrong.
I don't care about either.
And teaching abstinence only in schools.
I'm not persecuting your religion. Your religion is wrong. If you say evolution is not fact, you're wrong. Period. There's no discussion. Your religion is wrong.
Yeah. Can I ask one question, and then I'll stay
abstinence.
Mr. Zulu, sir, can you explain to me why God did not make it perfect in the beginning? What's the purpose of our suffering? He is omnipotent, apparently, and can do anything, right? Has the power to do all. And again, if I'm doing a better job at raising my creation than God is doing, then I have a problem with that. So I'm asking you, what is the purpose of our suffering? If he's not going to tell us, and he's not going to make our world perfect, what's the purpose?
He's told us. Let me get my Bible. Do you know where all these questions you're asking me are in?
I'm asking you.
Yeah.
It's not. No, it doesn't say
it.
If he wants to cite a source,
it's people like Zulu that push me more toward atheism than does theism. You
know? No, it's because you're asking me such a basic question. It's not even a question like, okay, why is God nature like this or that? You're literally asking is why do people suffer? That's so basic.
But heretic, you get what I'm saying, right? You can see why I can look at Zulu and go.
It's like you don't even read the Bible.
Yeah,
I just can't stand because it's such crap.
It is. And the answers I hear about suffering all the time is, well, it's our fault because, Eve ate the fruit and all of that crap, or, oh, it's a test and all of that. And it's like, none of that, all of that's bullshit. All of it. Because number one.
So just because you think it's bullshit doesn't mean it's bullshit. Because I don't think it's bullshit.
No, it does. It absolutely.
I know you don't.
You say
that's subjective.
Yeah, but Zulu, when you make claims like evolution is bullshit, you are making a claim that could be tested. And it fails. You're absolutely wrong.
Absolutely.
Evolution is not tested though. It's an historical science.
There's no such thing as historical science.
You make up shit, Zulu. And this is what bothers people when theists try to do this bullshit.
Yeah.
You fuck around with science that you don't know anything about and then tell people the science is wrong. That's when we say your religion is done. You've crossed the line. You're now...
Science isn't wrong. It's pseudoscience that's wrong.
For me, the real evil is anybody who turns away...
Young-Earth creationism, by definition, is pseudoscience. There, Zulu. Go look it up. It falls under pseudoscience.
That's the biggest sin.
Go look.
I told you, I don't care if I'm young. I don't hold strongly to it. I don't care. It's not going to hinder my salvation at all in any bit. It's nothing to me at the moment.
Why don't you educate yourself on it and at least change it to a theistic position, a theistic evolutionary position?
Or even be educated.
I don't want to
be educated.
No, because evolution is just as much garbage as young Earth creationism and flat Earth.
What's your problem with it?
Yes, I do. I studied in biology in high school. I know a decent amount about it. A decent amount.
You do not know anything about biology. You don't know anything about it.
I'm not a biologist, but I know I did look at it and study a bit of it. I'm not like
really.
I'm not totally ignorant towards it.
There's Christians who believe in evolution, who say, "Yeah, I see the facts," and they manage to make it fit into their religion. Like I have way more.
And they've compromised their faith.
Well, you said yourself it's not a salvation issue, so how could they be compromising their faith by accepting something?
Because then how do you talk about sin? Where's Adam and Eve fall into this? Why is Jesus coming back to save hybrid humanoids and animals? It's a shambles. It ruins the Bible.
Wait.
It really does.
Wait. Hybrid humans and animals.
Animals.
What's the difference between you and a monkey if we all evolve from each other?
I hate when people answer a question with a question. What the fuck is a human-animal hybrid?
Aren't we mixture of animals evolving and interbreeding with each other? We are animal anyway. Well, you say we're animals, but
humans aren't a cross between two things. Like that's not quite how it works.
Aren't we a product of interbreeding and evolution? Yes or no?
I don't know. Why don't you criticize me for not reading your Bible? Why don't you read the science book? And I don't even give a shit.
I'm asking you because I know that's what it says.
Really?
I don't even care about evolution. How about that one? I'm pissed at everybody. Don't talk about evolution. Don't talk about Mars. Don't talk about religion. Get people fed, clothed, housed, and connected with community. Then we can.
And Christians do that actually the most.
No,
Christians do that the most. Have you seen have you seen Christians from? I've got one from Seventh-day Adventism called ADRA. I pay money my whole congregation, the whole.
Mostly scams.
Trust me. They are
no, they're not. Trust me, 100%. I've been to these places. I've been to these places where they give them money. We actually do it for real.
They're not. I didn't say that your Christians don't.
And actually, religious people give more charity than you people.
No, that's not true.
No, they don't. The biggest.
Yes, they do.
The biggest.
No, they don't.
The biggest organizations are secular. Just look it up, buddy.
Yes.
All you have to do is look it up and call and confirm it. Then you can say that we're idiots. Then, as long as you call and confirm, as long as you check yourself, then fine. Then if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I'm telling you, I have the list.
And you can go look at this.
You're wrong.
The Christian organizations have the highest overhead for their nonprofit. Most of it goes to executive.
Yeah. Yeah, the most cost-effective donation.
Can you specify when you say Christian? Because that's very
well, any
dishonest.
Any kind of the religious groups. The most
not true.
Yes, it is. Go look into this.
I go to one and I work in those areas and I see
everything.
Yeah.
One is not everything.
Yeah, one is not. One is a very small sample size. Look at the larger.
Well, not everyone's Christian.
Look at the largest
I know,
organizations.
but you are.
Baby, I'm 53 years old. I'm a grandmother. I've been around the block a little
look at
bit.
The largest
I understand what you're
organizations
saying.
Look how much money they have for cost of overhead that goes to the executive functions of it, rather than the end result, which is the people. Most of them, a vast majority of the money doesn't get to where it's going. This is all public.
Well, I would say that's forgery. I would say that's very illegal.
Because this is all public record, and I've already looked at it. I looked at how much compared to the.
Can you show me the ADRA? Can you show me the ADRA does that then? Because that's some Adventist charity.
I'm telling you the largest ones.
ADRA.
Yes, ADRA is not the only game in town. It's not what he's talking about.
I don't care what the other Christians
in general. Okay, you can't.
Some of these religions are false, so I'm not going to be surprised if they steal the money for themselves.
If you're saying that half of these aren't even Christian organizations, then you can't say that Christians do more giving than everybody else because you're playing the no true Christian game.
Yeah.
Young man, think about humans first.
Exactly.
Humans
Good
first.
Point, Heretic.
We're here.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
We're here.
Heretic, you have control.
Right?
Yeah. Take over.
And we're responsible for each other. Right? We are responsible for taking care of each other. We're responsible for comforting each other. That's our job. Right? So it doesn't matter. I mean, I don't want you to have to give up your religion. All I want is for people to not ignore each other, not kill each other in the name of a God who won't come down.
And the other thing
let's get rid of ISIS. Let's get rid of Islam. Let's get rid of Islam, which is a religion of warmongering and sexual immorality, and then we can move on.
What sexual?
Because there was a bombing in London a few days ago, and I'm really angry about that.
I know.
Because I'm a Christian.
I know. But here's the thing: you're a human first, and that should anger you more.
And because God's image in me makes me feel sympathy.
No, your anger should be for your God that won't come down and save us from this, who allowed that to happen.
Well, I'll tell you something, man. I'll tell you the gospel. Let me tell you the powerful message of the gospel.
Please tell me.
God sent Yeshua Mashiach to come down and die for your sins and my sins. So wherever you were, how much ever you were suffering, there is an afterlife for you to live a peaceful life. Not everybody is going to live a good life in this material world.
That's right.
We know that after this world, everything passes away. We return to the dust, just like Adam and Eve was made from the dust. We see that when people are buried, we to return to the dust, we disintegrate into the ground, and we become the soil.
He's just repeating, sweetheart.
So
You're just repeating stuff.
I'm not repeating. That means you're not listening to what I'm saying. You're being rude right now.
I know.
You've heard it all before. I've heard that a bazillion times.
So why are you asking me why people are suffering if you've heard this before?
I'm asking you
because you need to answer the question to be philosophically and to be consistent. You guys need to answer that question. We already know the answer. The answer is there's no God to prevent anything.
Yeah, and life is just dead, and we just live and we die. There's nothing else. It's so depressing.
Actually,
so depressing.
Life is more precious than anything because we only have one.
Right.
One. And you tell children that you only live once and we're from animals. What do you think that's going to do to their psyche? what do you think it's going to do to their mind? They're going to go around killing people and not caring about life.
Hey, I have
a hell of a lot better than when I was told at 5 years old that Jesus was going to burn me forever if I didn't kiss his butt.
Yeah.
That scared the crap
Well, that
out of
religion that you were in is false, my friend.
Okay, can I?
It was your religion. It was Christianity.
I have
There's different types of Christianity, mate.
I know.
They're the false Christians. The ones that in the Bible says not everyone that says they are from me are from me. Don't you don't read the
Tell
Bible,
your God
mate?
to send you a memo.
I do.
Have your
but
God send me a memo.
Zulu, every single Christian I have ever talked to says that all the other Christians are wrong and they are the only right one. You tell me the same that every single other Christian I have ever talked to said.
Well, to be honest, what you should do is you should get the Bible, look at this denomination, and see if they follow it. Because I've done it with loads of denominations, and I think some of you in here can testify how much arguments I've had with my own community, and I've even left the Christian community because of these problems. And now I'm because I believe in something.
It's common.
From my estimation, you know what denomination follows the Bible the closest? The Westboro Baptists.
They're the most hateful people in the world.
And they follow it closer than any other denomination.
Seventh Adventists. Seventh Adventism.
Oh,
Seventh Adventism.
Only because you pick Saturday as the right Sabbath. That's the
it's not picking. We're following the Shabbat that the Jews followed and that Jesus himself followed when it says in the Bible.
I understand that, but all the other ones pick Sunday, whatever.
And there's other problems with other religions.
You guys cherry pick everything just like all the other denominations do.
No, what happens is with the other denominations, with the early church fathers and the Catholic garbage, what they do is they merge their pagan and Gentile roots within something that's holy and true. And that's why you walk into a Catholic church, they're kissing Paul's statue, they're praying in the name of the Mary, Mother of God, even though in the Bible that's idolatry and that's a sin. So I don't see that as a Christian. The fact that you can say all Christians and Christian generalize like that, it's not fair because it shows that you haven't done the due diligence to study and distinguish what is a Christian and what isn't a Christian.
Every person who says they're a Christian tells me the same story. Every single one.
It doesn't matter what they tell you. Look at their denomination and look if it matches what Jesus told.
I looked at the Bible, and like I said, from my determination, the one that's the closest are the Westboro Baptists.
Well, you can have that belief. I'm not going to stop you from believing what you want to believe. I'm telling you that Seventh Adventism.
Does it bother you?
I'm just telling you that Seventh Adventism is the closest to early Christians and Christians that apostles would have.
So do you eat shellfish? Do you wear blended fabrics?
Nope. I don't eat pork. I don't eat shellfish. I don't do any of that garbage.
Right now,
and some of those things, by the way, the Old Testament law, we're not required to follow the dietary laws. You have to wear this and that because Jesus tells us in the New Testament. Paul tells us that in the New Testament because what was going on, the Jews were going around persecuting.
Paul is not God. Paul is getting everything secondhand.
Jesus himself said that. Okay.
But you have to trust that Paul heard Jesus say that. That's hearsay. So you're taking a guy who hated Christians, who killed them, who got a beat on the head when he fell off a horse, probably had an epileptic seizure, and suddenly you're going to take everything he said as coming from Jesus. It's all hearsay.
Do you know why? Because he's proven himself. And it says in the Bible you have to test people's spirits because there's a lot of people out there like Joel Osteen and all these false prophets that they shine the name Jesus, but then they're preaching heresy. So you gotta distinguish. That's why I said when you say Christianity, it really hurts me because it shows that you're not looking at like all these different. Because you said Repso Baptist, that's heresy. So like simple things like that.
But they're the ones following the Bible the closest.
How? They preach hate.
I would the definition of a Christian is a Christ follower. How is telling gays that they're going to that they're fags and that they're going to hell is what Jesus hung around with prostitutes. Jesus hung around with people that were bad. He hung around with people that were sinful and he hung around with prostitutes. Hung around with everybody. He wouldn't push them away.
But if you're following the Old Testament dietary laws and the Sabbath as it said in the Old Testament, how can you then reject anything in the Old Testament? You have to follow all of it, don't you?
Because we're not tied to the Mosaic law anymore.
So then when it says stone gays, that was
because the Old Testament is historical. It's history of the development of Judaism and Christianity.
Right, so,
a lot of it in the Old Testament.
But if you can throw out the parts that are morally objectionable to you, then why are you following, I don't eat pork and shellfish and I go to church on Saturday?
Because, you know why? Because it's not only a law, it's actually proven, and Steve will disagree with me, that pork and all these things are bad for our health. Just think about it like this. No, hold on, please. Just hold on. Think about it like this. God made humanity, right? So he knows our digestive system and the complex of what we should intake and what we should not take. So, for example, pork is full of so many tapeworms, diseases, and it causes so many cancerous. It causes so many. God knows what we should be eating.
Time out.
So that's not because
time out. Hilarious.
Dude, you're talking to a pig farmer's.
Yeah.
You're talking to a pig farmer's dog.
Matter of fact, Heretic could back this up. The type of pig, the way they feed them nowadays, you don't have to worry about trichinosis. You can eat pork rare, and you're not going to get trichinosis.
Yeah,
there's not been a case of trichinosis for 50, 60 years or more.
Exactly.
I'd be more upset about the fact that pigs tend to seem to be smarter than we assume that they were.
Yeah, that's more of an ethical issue. But yeah,
that's an ethical thing.
Pork meat is actually safer to eat than other types of meat because you don't get
Absolutely.
as much bacteria.
It's safer than chicken. You're not going to get
processed. It's full of garbage. I might become vegan actually.
You're an idiot.
You should be. You're Seventh-day Adventist.
Yeah.
You should.
Exactly. I know.
You're more likely to get salmonella from chicken or from the way they take the
exactly
meat, from red meat, and then they put drills holes in it to get some of the coloring and stuff, and to put water in hydrogenated vegetable oil in it, whatever the hell they use.
You're supposed to be a vegetarian.
A pig will eat anything.
Safer meats. It's
a scavenger.
Have you heard people getting sick off?
It's a bloody scavenger. It's not even a clean animal. It's a scavenger.
Which is why you don't eat wild pig.
Pigs are
it would eat garbage.
Clean.
It would eat its own. It would eat its own species. It's garbage. Use your common sense.
We don't.
This is what's bothering you.
Yeah,
we don't feed them garbage. We feed them highly healthy foods so that they flourish. You know,
highly healthy foods. Okay, let's look at what they feed them. All right, I'm gonna guarantee you that it's scraps. It's scraps, powders, scraps, and chemicals. Let's see what they feed them.
No, I grew up on a pig farm. I lived on a pig farm. We did not feed them scraps. No.
One farm. Okay.
No. I am
mass production. We're talking about mass production here. We're talking about those slaughtering houses. Okay. Mass production. All right.
And they Zulu, if there was no death before the fall, how could they even be a vegetarian in there? They kill plants. Oh wait, plants is not alive according to some people.
No, because plants aren't sentient beings. Animals are.
Heretic.
And plants don't have blood. Blood is a very big protagonist in the Bible and how it's described. Plants don't have blood. That's why it's not safe. It's not advised for Christians to be eating meat.
Your God lets it
Zulu,
happen.
I gotta tell you, Zulu. If you spend half of this time actually,
God says life is in the blood.
Zulu, if you actually spend half of this time educating yourself on an important topic like science and math, you would actually be a smart kid. But you.
I like science. I love science, Steve. I wish you could teach me more science.
Bullshit.
I wish you could teach me. You don't want to. You don't want to teach me science. All you want to tell me is that my God is not real.
Zulu.
Do you know who also said the blood is the life? Dracula.
And where did he get that from? Where did he get that from? The Christianity.
Zulu. I'd be happy to teach you science or anybody else, right? But you cannot sit there and in straight face say you like science and you reject every branch of science there is. You reject geology, you reject physics, you reject mathematics, you reject astronomy, you reject cosmology. Name one branch of science you don't reject.
I don't reject science. What the hell?
Actually,
I love science. Steve, as a matter of fact, Steve, I would love that you could teach me the heliocentric model because I talk to a lot of flat Earth Christians.
What branch of science, as a younger creationist, do you not reject? Give me one.
He wants you to teach him some stuff. He just said, Steve.
It's literally evolution because it's pseudoscience. It's not factual. That's only
not answering my
science.
I'm going to ask this again, Zulu. Give me one branch of science as a younger creationist that you accept. One branch.
I didn't say I was a young earth creationist. I said I don't strongly hold to it, by the way. And a branch.
Don't be evasive. You're a young earth creationist. We know you're a young earth creationist. Okay, come on.
All right,
don't be a turd. So, in order to accept young earth creationist,
I'm not a young earth creationist, dude. I told you I don't strongly hold to it.
Okay.
I told you I don't strongly hold to it because the Bible doesn't say 7,000 years.
How old is the Earth?
I don't know. It doesn't matter to me. I told you it doesn't matter to me.
You're an age agnostic now.
He's a Seventh-day Adventist.
If you told me it was millions of years old, that wouldn't do anything. That wouldn't do billions. It wouldn't do anything.
Okay,
to
so
me.
You have no idea the age of the Earth.
I will just assume that it's billions or that it's 7. It doesn't matter to me. It's a number. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make a difference to anything.
Hey, Zulu, then you can't say you like science because science wants to know these answers. Science, that's what science does. It explains things like this. So you can't say I don't like science, but
it has many answers, doesn't it?
The Earth is. Don't say you like science.
But the thing is,
I like
there's
science.
one scientific.
I want to know the truth.
No, there's one thing in science I would like for you guys to show me one of the days, because I talked to a lot of flat Earth Christians, and they tend to use a lot of technical terms, and they tend to try and sound like they're smart. But because I don't have the knowledge adequate to support the heliocentric model.
We can show you how to do a better job at fighting against flat Earth than G-Man ever does. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So if you could educate people like in that sense, and like educate them about the chemical compounds and stuff like that.
Why do you want to do that, honey? I mean, why do you want to?
Because it's important to know. It's important to know the shape of the Earth, but it's not important to know the age of the Earth. I don't see the distinction here.
Okay, Steve, you can teach me how old the Earth is. It's not going to do anything to me. It's billions of years old. I changed my views billions of years old. That doesn't mean anything. Honestly,
it means that you can actually learn something now. I don't care.
Okay, how old is the Earth? Oh, how old is the Earth? Tell me how old the Earth is.
4.5 billion years.
Okay, it's 4.5 billion years.
What's your favorite part of your religion? I mean, what's the part of your religion?
Prophecy.
Prophecy?
Prophecy. Eschatology, I think that's what it's called. Yeah.
And tell me what that.
Eschatology. That's end times.
Tell me about that.
Yeah.
Yes, end times prophecy.
Well, why do you like that? I mean,
are we changing the conversation? Because I was asking Steve to show me the heliocentric model.
Well, I'm not gonna do that right now.
I didn't know you were gonna do it right now.
And Hal, I'll be happy to.
So can you contact me, Steve, when we can have a because a lot of people maybe you can teach G-Man and all these other people because these people sound like they're smart but they're not really smart.
No shit.
Yeah. Is it important?
Yeah, I will definitely pitch into that too.
So it'd be nice if you could teach us how to defend that. But anyway.
Yeah.
What was your question, Rebel?
I've actually gone through Eric DeBay's 200 proofs for a flat Earth, and they're all stupid. I can tell you how to dismantle any one of them. And most of them are the same shit as regurgitated.
Yeah.
They're pretty dumb. Have you looked at them, Heretic? Woman?
No, but we did a flat Earth episode like a month or so, a couple months ago with it's actually a chemist, but he's quite knowledgeable in other science areas. So yeah, and we had a lot of wingnuts show up in the chat.
Oh yeah,
I don't get that. Yeah, I don't get that at all. Do I?
That's so fun.
Oh no!
Shit. Yeah. Welcome to my world.
That was the first time we had like serious nut jobs. We usually get other atheists in our chat, but this time we seem to have attracted a bunch of flat Earth wingnuts, and we're just like.
I asked if I could join Flat Earth Elected, and they said, "Are you a Flat Earth creationist?" And I said no, and they said you can't join.
If I put Flat Earth in the Flat Earth, okay, look at it's weird, but if I put Flat Earth in my title, I'm guaranteed to get 1,000 views. Go look.
Oh
yeah,
it's true.
It's true. I asked them.
Have you seen the Exposed channel? Have you seen that Exposed channel, Steve?
Yes.
It's absolute garbage.
Yes, Flat Earth is garbage.
Exposed?
That Exposed channel. It's like this Jamaican guy like smoking weed like with all these other black people trying to say that the Earth is flat and all that. It's crazy. So crazy.
But see,
there's a disturbing amount of correlation there.
Be careful how much you watch.
When a creationist says, "Look, the Bible says the Earth is flat, ergo the Earth is flat," do you see how vitriolic you are against that? And that's no different than when you say, "Oh, well, the Earth is young." Well, you may have changed your mind. I don't know, but when somebody says, "Oh, the Earth is young," we look
or evolution is false.
Or evolution is false.
Yeah,
it's vitriolic to us because it's absurd. We know evolution happens every day. We know we can trace it back billions of years. It's not even a matter of if. It's a matter of easily done, showing you anytime, anywhere, incontroversial evidence.
I believe in microevolution.
Who cares, right?
There's a video right now from Harvard University where you can watch bacteria evolve from in a giant petri plane. And
I believe in micro.
Hey Zulu, do you know that I had a debate with Wayne Fillmore on macroevolution, and by the time I got done, he actually, within a day or two, he renounced young Earth creation, a couple days later, because he recognized that macroevolution does happen. He went to go research this. Why don't you do the same? He actually renounced it. He was like, Steve, you're right. Macroevolution happens. In fact, macroevolution happens in a single generation on some types of wheat plants. Okay, it's called polyploidy or whole genome.
Evolution may have happened to animals. But they're humans.
No, we are.
So
we're animals just the same.
We have all the same parts.
We're heterotropic. We are multicellular. We're eukaryotic. We have all the same attributes as animals. There's no difference.
Give birth to live young, so that makes us mammals.
Yep.
Well,
I would say I believe so far microevolution. So far, different variations, different variations within kinds and species. But when you take it a stretch to say that, we came from an ape-like creature and evolved into.
We are apes.
Is that? I think that's a lot of.
That's common to ancestry, by the way. But.
A lot of theists object to evolution, the ones that do, because they have this innate problem with coming from an ancestor of an ape.
Yeah,
they can't handle it. It takes away from that I'm the image of God, I'm extra special because God made me special, yada, yada, yada.
But they don't
not
say that, but they don't care about that.
Yeah,
they don't really care about that.
But Neanderthals died off 40,000 years ago, right?
Yeah, it's true. You got it spot on, Rebel.
But
you got it spot on.
But Zulu, Neanderthals died out 40,000 years ago, and they were the last cousin to us. They were a species that were related to us 40,000 years ago that they died out, right? And we diverged long before then with them. But they were a cousin. They were human. They were human just like us.
Said? Zulu?
What's that?
Did you hear what she said?
Yeah.
About how nobody wants to come from apes because then they can't be special, because but then there's the other mindset that you talked about, that we're filthy rags in front of our Father. So, I mean, which one are you? Because to me, if I were Christian, I would be embarrassed to ask God for these things that I know we can do, that and we do right here on Earth. That nobody should be starving because we can handle this, right? We're made in God's image.
You changing the subject?
No, I'm saying, are you hearing? Yes, but are you hearing what she said? About evolution.
And we just have fossil records of humans from 300,000 years ago, and we know they go back much further than that. We go back hundreds of thousands of years. We have records of humans existing. Zulu, that's not controversial. That's a fact. That's not a fact. You can't.
Let me tell you something, Steve. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something funny about Sunday Adventism. A lot of people believe that because Ellen G. White basically she said that there was an amalgamation between man and beast,
which indicates what the hell she said. I'm sure.
Hold on. Come on, please. This means what she's referencing is evolution in the sense that men. Well, she said people say that she's saying that man and beast basically had sex with each other.
What does that even mean? That's stupid.
What?
How do you think?
Hold on.
No, Zoo. How do you think humans came about in evolution? Give me the process.
No, I don't believe that. I'm just telling you what people believe.
I said according to evolution. How do you think? Do you think there's a first human in evolution? That some species, some animal gave birth and a human came out?
I didn't say that, bro.
Is that what you think evolution
states?
That's what we're trying to understand.
Okay. So what do you mean by somebody made?
My understanding of evolution is that everything is starting from a bacterium, and then evolving into algae, and then
we're not bacteria. We never came from bacteria. Bacteria are non-eukaryotic. You see, this is when you're so fundamentally practically wrong that you just are way on Mars. We are eukaryotes. Bacteria are prokaryotic. We did not evolve from bacteria. Okay, we still have bacteria. Bacteria is all around us. That means it has no nuclei. They're not eukaryotes, right? So how the hell did we evolve from bacteria? That is a fundamentally flawed position.
Okay, chill. Okay, obviously not biologist.
Instead of going down that route, why don't you just answer my question? How did the first human come about? If you think there was a first human in evolution, that's why there wasn't. But how do you think humans came about according to evolutionary theory?
According not to my belief, but to evolutionary theory, humans came about from an ape-like creature, and they would interbreed.
With what?
So.
What do you mean?
An
ape-like creature had to breed with something that wasn't an ape-like creature? What? It screw a chicken? What does that mean?
Dude, what the fuck, man? What's the problem, man?
I'm asking you to explain it to us. What do you think evolution teaches?
I'm not a biologist. Okay, I didn't dig up the bones and
You said you studied it. You said you studied it and you understood.
High school. I said I have a knowledge of simple life form evolving into a more complex life form from basic life.
Tell us that we're wrong if that's
grade
your
school stuff. I learned this in 6th grade. What I'm asking you right now. 6th fucking grade, dude.
I just gave it to you, a simple life form.
No.
Turning into a more complex life form.
I asked you, what do you think was the first population of humans from? Do you think there was a first human? Do you think there was a first population?
I don't know, dude. All I know is that they evolved from an ape-like creature.
That means nothing. What an ape-like creature? What the hell is an ape-like creature? We are ape-like creatures. We're apes.
Yeah.
In your view.
Oh, look at them and look at us.
No, by DNA.
By DNA, we're apes, dude.
Yes, well,
you can't get around.
Yeah.
We're apes.
Guys, instead of shouting at me, teach me something for once.
Zulu, if
we're
not plants, I mean, so if we're not animals, what do you think we are? Plants? I mean, come on, we're animals, dude. Come on, that's just what we are. That's basic taxonomy.
You could even say that we're a specially created animal within your theology, but we share all the same
taxonomy
hallmarks. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely.
I mean, by the way, my live birth thing was not a good example. That's just one of the characteristics of.
Yeah, mammals. The definition of mammal is anything that has mammary glands, right? Produces milk.
Oh yeah, that was okay.
But yeah, there are species that don't produce live, but whatever.
That's true.
Memory.
I mean, look at a platypus. They're a mammal, but they're in monostream. So.
Yeah, because are platypuses mammals?
Yeah.
Because I think they lay
eggs.
They're called a monotremes, but they are.
They're called. That was God's mistake.
God was token pretty heavy that day.
But you can look at the.
Don't say that.
You can look at the platypus.
Don't say things like that.
Nobody could if he wanted to, though. That makes him sound a lot cooler.
You can look up platypus phylogeny. You can see exactly where platypus came from. You can actually see how it goes, breaks from echidna, and you can see where it branches from here and it branches from here. It's all laid out. It's not that complicated. But anyway,
guys, I'm a theistic evolutionist now. Are you happy?
No, because now you're lying to yourself because you don't actually believe it.
I'm not lying.
I'll be happy when you just value life over everything else. I don't care what you believe, but when
this would be best friends if a Christian just switched over to your view when they have their own view.
We don't want people to have false beliefs. Even if they believe something for the wrong reason, that's not a good enough reason to believe something. You have to be justified in your beliefs. Right?
And
have you realized, Steve? And Steve, be honest. Have you realized that those Christians that stick more towards evolution or they stick more to the old Earth model, you tend to be more friendly with them rather than people like running.
Yes.
Rather than people like running,
who's a dumb shit.
Or even me.
Who's not? Yeah, exactly.
See,
you guys are scientifically illiterate, telling people evolution is wrong. Yes, I just asked you some basic questions on evolution that a third grader would probably know. You have no idea. You're saying evolution is wrong. You make these asinine statements going evolution is wrong when you don't even know anything about it. You don't know how humans came about.
Listen, I would have to get my books. I would have to get my presentation to show you.
You'd be annihilated. You'd be
annihilated. Steve, you want to challenge me? You want to challenge the Zulu King? You want to challenge the Zulu King? You really want to do this, bro?
Yes.
You really...
I just had two debates.
We'll have a debate. We'll have a debate in a scholarly form.
Let me tell you how basic that stuff is, okay?
It's pretty basic.
I never learned evolution in school. I did not like science, and I quit science the minute I could, which was 1 credit in high school. I never learned evolution in school. I never studied it until I was 30-some years old, and somebody tried to...
babies come from storks.
Yeah, right. somebody tried to convince me that intelligent design was a thing, and that's when I went and educated myself about evolution. But I have no background in it, and I even get the basic bits like that. Like, I've never ever studied evolution.
But if I asked Harriet woman, in evolution, is there such thing as a first human? I'm sure she'd be like, no,
absolutely not.
Yeah, there's no such thing. There's no line of demarcation there.
Although I do have to say, I just listened to a Dawkins lecture on Saturday, so that helps with that.
Yeah.
But no.
but I'm not heavy into biology. I just happen to like a little bit of the topic. But I mean, which for somebody to say a whole field of something is wrong without actually even knowing about the topic, that just tells me that all they have is incredulity. Right, and incredulity is not an argument.
Yeah,
exactly.
And Zulu, if you'll notice, Zulu, the reason that lots of people on this side of the community, so to speak, like we get along with some Christians and don't get along with others, wouldn't that indicate to you that the religion isn't the reason why we get along with someone or don't?
Exactly.
It has to. It's all about understanding the science, accepting the truth of it. And we tend to get along with people who accept and embrace the realities we've discovered.
Good point.
So could you get along with a Muslim that believes the sperm comes from the pancreas?
I could probably get along with them on a personal level, but I would think that they were really stupid for believing that.
Me too.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
You can separate.
Oh, really? So how come?
Assuming you're not talking about the kind who would kill me.
Yeah, people have to be judged on their character. I mean, if somebody treats you well and is not harming anybody, what they believe is their own business.
But when they
right?
tell other people,
So how has Rodney and all these other people harmed you personally, rather than saying stupid scientific claims you say they are?
Because people were listening to them, and any of these people who, whenever we want, okay, here's the thing: it's not harming us. I want people to have true beliefs. I want me to have true beliefs. I want my beliefs to comport with reality. Okay, and when Ronnie says something so incredibly dumb, things like, "Oh, DNA degrades in water when you put it in there, it falls apart like tissue paper," that is so fundamentally flawed, and it just I can't even tell you. And yet he doesn't even get this. His mind is so fucking just warped that he doesn't understand why that's so incredibly absolutely wrong.
And the danger is if you let things benign like that slide, then you end up with things like anti-vaxxers who actually do harm people.
That's really my big pet peeve.
Yeah. And people who kill in the name of this God, that.
Yes.
Or like the anti-GMO crowd.
Yeah, anti-GMO, anti-vaxxers. those are the dangerous ones, but they have the exact same mindset.
And they're in the same conspiratorial crowd.
I will rape a 6-year-old girl in the name of Allah.
How many? I don't know too many atheists that are anti-vaxxers. Most anti-vaxxer I've seen is some form of
except for Bill Maher.
No, there are anti-vaxxers.
There might be a few.
There's lots of.
There are a few.
Yo, did you see Bill Maher and Ice Cube?
Bill Maher,
he was so scared.
But
he was so scared. He was gonna cry.
But most of them, they are anti-vaxxer because they have a distrust for science, which is always predicated from this narrative that the intelligent design advocates and younger creationists have promoting of there's this called the wedge doctrine that they want to say that there's some
Dominionism.
there's some kind of division among scientists among these beliefs. This knowledge, and it's not.
In fact, I tortured myself, and I just watched Ben Stein's Expelled last night.
I haven't been able to get through it.
I sat here for hours. Well, for the 2 hours, and it's late at night. My husband's asleep, and I'm trying not to scream at the screen every 2 minutes, or like hit it with something.
Yeah,
I couldn't do it.
I don't know why.
You don't realize I'm actually sweating from walking. I'm actually sweating.
I heard it mentioned on a few.
Man, you're gonna burn off those honey porridge calories in no time, man.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm actually proper sweating. It's crazy.
But that's the same kind of mentality.
I know.
Yeah, because I don't. Like I said, it's never been my position to sway anybody's theological belief. Only their scientific ones.
I just want people to take care of people. I don't care what they believe. Just make sure that people come first. That's all I care
science
about.
is a good mechanism to
I mean, okay, let me ask you a question, Steve. Steve, name five fairly popular Christians on this community that you don't have a problem with. Not that you don't have a problem with that I don't force or don't have negative
General Han Solo,
towards you.
Fiona Robertson, Jade.
And why are they all theistic evolutionists?
Because they accept the science of it, and that's what I was.
We just said this. We said that people that tend to accept reality are easier to get along with me, and vice versa. I mean,
but to me and Ron and all these other people, this is our reality, though.
But your reality is wrong.
Reality.
Well, I say your reality is wrong.
You can say that all you want, but you can't demonstrate it. We can demonstrate you're wrong. We can show you evidence.
No, you can't demonstrate it.
Oh, yes, we can.
Reality is reality. There's not your reality.
Okay, Steve, do a hangout, right?
Yeah.
Steve, you should start like a playlist where you're teaching people, like Christians,
I'm not
whatever.
A biologist. I don't do much teaching. Okay, I'm not in a position to teach. I don't have the expertise to teach biology. If you want to know about nuclear,
so then how can you show?
But here's the thing, Zulu.
So then how can you tell us?
There are other people that do, and I can read up on what they say and realize that they're correct because I'm not biologically inept.
Can I ask Jungle a quick question? Can I ask sorry, hilarious.
Did you just call
a
him
quick
Jungle?
question back?
Is sorry about jargon?
That. I know it's bad.
Oh,
it's early in the morning. But you're not a biologist either, yet you're saying that this position is correct.
No, I don't. The point is, I asked him, could you teach me or demonstrate to me your views? And he told me.
I can show you.
And he told me it would be hard for him to teach me because he's not a biologist.
I didn't say it hard. No, I didn't say that. I said if you want to learn this stuff, why don't you learn it from somebody who can actually teach it more properly than I can? right? I mean, I don't want to come. I mean, I am so not an expert on biology. I would not everybody to think that I'm knowledgeable by biology. I have a rudimentary understanding. I took biology in college 30 years ago, 20 years ago, whatever the fuck it was, right? But
Because I want to know what I want to know what convinced you to believe in it, so that maybe it could
phylogeny,
convince me.
cladistics, proteomics, genetics. I mean,
sheer weight of evidence.
Yeah, sheer overwhelming weight of evidence. It all has a consilience with physics, things I do like radiometric dating. There's a consilience among all the branches that say, look, this is the picture. Like, look at Dress's picture. See what is that? We could tell there's a tree there and a stone there, right? But what creation does there, it says, oh, we're mixing some pixels, so we don't know what this actually is. We have a
no,
picture.
it doesn't.
That's
creationism simply says the product of this is God.
It doesn't
That's
matter
all it does.
whether the product is God or not. We show you the science shows a couple things. We shows one, we are the product of evolutionary path. Two, the Earth is billions of years old. Those are two things that cannot be get around. Your belief in any deity does not change that at all. Zero. Those are facts. Those are scientific, undeniable, demonstrable facts that have been misleading people, or that people have been misled by these young Earth creationists trying to promote misinformation that is demonstrably false and easy to disprove. I can disprove any creationist claim, any one of them.
So do you believe in the Illuminati and conspiracy theory?
I don't give a shit about the Illuminati and the conspiracy theory. Makes no difference to the
So
science.
you haven't done the due diligence to look at their claims to see if there's actually a secret.
You're not going to go down a rabbit hole that has to do with science.
Well, yeah, that's not a science claim.
That's not a science claim.
Well, some of these scientists were through Masons.
I don't care. That has nothing to do with the science.
So
science is demonstrable.
What? Most scientists aren't Freemasons, and all scientists cross-check work.
Yeah, so it has nothing to do with anything. They all to be Satanists for all I care. Their science is correct. Yeah, unless you demonstrate their science to be wrong, which you have not done.
I'm just saying, you should be careful with the faith you have in these scientists, because
it's not
some of them,
I could understand a lot of the science, Zulu. I understand how it works. Just like, do you have faith in scientists that the Earth is not flat? No, you can go fucking do your own experiments on it, right?
No, because I can look outside myself and see that the Earth is not fucking flat.
Really? I look outside, it looks flat to me. Don't you dare.
Really? Have you ever been in a plane? Have you ever been in a plane, Steve?
Yeah. I've been in a plane lots of times, and you cannot tell.
It's not high enough to see the curvature.
So how come I can't see Mount Everest from wherever I am?
Well, see, now that's a good proof.
That's and that's something I would more along the lines of use.
That's something you can't see rather than something you can see.
Yeah, that's something you can't see. Right, that's a negative. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, but I can look at the scientists and I can look at the maths and say, okay, this all works out. I know radiometric dating. I understand how that works. We know that the Earth is billions of years old. The only ways around that just are so ridiculous and that it won't work. Right? No young Earth creationist has ever demonstrated that radiocarbon dating doesn't work or radiometric dating doesn't work. Not one. And they always come back to the same problem: heat dissipation, the heat problem. Which they cannot solve because it's a huge, it's a monumental problem.
Yeah, and the big creationist organizations even recognize this as an unsolved problem.
Yes,
so that's not
ICR
just
has it is listed under the three biggest problems. So the unsolved problems of creationism.
Okay.
Yeah, go look. ICR right now has it under the three biggest problems of creationism is the heat dissipation because it doesn't work. Their model for radiometric don't work. Matter of fact, the Rates Project had said isochron dating methods work. However, they say, quote, we deny the assumption of a constant radiometric decay rates, and we posit something called accelerated decay. Okay, let's go with that. In order to have accelerated decay, though, you have to get around the heat problem. Oh, we don't know how to do that. Then you basically has nothing you're positing. You're basically saying magic at that point. If you say something that there's an explanation or something, and then you can't give any kind of mechanism for it, it really doesn't do anybody any good. It's just hypothesis. This is not even a hypothesis. It's at that point. It's conjecture. So you could just be, okay, well, when you get something, let me know. But until then, it's just conjecture. But they put it out as fact. Oh yeah, accelerated decay is a fact. Really? No. I hear it all the time. Accelerated decay. Well, it's not. They don't even. The people that put these papers out, they don't think it's fact because they can't get around the heat problem.
Our brains are dopamine junkies. We're all just hooked on the dopamine.
Yeah, but it's insurmountable.
Flat Earth excites us. Bathes that brain in dopamine. It says more.
So when you ask what evidence we have, it's a consilience of a lot of different branches. And when I ask the question, what branch of science do you accept? if you think the Earth is young, and you couldn't give me one. What does that tell you? You deny all branches of science.
Honey, you know he's not there anymore, right? Oh,
I remember having a really long conversation with my grandfather on my mother's side, who, that's which were quite devout Christians.
Yeah.
And we were having a big conversation because I obviously have quite a different theistic view. But it was never a contentious conversation. And I said, well, what about this? What about that? And he said, well, if I've got lots of science and lots of fact that is showing me something's wrong, then I have to question: is it my interpretation of the text that's wrong, or is all the evidence wrong?
Right. And people that looked into
that's
it,
an adult's position.
Yeah, they realized that their interpretation is wrong because there's been not a single solitary young Earth creationist that can demonstrate a young Earth. Not one. There's no evidence for it. Not any.
But the thing I found interesting about that statement was it's not the text is wrong, but it's our view of text that is wrong.
So Steve, are you gonna? Steve, I might have to go in a bit, but are you gonna do the heliocentric model video anytime soon?
Well, I'll have a hangout on it or something. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'll see what I can do. I got other things in the works though, but yeah.
Because I know a lot of flat creationists, and they're really annoying.
Of course they are. Because they don't accept reality. Boy, we know all about that, right?
Welcome to our world.
Yeah, welcome to our world. Trying to explain to how the age of the Earth is. Yeah.
Well, with the whole flat Earth thing, I mean, there's several really, really simple problems. At night, when you look south, why do you see the same stars when you're looking in 4 separate directions? Because south is always towards the rim. That's a really real.
You mean the Betty model?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You then got the equinoxes and the solstice, and how the fudge does that work?
Well, dude. Okay, here's the reality.
You've got all the airlines that are in conspircy.
Go to any flat Earth channel. Most of these guys are just fuckwads. They don't give a shit.
Oh,
They're just sticking with people. I mean, all the people with spanners, they don't want any evidence. They'll just say, hey, go watch a video.
Grant them their argument and ask them what next, and they have no answer.
Yeah, there's
and then you've got the retrograde motion of planets, which it just does not work for anything.
Anti-crepuscular rays. I mean, they can't explain that.
But the funny thing is if they actually knew their history, they could go and use it, because Ptolemy spent fucking about 15 years working out the maths for an Earth-centric model.
History is the key to everything.
And it spans 15 volumes of texts.
Yeah, well, flat earthers can't even stand basic math. You think they can understand Copernicus or any of these guys?
But the fun thing was, all the planets orbit a central point and orbit us. That's how he got it to work.
Yeah, I find it a problem how they say that I'm not Christian or anyone's not Christian for not believing in the flat Earth, and they actually put this into a salvific issue.
Because they're
it's kind of sad, really.
Well, they've done that to you.
Like, I honestly thought Rand was I thought Rand was like one of the hardcore, he's really good and he's a good Christian.
Rand's a Poe, honey. He's an actor.
You have to accept this.
But, to see him physically say G-Man and all of us are not Christian.
Zulu, do you believe me? He's a Poe. He doesn't accept flat Earth.
I'm telling you the same thing. Yeah, he's right. He's right.
I've told you from day one.
Yes, honey. He's just an actor.
He plays a part.
He's done this about.
How'd you know?
Because he's told people.
He has admitted it to people. He has revealed it to
I've
people
had
in such a way that
conversations
they can
with
know
Rand.
for certain.
Trust me. Rand knows I know his game. I play along with Rand a little bit because
we all know.
It's a long story, but we have a complicated, weird relationship with Rand. But yeah, Rand is a actor. He is a con
That's
man.
going on the soundboard.
He doesn't.
Part of this community is acknowledging that. By the way, we know that there are Poes. We know that there's trolls. We know that there are people who actually believe. You just kind of try to figure it all out.
Right.
Yeah, but it's not like he's getting paid. Like, what's the purpose of doing this?
No. Oh, he makes money off this shit. Don't you think he didn't? He makes money off this.
But he means like a regular actor.
What?
Employed. No, he has his own business that he can get business. Yeah. It's a long story, but it's not the traditional actor type thing. Like I said,
no.
Steve, he can't get paid. He hasn't got 1,000 subscribers, mate.
Please. Yeah, don't you hear? He's got a business, a real successful business.
You can get sponsor ads through other ways.
He gets donations. He gets PayPal. He gets Patreon.
Many of
and even if he didn't, he just likes fucking with people. He would do this for free.
And this isn't his first account.
No, he's retired 8 times.
Oh my gosh!
This isn't.
So why is it? So is this way of having beef with your own Christian community?
Zulu, go back and listen to Rand when he first got to the community. He was a hero.
Go talk to Jello.
Jello shots. Yeah, go talk to Jello shots.
He once claimed that he is as an initiation rite or something like that. He had to be swallowed by a python and cut his way out of it. Yeah.
He's fantastic.
He makes up all these stories, and
what he is.
But that's what he did. He was known for that. He was cool about it. That's what he was basically like the Alex Jones. And then he caught on to the flat Earth and said, "Shit, people are this stupid. Okay, I will fuck with them with flat Earth." And this is what he's been doing ever since. I've asked him many times, "When are you going to tell these people you're full of shit?" He's like, "Why would I need to?"
It's a modern day grifter. They're modern day con men.
Yeah, and I guarantee it. Yeah, ask anybody who's been around for a while; they'll tell you he's a Poe. Sugar will tell you. Annabelle will tell you. You name it. J.D. King will tell you. Yeah,
lots of people.
I've actually. He even said he was an atheist to Hillary Pugh. He said he was an atheist.
Oh, I've actually got a text from Rand where he actually says, "I don't know what the shape of the Earth is."
Yeah, no, he plays his character fairly well if he knows that you don't know his history.
Right. Yeah. See, Zulu, there's a lot you don't know about stuff. Trust me. MG42 Pillbox, Poe.
Oh, sweet guy though. I love him.
Well, as a Christian, that's very dangerous to do things like that because
I personally don't. Again, this is the one kind of thing I disagree with Hogtie. God bless him. I hate to say that, when somebody's not Christian, but do I think that Rancam is an atheist? I think there's a high probability.
What?
Well, we can never. Yeah. Here's the thing: we can never know what's in
okay. Yeah, I think maybe atheist, no, but I don't
really. Okay, Zulu, if you claim to be a Christian and a preacher, and you go to a hangout and somebody asks you what John 3:16 is, and you don't know what it is, do you see a problem with that?
For God loved the world, He gave up His only begotten Son. Hell, I'm a third-generation atheist, and I can at least get that much out.
He didn't know what it was. He had no idea. And then several weeks and months afterwards, all he did was talk about John 3:16 to try to convince people that he knew what it was.
Well, I mean, knowledge of the Bible isn't really
Dude, he was a preacher. It's John 3:16. Come on, don't. Come on. Yeah.
Wait.
He's a Pope.
Wait. Maybe I'm getting things confused, but I thought that was Brett Keane that couldn't remember John 3:16.
No, it was Rancam.
Are we?
3:16.
Well, maybe that's something they share.
Yeah. By the way, it was an anaconda, not a python. And it was funny. Anacondas. He said it was in the African jungle. Anacondas don't exist. They exist in South America, as Les Nagy pointed out. But even funnier, when it was brought to his attention that anacondas don't exist in the Amazon, he said, "Oh, escape from a local zoo."
Hey, it happens every day.
No, they don't exist in Africa. They do exist in South America.
It's an initiation ritual, but they have to wait until a freakishly rare event happens in order to actually do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, there are people in this community.
There's only one member of my church.
And Shandi for Christ. Oh my God, go ask her. She's got his number down cold.
Well, yeah.
No, there's actually 3 people. It's me, God, and the mountain.
Shandi for Christ.
We're the Holy Trinity.
Shandi for Christ will come into a hangout with Rancam. He'll take off. She knows his history. She'll tell you straight up he's lying through his teeth.
She called me a cunt. Made a whole video about me. I made a response video.
That's because your diaphragm is black, woman.
But there are people that actually believe this. Rose Patton, totally legit. She's totally flat earth.
Yeah. But I'll give Rose does her homework. Whether you agree with her or not, she will at least bring you stuff, right? Whether she stays with it or not, or whether she believes in it, everything now.
She believes in it. She's a true believer.
I know she's a true believer, but I mean, she will at least. She'll tell you the steps that she goes through, and she'll tell you, she'll bring you information. I respect that, right? Not that I don't agree with her. I don't necessarily agree with her, but I've always said at least you work hard at it.
But the downfall.
You mustn't listen to her. She's speaking lies about the.
As soon as you ask them for a model that explains observation, they're done. They won't ever go past that point. None of them.
There's
Steve, it's about perception, Steve.
Yeah, perception. Correction. Yeah,
perspective.
Perspective.
Oh,
God.
There's the whole theory about people who, believe in these things. It's because they've kind of lost connection with certain things, and it's a grasping. They want to be part of something. People that feel disconnected, they've now got a community. And when you think about it that way, my bleeding heart, woman heart, just goes, "Aw."
I don't think.
Or I just like fucking with people. That's what it is.
Random cases, I think Rose is a troll. No,
My Zulu warrior heart likes to dance around the fire.
I've talked to Rose Patton for several hours.
I've eaten the blood of lions with Zulus.
Yes, and late at night, Rose and I will talk for several hours sometimes. She is a true believer. I didn't.
I know
that she's a troll at all.
Was that the master?
No, I don't think so either.
Yeah.
No, but and her and I have an understanding.
Too invested in this, too passionate. She gives me no indication that I would say that I have any reason not to believe what she's saying.
Right. I mean, I that she believes what she's saying. Like I don't agree.
What she's saying.
Right.
I just saw the Passion of Christ. It wasn't what I expected.
It's not how I read. It's not how I wrote it.
Wasn't too passionate.
Oh, by the way, I did write that.
I found it on Pornhub. It was different.
I don't even know if Evriel's a troll. I think Evriel may have got sucked into this stuff. If not, she's pretty convincing.
Oh, Rose?
No, Eve.
Oh, is she back?
Yeah, she's.
That's right. She's
pretty convincing as a flat earther. I give her props. If she is trolling, she's doing a very good job. I think she's actually fell for this shit. Yes.
Well, listen, it's getting pretty late here. I'm gonna have to take off.
Yeah, go ahead, you girl. I remember when I wore my first skirt. Can't hang.
You're gonna have to go jack off. Is that what you said for my soundboard? Pew?
Oh yeah, see.
I'm gonna make one for you.
Fuck you, Pew. I swear to you, fuck you.
Yeah, and Steve, this one's for you.
My voice sounded so
Fuck
good.
off.
My voice sounds good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. How's a little doggy?
Hey, little doggy.
Hi.
Hey,
That's
Blast,
so
how you
sweet.
been, man?
My doggy
Hey,
just
what's
passed
up,
away. Mm,
Yeah, that's Ripley.
I'm sad now.
So let me ask
Thank
Evriel, is she legit or troll?
Who?
Evriel.
Evriel? I don't know. Honestly, I can tell you Rand Campbell's a troll.
Oh, yeah.
Trust me, they're the birds of a feather.
Yeah, I don't think anybody really disagrees with that except for like Rose Patton swears she thinks he's legit, and I think Teal thinks he's legit, but the rest not so much.
Teal?
Yeah, Teal. Evriel. Her new nickname's Teal. They call her. She calls herself.
Oh, Teal. Okay, yeah, Teal. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know her well enough.
No, I do.
Yeah. She's the only one I've
But
ever
I mean-
seen that actually converted to flat eartherism or whatever.
But Steve, when you were
Well,
talking
she's been
about
an
like
atheist and a
the
Christian.
story about Rand, that story, I was there when he brought that up the first time, and it made me chuck. Or he brought it up multiple times, I suppose. And then he had his little rock that he said the African tribe gave him. That was like his black belt initiation or whatever.
Oh, it's a little.
It was like a piece of concrete from his driveway.
Yeah, that's what they said.
Yeah,
Asphalt or something.
That's when I drunk the lion blood with.
Yeah, that's pretty good impression.
They thought I was a god when I got there, and I had to explain to him I was.
And I had to specially import an anaconda to climb out of.
I wrestled 4 alligators and I had sex with 57 women.
Now,
That's
you know
right.
what I want Rand to do? I want Rand to do a voiceover for Rick and Morty.
Yeah, that would be hilarious.
Yeah, I don't know why people think.
Come on
Rose
now,
is-
Rick.
I don't think.
Come on.
I don't think
They
people
should
like-
just have him on as a character.
Why do they think Rose?
You don't
is
understand,
troll?
Morty.
Like I said,
Who?
I've talked to Rose a long time. She is definitely, if she's the, I don't think she's a troll. She's the best troll of all time because I have no indication. I can read people pretty decently. She gives me no indication of being a troll whatsoever. She's legit. She does believe this stuff so hardly to the point of being scary. Yeah.
There's somebody in the community that does Rand Campbell and will come into hangouts, and it does a really good.
Dragnaut does a perfect Rand Campbell.
It's not drag. Yeah, it's not drag. It's somebody else. I mean, I know drag's as good as well, but somebody else does it, and they come in with the avatar and everything. It's hysterical.
Yeah, and actually, what it was is Rand Campbell knows a degree in martial arts so high it's labeled top secret. That's what it was.
Right. Yeah.
Chuck Norris bows down to him.
Yeah.
So we lost Zulu. My sound blew up, and then I had trouble getting back in again.
Yeah, he said you were too much for him. He just like,
Yeah, I was hoping I get to talk to him. I've never talked to him. Damn it.
He'll drop back.
Nice boy.
He's a nice kid.
What do you do with a kid
He's
that's so ignorant, though?
Yeah, he's a nice kid, but wow.
He's young.
Yeah.
Let's just say that.
Well, how old is
young.
he?
We were young. We were never
16, 17.
18.
Yeah.
Oh, is he that young? Okay.
And when they're
totally brainwashed.
They're also in rebellion mode naturally because they're trying to separate from their parents. I mean, that's just natural for us. That's
Well,
the
there's
wrong
hope
time.
for him. I mean, I got out of religion at 17, so there's hope.
I think so too.
He's an LDA from a very LDA family.
I'm not kidding. I know a lot of SDAs, ex-SDAs, and at some point they just say, you know what, fuck this shit. They rebel a lot. I know a lot of people that said, yeah, I can't buy into this bullshit no more. Yeah, it's not even the bullshit with God. It has to do with SDAs. It's just a cult.
No, Steve, I have a decision I need to make here now. I either stay and waffle on and talk about useless shit with you guys, or I take my kids up to town and buy them ice cream.
Is that a Rand impression? 'Cause that's horrible.
Yeah, it's my bad Rand impression. I'm sorry.
That's terrible.
You gotta go deeper. You gotta go real deep. You know.
Yeah.
I know. I'm trying not to hurt my throat.
Yeah.
I'm Rand Campbell.
Gotta have the cleaning lady take him. Yeah.
Yeah, graspy voice.
This is actually disturbing. If Rebel can do a better impression than me, I'm now feeling castigated.
Well, I mean, I was, when I did a little retirement video, I knew my hangout, I knew it wasn't going to last very long. I knew it would only be several days. I mean, come on, he's retired like 8 times already. This is all just a game with him.
Nobody stays away like what's his name? I can't even remember his name.
Who?
The guy.
Jesus.
No, I don't. Jesus. I don't know any such Jesus. Oh, you're talking about the guy who does the lawns, Jesus. No, not
Jesus. Yeah.
Seamus.
Oh,
Seamus.
I had a chat with Seamus on Discord, not last night, but the night before, where he was using a different screen name, and he was like having a real go at one of the people and say, "Well, what have you done?" And I said, "Well, what the fuck have you done for the fucking community? Don't you know who I am?" And I went, "No."
Megalomaniac.
Seamus was one of the original contrarians, right? It was Seamus, Scotsman Matt, or Matt.
I'd like to fuck him.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I mean, what?
It was the fact that he went on a 20-minute rant after I said, what the fuck do you know, trying to prove what he knew and talking some deep philosophical bollocks. And I just listened to this entire thing and I said, okay, well, you're talking about decision making, all the rest of it, and from a relativist position, but what you're totally ignoring in your philosophical diatribe is the fact that human people have empathy with one another, and none of that is included in anything you're fucking saying.
I don't think he has it.
Yeah, like I said, he's just a contrarian. Seamus was never taken seriously because of that. So,
bit desperate.
And Matt Bell, oh my God, is he a contrarian?
Oh,
seriously.
Yeah.
He's a piece of work. That guy.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he is.
I think the trouble there, Matt Bell will make an argument, but he rarely makes an argument from his own position.
Yeah, you never know what his actual position is sometimes.
He's always taking a hypothetical scenario and saying, well, if we're talking from this angle, then this therefore must be right.
I don't think he has a real true religious belief. I mean, at all. And he might,
Well, he's gone from Christian to theist to deist.
I wouldn't necessarily call him a Pope. He's just on the bandwagon.
You guys must have been talking about something crazy because I was sleeping with the headphones on and I had some crazy dreams. So,
did you get up and no, never mind. We tried the hypnotic suggestion, but
I dreamt about Mr. ID, intelligent design one night. Yeah.
Oh no.
No, I just did that. You guys, what were you guys talking about?
Masturbation.
No, okay, that's it.
I missed that part.
All we ever talk about when I'm in the room. I don't know why.
She has a limited,
we just have to knock one off.
Yeah.
I'm just not very smart. That's all.
I think it's the top.
See, this is how the discussions go, Heretic. Sugar pops in. Hey, Steve, I'm not getting laid. How about you? That's just how it goes.
I missed the first part because I had my other show tonight, so I didn't know you were on.
Sleep because remember you got my show.
I know. I was like, wow, it's getting. I can hear birds.
Beyond the, is your show
Beyond the Trailer Park, yes.
Okay. I was a guest on.
Oh, I've seen that show.
Yes, he was.
Good.
I'm gonna check it out.
Thank you. It's me and 3 other ladies for co-hosts.
Nice. Girl power.
I was on the Geek Show, and they said that I was the best guest they've ever had.
You were on my 100th show. You were on my 100th show.
I pit myself out. You know, I whore myself. Sure.
Yeah,
We like
absolutely.
Keep it tight.
I got a
Keep it
busy
tight.
day tomorrow. I've got you in the afternoon, and then I'm doing Rangers hangout at night. Yeah.
Ranger?
Look at her getting around.
Atheist Ranger?
Atheist Ranger, yeah. Yeah.
That's a nice
I
boy.
try to do his last weekend I was in Toronto at the conference, so I skipped everybody. I did because I panel on another show called Holy Crap, which is what I was doing earlier tonight. And so I skipped Holy Crap, I skipped Ranger stuff, and I actually skipped my own show on Monday. The girls had to do it without me because I had a previous engagement with Naked Mormonism.
Go ahead and plug your channel while you can.
Right. This Naked Mormonism.
Oh, Naked! It's awesome. That's my friend Bryce. He does Mormon history. He's an ex-Mormon, and he does a show on Mormon history. So
I love the section on the Night Riders. That's a bit of history that just most people in Europe just don't even have any idea about. That whole section in the early 1850s to 1870s.
But yeah, my show's Monday nights at 9:30, where we do live.
Monday nights at 9:30.
Yeah.
So she has
I'm
her
going to be
show
home for a while.
She has her show on Monday. I do mine on Sundays. I'm probably doing 2 other shows. Not 2 other hangouts, not shows, but so. And then let's see, Atheist Ranger does his on Friday.
Yep.
Side Strike does his on Fridays, but usually later than. Let's see who else. JD does his on Tuesday.
Tell me again. I didn't know about that.
Oh yeah, Sugar's not familiar with TST now, is she?
Yeah, right.
I'll see, and my show, my show's.
They would freak out. When's the last time you've been on TST?
My show's not just. I'm not just YouTube, but I do a simulcast on Spreaker as a podcast as well.
Yeah, I'm starting. I want to start getting, because I'm just doing videos right now, and they're very rudimentary and they're very unfocused. But I want to start doing them as well. So I guess I'm looking at Wednesday or Thursday.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. They should be a spectacle. They'll be good.
Well, this is I want to get like a network going, right? Because the Bible Thumping Wingnut has a network. We should have a network of all the different channels that have things that they talk about stuff, and
and we can promote each other.
Yeah, can all promote each other, right?
I like it.
I tried. I was involved with secular TV a couple of years ago, but that was just a clusterfuck.
Yeah, they asked me to come into that too, and I didn't.
Well,
I did, but we were out within 3 months.
I didn't have the experience.
Put us in a shout to us, because he puts shouts out, and he has 22,000. And then King Crocoduck messaged me on Twitter the other day, say he's making a video, putting a shout out to me. So,
cool.
If I can get some pickups from King Crocoduck's shout out, that's gonna be awesome. But I noticed when he did his last shout out, it's been a long while. The channels didn't get very many. Cool Hard Logic got the most. But the other channels didn't really do very well. Some of them are still at 400, 1,000, and so. But this is probably before he probably had as many.
Hey, I've got like 100.
What's that, Blaster?
I've got like 100.
I said Cool Hard Logic is awesome.
He is.
Cool Hard Logic.
What, Heretic?
Yeah,
I said
I
I've got
love
like
it. I love his
160 or
Sorry,
something.
Harry.
116.
That's fine. 160, I think.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to.
But I get like 10 times the listeners on the podcast side, I find. So I'm like, meh.
We'll put
but
I did live Periscope from Osaka, Japan the other day. Does that count?
Well, put us out to this channel. I mean, I got 1.3K, so 1,300, and I'm trying to get. I'd like to get 2,000. That'd be nice.
I saw that the other day. I was quite proud of you.
Yeah, I mean, you remember when I had 100.
It drives me nuts because I have like 4,000 Facebook friends, and I post my show stuff on there like 6 or 8 different groups, and I don't know.
And you get about 4 likes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm not kidding. When you post when I post a video, or something like that, People don't get it. The YouTube, Facebook does not message this stuff as you used to.
No.
Yeah.
No. I know some of my podcaster friends are putting the show links in the comments now. So they'll describe the show in the main post, but they won't put the link until the comment.
So it shows up in the live feed more, or they're in the.
That's the idea. Yeah, that's the idea, that it gets disseminated more.
Yeah, my posts that have a video in it doesn't. They don't get that. So I don't know why. But I'm gonna try that. I'll do a theory of practice on it.
It's irritating because it's easier just to copy paste the announcement in multiple posts if it's all in one thing. But if I have to go back and put in the comment every fucking time, and I have it set up to auto tweet, so if the OP doesn't have the link in it and it auto tweets, then the Twitter doesn't get the link in it.
Now you guys have all your words. I mean, all your SEO words, all the tags in there. You have all those.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll try. I'm gonna try that next time.
I've been watching all the creator videos that tell you exactly how to get all those.
No, I got tagged. I got better
and
tags.
trying to follow it. You know.
But
well, there you go, Heretic. You've got one more subscriber. I'll go and check your vids out.
But like, I posted a picture of my daughter's trophy, and I got like 50 likes on it. I post a video, I get 2, and they're always from the Great Debate community. So I know something's. It's only like showing to people.
They have to hit the bell. They have to hit the bell.
No. My Facebook.
Well,
it only. If I post a video, it only goes to the people that have subscribed to me within the last year, and most of my Facebook friends are like 4 or 5 years old, right?
Facebook has a weird algorithm going on.
Right.
Well, they're trying to push people to put that stuff on a page and then get you to pay to promote your post. Is what they're trying to do.
Really?
Yeah,
she's right about that. I did hear that.
Yeah, this whole promotion thing is ridiculous.
That's lame.
Yeah.
But the only thing about that is Facebook does get good results when you do use it, and it is fairly cheap. But I haven't done it.
People I know that have done it said they got shit results. So.
Well, here's the thing: Facebook always says free and always will be, but never means to be. They never said it was going to be very effective because the algorithm they use now is shit. Yeah. And now, if you want your stuff to put out there, you got to pay to play.
Right, and I think the community that I'm talking about, and it's not the same. It's a different business community, so it could be different type things. It's not shows and stuff.
Okay, I'm gonna rock and roll because I've got to go do stuff for the kids.
Bye.
Good night.
All right.
Say bye.
Bye.
Can't you pay per post? Just a post too?
What's that?
Can't you pay? Just to promote a post as well nowadays?
I think you can. I think you can.
The pay to play that doesn't work for me.
No, me neither.
Yeah, I've yet to pay for anything as far as that goes. Not even Twitter or Instagram.
Oh, hell no.
You guys just need like people with big YouTube channels to promote.
Well, that's what I'm trying. That's why King Croc is making a video. So that's good. That should help immensely. But I mean, I got 500 friends on Facebook. They always tell me they're never getting any of my shit.
Yeah, I don't monetize. I don't have Patreon, so I'm not in any big hurry.
I do have a Patreon, and I get just enough to pay for my Spreaker hosting.
I think we should. I mean, I think people should have Patreon. So I'm not saying that wasn't being negative about it. I believe in it.
No.
But I just haven't done it yet, so I'm not. I don't feel like I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck I'm saying. Like, because mine's kind of different, and so I feel like when I can put out something quality, then I could.
You got to find your little niche in the thing.
Yeah, because it looks like Heritage has a great thing going with the whole. It looks all nice and formed. I mean, I wish I had something.
Well, this is free software. It's called XSplit.
Yeah, it's just I did.
XSplit's pretty. Yeah, it works pretty well.
Yeah. Well, and see, like I use it because when I do my show, I have my opening credits, which are like so, and then segments, and then I have an outro.
How cool!
No, you can't. You can't. I don't think you could hear that. No, I have my mixers off for piping it through. Because when I'm paneling on the other show, I don't want my system sounds coming through, so I click that off. But if I had, if I click this
really
on,
cool.
I like OBS, but OBS doesn't let you monitor.
I know.
OBS doesn't let you what?
It doesn't have a monitor feature.
Video games like XSplit a lot.
Okay.
OBS
See,
does.
If I click this on, now you'll hear my intro.
Oh, cool.
So I just do that, and my mixer, it's a software mixer, is free also.
You talk about you use video. What's it called?
What software is that?
Meter, yeah.
I use Voicemeter Banana.
Yeah.
Don't ask me why Banana gives me visions of Ray Comfort every fucking time.
Or TJ.
It's the atheist
Voicemeter Banana gives you the ability to record.
Yeah. Yeah. Banana's got the beautiful recorder, so I always do my backup recording with that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
And what I love it's actually stylized as a retro audio cassette.
Yeah, that's I have the same thing. But I have mine turned off for lately, but I'm going to start using it again because I've noticed it does help at equalizing audio. And I like it. And it does give you a backup recording too if you want, obviously.
Exactly.
All of us, people that are trying to do podcasts and stuff, they just need to collaborate more, do that sort of thing.
Well, there is a Facebook group, Atheist and Skeptic Podcasters. You can join that. And it's not like, hey, who can suggest equipment for this, or have you thought of this idea, or hey, I want to do X, do you have any suggestions, that kind of stuff.
Well, Sugar has to figure out how to do a stream first. We'll help her out.
Yeah.
Sorry.
They'll allow you to promote like a special show, but it's mostly like just shop talk.
Okay, yeah, that's perfect though. That's what you need.
I think I need a manicure.
What was that? What was it called?
Atheist and Skeptic Podcasters. And now there's two. There's the group, which is where we go to talk shop, and there's a page where it's the same group of people, but if you get added on to that, you can promote your show through the page as well.
When you say podcast, does that count?
I found YouTube the group.
Yeah.
Wait, does that count as YouTube too, or just podcasting? Because I don't podcast.
YouTube, there's two as well, as far as I know.
I mean, I've been thinking. My friend and I from like 20 years ago or whatever, we've been talking about trying to make a podcast together.
I'd listen to your voice all day long. All day long.
I'm actually toying with the idea of doing another podcast too.
I used to do radio when I was in high school.
Oh, cool.
He kind of sounds like
like college campus.
Yeah.
Don't listen to me.
He's got that
It's okay,
radio voice.
Yeah, I've got the deep voice.
I know. I get crazy about voices, don't I, Steve?
You know who you would love then? There was a show, well, it's still on. It was called My Book of Mormon, and the guy who started it, he was never a Mormon or anything. He just started reading the Book of Mormon for the first time, but he has this like incredible baritone bass voice that's just like, oh. So and that's how, because the Book of Mormon is boring as shit, but when he reads it, it's highly entertaining. So that's how
it is pretty boring.
That's how I read the Book of Mormon, was I listened to that, because I got like 6 paragraphs in, I was like,
I just skipped to the index.
Yeah.
It is pretty boring, I gotta admit.
I just went to Utah and went around
the index of the Book of Mormon is hilarious because it's like magic staff.
Yes.
All these
my favorite
magic cloaks and all this weird shit. It's like, what?
I love it when I come across missionaries and they're like, oh, have you read the Book of Mormon? I'm like, yeah, man, that part with the submarines and the magic rock lights, that was really awesome. And they're like, you're not supposed to read that part first. I'm like, hey, I read it all, dude. The Leahona, that's pretty awesome, floating around.
My son-in-law is ex-Mormon, and when my granddaughter was born, he goes, okay, nobody's cutting this child's hair. We went, yes, we know. It's our big joke, is nobody can cut their hair because of the fundamentalist type things.
Oh, okay.
Because I guess they were real fundamentalists when he was born.
Oh, like polygamists.
I guess family before was, but yeah, they're
okay.
And I used to go out with a guy a long, long time ago who still wore his prayer undergarments from time to time.
Oh, the magic undies.
His ex-wife had an affair with the bishop's wife. They're lesbians together now, and the Mormon church is still hunting them down apparently.
Wow.
Big problem.
Mm.
I'm from
man.
from Idaho, where we have more Mormons per capita than Utah.
Yes, yes, you do. You're right. They call it the Morador.
Yeah, that's about right. Fortunately, I left Idaho, but I didn't move to anywhere better. I'm in Arizona.
Eee. Well, I'm sure the climate's nice in Arizona. See,
well,
this is
I
the
live
thing.
in Flagstaff, right? So it's like totally
Okay.
different here. We're at 7,000 feet. It's like hardly gets over 80 degrees in the summer.
Right.
It's awesome. It snows in the winter.
See, I would not like that. I'm the world's shittiest Canadian because I hate winter with passion. And I don't like coffee, or I don't like
Here's the
coffee
awesome
either.
thing, though. Like, it snows here, but then it's, like, sunny for, like, a month.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be all right, but I am in the most southern part of Canada. Like, there are 7 states along the border that are more north than I am. And it still gets, like, Celsius minus 20 with no wind chill.
I have a buddy from northern Saskatchewan, so
it gets
from Regina.
Well, guys and girls and ladies and gentlemen, Heretic needs her sleep. She has a
I
big day
suppose I
tomorrow,
do.
and I need
Put her to
go
bed,
as well.
Steve. Put her to bed.
She's a married woman. That's so wrong.
No. Now you've got morals.
Wait, what? I've always had morals.
I think Steve just wants an excuse to end the hangout.
I do. I mean the hangout. Yeah, I do. I want to go watch Doctor Who.
I'm writing down names that I want to circle. So.
Yeah.
Well, aren't you going to be half asleep if you're going to be up still, dude?
Well, yeah. You're 2 hours ahead of me, right?
It is 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, so it's only 3 for me, so I can stay up for another hour.
I'm on the West Coast too, Steve.
Yeah.
I'm in California today. Today I'm in California.
Where part of Cali are you at? Up north, San Francisco?
Are you serious, Steve? How long have we known?
You've never come to California.
I live between California and Seoul, South Korea. I'm in 1 or 2 places.
I used to live in Korea.
You did?
Yeah, I lived there for 2 years.
안녕하세요.
Anya.
Fish?
안녕하세요.
I know. I want
Hello.
fish.
I don't. Yeah. Je parle un peu de français, n'est-ce pas?
No, yo estudié 4 años en escuela de español, pero es muy difícil para mí.
No habla español.
All right.
I always thought that was ironic when you say, like, no habla español or je ne parle pas le français when you're actually saying it in that language, which means you're lying.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, no, you're just not fluent. If I say no hablo español, I don't speak it fluently. I took years of it in college, but, es muy importante para mí to go see a mi clientes también, but other than that, I don't like speaking Spanish. I've had to, but I'm not fluent and I'm not comfortable speaking it, right?
Yeah.
But I
Remind me to tell
understand a
you
lot
how
better than
Mexico wouldn't let me leave last month.
Okay.
Remind me.
Okay.
¿Qué? ¿Cómo?
Yo no sé.
No entiendo.
No entiendo.
Now that I live in Arizona, everyone speaks Spanish around here, and I always go to Korean. I'm like, oh, damn it.
Actually, my brain does that too because we are taught French here, in early grade school, and a few years ago I went to Romania to work for a month, and my brain is like foreign language equals French. And so I would start trying to think about it and I would end up with French. And I was like, no, that's not working because Romanian and French are nothing alike.
I was in Japan last week and that was the biggest thing is I could not, it was like, I was only there for the first 3 days. And it took me like to the 3rd day to get down Hai Domo instead of,
Annyeonghaseyo.
Yeah, exactly. Or Kosamida. And I could not get it out. And then by the time I got back to Korea, then I hit another Hai Domo, but I was so happy to be back. And then when I went through Beijing, I'm like, oh, Shay. I was just trying to figure out, it's too much.
It's too much. Stick with English.
I'm just sticking with Korean.
Right.
Most of them do speak English.
I don't want to turn into a pumpkin. So.
Yeah, I'm ending this. So thank you all for people watching. Right. We still had like 20 viewers at the very end. Not too bad. Cool. 19, 20 viewers. Tomorrow, 2 o'clock Pacific, we'll be having a hangout with Heretic again with Holy Kool-Aid. Who has a very big YouTube
wait a minute.
I like Kool-Aid. He's awesome,
2 o'clock Pacific? It's a good thing you mentioned that because I thought it was 2 o'clock my time.
No, it's 2 o'clock Pacific. You can sleep in. You got that's 5 o'clock.
That's like 5 o'clock. Okay.
Yeah. You're good.
Okay.
You're good.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah. See, you get to sleep in a little bit. That's why you're like, I have to get up early, and I'm like, no, not really. You're 3 hours ahead.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. All right, I'm good.
I'm gonna try
good. And I'll make Rangers by 10. That's good.
Yeah, you'll be okay.
All right.
Okay. All right,
I'm
guys.
gonna try a live thing today. I'm gonna practice.
Sugar,
There you go.
get with me later on this week. I will show you how to start doing your own hangouts, okay? And
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try it.
It's not hard.
I've done it before. I gotta try it again.
All right. Good night, everybody. Thanks for watching.